Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream. So today is day 31. It has been an entire month since launch day. Launch day was, it's been 31 days, so, well, it depends what you consider a month, 28 days, 30 days, 31 days, but it's the 31st day. Of course, the game came out on, the 5th, so I guess technically 1 day over a month, depending on how you look at it. But, you know, it's basically in the month point. Of course, since then, we have gotten, the following. A level 1579 Cryonite, a 159 Guardian, and a 173 Hammer Mage. These two are currently on their way to AFKing their way to Spider Nest quest. Probably doing that this Sunday on stream, maybe even Saturday. They're kind of getting pretty close. I think, later today, they're moving on to their 25 AFK activity for Scout. And then from there, yeah, it's just like a day or two until I just need to go get them a weapon. And then boom, they're good to go. And they can finally move on to Chapter 3 while having Storage Rift. Without having to train anything beyond level 20. Just AFKing literally every skill that was above level 20. But yeah, let's go into our main guy. He's been AFK for 13 hours doing cement. So of course, one thing we made sure to get last time around was the good old cement maker. So that we can AFK some builder whenever next what's it called comes out, whenever the builder class or builder profession comes out in chapter 5. So we've been getting a little bit of that material from this activity. Unfortunately, we don't know what level range you'll be able to use this. It says it for bone rate, obviously 84 is what we did to that. However, it currently has an unknown number for the builder profession. As you can see, it says 0 to 500. This is because they have not determined what level it is yet. But of course, it will have some kind of use case when it comes to the builder. Almost guarantee for the AFK activity, given that it even mentions it, I believe, on the little thing that it has the bone mail cement. Though it could be just mean that it came from this as the AFK activity, who knows. But regardless, it says it's for builder, so regardless, it's for builder. It's also technically profit, oddly enough. It's not that great a profit, but even if you buy these from the shop rather than collecting them in Chapter 5, which obviously you can't do currently since Chapter 5 does not exist yet, but you will be able to with the one little worm hand skill. The Worm Wrangler, someone mentioned yesterday. The Worm Wrangler skill. At level 90, you can Worm Wrangle for the bones. But of course, Chapter doesn't exist yet, so unfortunately, you cannot currently do that. And it will also be an AFK activity, as you can tell from the basket. So this would be an AFK activity for a Worm Wrangler, is to go and collect these bone shards in some way, shape, or form from Chapter 5. Anyways, we'll let them do one more cycle, I guess. We're already here. But anyways, hello everyone. Hello Stress, hello Mark, hello Blaze, hello everyone else. Thoughts on Hope Forest? Hope Forest needs some work. I do enjoy the atmosphere and everything of Hope Forest. The biggest issue with Hope Forest, there's a couple. One, carpentry exists. Carpentry is pretty much the worst skill in the game and needs to be, I wouldn't say reworked, but it needs an alternative method. The main thing I keep mentioning is if the repeatable boss you fight on the raft, like if that was a repeatable boss and you needed planks to fight the boss, like, you know, basically planks to repair the boat, have like 6 different tiers of it for all 6 different planks for different combat scout levels, and you had to keep refighting it while getting carpentry XP while repairing the raft. That would be so good. So you could get, you would need to make planks, so it would consume planks, so you'd also need to do some wood cutting, but it would consume planks, it would give you carpentry XP while fighting a boss. So it basically could combine every single thing except for Gatherer, and would be so much fun. But, yeah, there's so many things they can do with it. It really needs some rework, though. Hope Forest is, like, the main zone where I feel like, it needs some work. It definitely needs some work. If you're not a Guardian, you almost have no reason in the current state of the game to go back. The only reason you do it is for the 2 quests that Spider Nest and, well, obviously Spider Nest you definitely want to do. But you only really go back there for Forgotten Things, for 45 woodcutting and 50 carpentry, which also gives you like 1.5 levels, by the way. I have not trained any of these since the quest. That is all just the quest XP right there, giving us like 1.5 for woodcutter and 1.5 for carpenter. But yeah, there's just not much there. There's not much there at all. Anything that you need for alchemy, you can just bypass. Anything you need for bone rate, you can just put knowledge on or do AFK activities like this. Yeah, there just isn't really much of a need to directly do, like, almost anything there. I will eventually be raking up a bunch of bones, because we're probably going to need it for armor making. So my next order of business, as far as dumping our gold, all less than 1 gold that we have, I'm going to be dumping that onto our rake. I want to try to get it to level 25 rake. And then I'm going to go do a bunch of gather, so I have a bunch of bones from an armor maker comes out. That's my game plan. So hello, Isabel. Hello, Sonny. Hello, everyone else. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope everyone's been doing well. Anyways, let me stop this AFK activity. So today, what is our objectives? We're level 1,580, so we definitely got to go hit level 1,600. How are we doing on Leaderboard? I did put in the title, we're going to try to reclaim top 20. Key emphasis on the quote-unquote try. We have to get 14 levels. The thing is, though, he's probably going to keep moving. Like, are we going to get 14 levels this stream? Yes, we're going to be over level 1,600 at some point this stream. However, how many levels are these two people going to gain during that same time is the question. Like, are we going to pass them where they currently are right now? Yes. But are they going to keep moving? Probably also yes. So, depends how quickly they keep moving or if they're sleeping or whatever else. Anyways, we're going to try reclaiming top 20. We went down a little bit during Leagues. We did the entirety of Leagues 5 the last week for Old School RuneScape. We ended up killing every single boss, getting pretty much every single thing we could have possibly done other than like Dragon Rank, which I'm AFKing right now. So that put us back like basically a week. Like I was still AFKing some, but that put us back like a good like 20, 30 hours. So yeah, just got to keep grinding. We'll get there eventually. Not really too concerned about getting it, but I figured it'd be a fun challenge to do again. Yep, hello, Civilian. Yeah, we were back as of yesterday to full screen Brighter Shores. But yeah, we're back. We ended up finishing it out the other day, so we're all in on Brighter Shores again. The only thing I'll really need to take off for is like Christmas Day. I won't be able to be around. New Year's, I'm not sure my plan. I might honestly be streaming on New Year's. We have a little New Year's party when at the end for Brighter Shores going into 2024 to 2025. Because I'll probably be streaming Brighter Shores at that time. So might as well. Because I don't really have any like direct plans for New Year's this year. So I might just be streaming. But I do have plans for Christmas Day though. But beyond that, I don't think there's any day that's I won't be streaming. Mondays, of course, will be a little bit shorter since it's my catch-up day. But every single day, we should be streaming Brighter Shores. Even on Christmas Day, I might still be able to. I'll need to double check. If it is, it's going to be an absurdly short stream, though. But there we go. We got our Tier 1 cement and our Tier 2 cement. So whenever we want to go AFK this, or however on Earth this is going to work in next chapter, we got a little bit of cement ready to go. And I plan to do this all the way to 88. And then probably find a different AFK activity. Because that's when this one becomes a different one. But yeah, we'll do that at least to 88 over the next few nights. Anyways, so what are we doing right now? There's a lot of things we could be doing. But I think you guys know what beckons me. The mining has been calling. During Leagues, I ended up getting a bunch of gold. I have dumped all that gold into a level 30 pickaxe. And I kind of want to get my values worth out of it. And the only way we can get our values worth from our pickaxe is to use our pickaxe. And what better way to use our pickaxe than to use it on the best rock that we could do, which is currently the Addiston. And then we get the one that we basically have to drop, and then we end up getting the, oh gosh, we're in like a whole like wave of bad ones. Why is mining so bad right here? We have to do these that have like a 1 billion hour delay on the respawn. Then we got to do these that are in the middle of nowhere that I'm going to bank like a few hundred of and then drop the rest to the ground. And then we have Deathstone. And Deathstone, I do have a bunch of explosions for it, which remind me, I need to go do my dailies. I'm going to do that right now. Speaking of explosives, let me actually go do my dailies right now. Where's my teleport thingy? Teleport to Deep Mine. Also, good morning, Lamback. Also, welcome. Also, how was the level 30 pickaxe? How much was it? Good question. It was, I'll tell you in 1 second. It was 28.6 gold. It is very expensive. Honestly, I don't advise getting anything even above 25. The only reason I did it for the pickaxe is I know I'm going to be using it a lot compared to some of the other ones. But every other tool, I'm only going to be getting to 25 when we get them up. With the next one being the rake. But yeah, it is absurdly expensive. Like absurdly expensive. And they go even higher than that. But yeah, I plan to mostly get 25 for most of my other ones. Only reason I did pickaxe just a little bit further is because we're going to be using it like a ton. Because I need it for smithing, I need it for stonemason. Mostly smithing though. But, you know, there's like 2 production skills that make our weapons and armor that we need it for. It's a very important tool. Honestly, probably the most important tool in the entire game. Like, if you were to upgrade any one tool in the entire game, I would say it's pickaxe. If you could choose only one, it's probably pickaxe. Just because it feeds your 2 armor making skills and your 2 weapon making skills of smithing and stonemason. The only thing it doesn't do is bone right, but you can just dump knowledge into bone right if you want. Or just get a rake and do gather and do it that way. And just buy your, like, logs from someone or something. Alright. Let me go use this on him. Let me go bank these. So hopefully it'll be the last time we need to do this daily. I'm not sure if we're going to go all the way there today. I might, to be honest. But if we can get to 165 mining today, which honestly might be our cutoff for today as far as mining, and then I stop doing mining. Because I need to stop just doing it so much. But whenever I stop it, we're going to definitely need to go and get this AFK activity. Because I think this is going to be all the explosives we need. We can start using at 158, as you can see right over here. So we're getting pretty close. Alright. What am I doing? Let me go and, we did that. We did that. Alright, just fixing the thing on the other screen. Gosh. Trying to multitask something on that. Probably isn't a good one to do with brighter shorts. Anyways. What am I doing? What am I doing? No worries. I'll get to the other place real quick. To the marketplace. Let me go click on this. Good old hydration. Actually, a soda. Need that caffeine. Gotta be going for 12 hours again, as we normally do. Oh, is that lamb back? Or lamb ack? Oh, am I? Oh, yeah, bounties. Let me go grab my cooking bounty. That reminds me. I do need to go grab another cooking bounty. Alright, let me go put this poster up. Nice, nice, nice. And before I forget, let me go grab some cooking bounties. But what are your guys' current goals as far as things you're doing? So I would love to know. Of course, today, what is our whole goal list for today? 165 mining. Beyond that, 69 stonemason through knowledge. And beyond those two, I really should go do some merchant. I think I even put it in the thumbnail. I do need to get some merchant done. I can't do leather worker until we do merchant, and we just got to go do some merchant already. Hello, Stress. Welcome, welcome. Max out Hope Forest and forever be in top 20. Gosh. No, there's a lot of guardians going crazy on it. It won't be as possible to do so. Do I skip all the oysters? They're so expensive. But they also pay out high, but it's basically breaking even. All these are so bad. Honestly, I think I just take the one leak. Any that require a lot of fish like this are really annoying to do. That's the struggle of not having a fishing skill. So I'm just going to take the one, which seems really bad, but I don't know. We're already here. Alright, let me go grab our XP that we need. Oh, nice land bag. Oh, is that you? I didn't even realize. Nice, nice. Alright, so let me go to the rocks already. Get the mining grind started. But yeah, this will be a lot of mining over the next few days. I just gotta use the pickaxe I invested in. At 197, we get our first tier 5 ore. Beyond that, I don't want to mention with it. But beyond that, 180 is when we get our last tier 4. But for today, I think our end goal is just 165. Seems very doable, especially based on how many levels we got yesterday. All my knowledge initially are going to go into stonemason until 69, so we can start using that and probably do a little bit of stonemason to stream. Because I want to be able to use some of the banked resources we have, and I can't until we get to at least 69 again. Beyond that, yeah, then we'll probably just put it into merchant then. Or, you know, not knowledge points into merchant, but, you know, doing merchant. We were talking about this yesterday, too. The absurd delay on this is really unfortunate. Like the fact that we have to sit here for, like, forever and a half. We timed it yesterday. It's 11-second delay. Technically 12 if you get here, like, perfectly. But it is a solid 11-second delay of just standing there for each rock cycle. It's one of several things I hope they fix. They actually announced on, or I should say Andrew Gower announced on his X or Twitter or whatever they want to call it these days, that he is working on a couple things. He actually posted a whole list of his upcoming things that he is currently working on, which I might as well read it off real quick for any of you who haven't heard. I'm not going to show it on screen, but I'll just read it off real quick. Because it's text anyway, so no point in really like showing the text. It's not like he did a little graphic or something. But the upcoming things that he's doing in the near immediate future. Let me go get it real quick. Where is it? I think I have it up right over here. So everything that Andrew Gower is doing in the near future includes the following. Brighter Shores. What am I working on? As in Andrew Gower saying this. I have just finished making the knowledge system go to 200%. So you can save a bit of... This was 2 days ago. So you can save... Oh, you know, this change was 2 days ago. So you can save it for a bit later without being nagged like crazy. if you are close to wanting it to for a passive unlock. This will be in the next update, probably today or tomorrow, which was already happened. I am now currently working on transmogs, so that's the next update, and some limited edition Christmas transmogs, which you will be able to collect this Christmas only. So apparently Christmas exclusive transmogs. So for this year only, which is weird. I'm not a big fan of that, but I'll grab them on all the accounts. But I hate cosmetics that never come back in any game. But, you know, we're going to be playing the whole time, so I don't care necessarily as much. I feel like it's discouraging to newer players, personally. But I'll have them all, so I won't really care as much. However, I feel like it's really intimidating to people like years from now when they realize, oh, I won't be able to get the year one Christmas cosmetics or something. But, oh, that's not that big a deal. They are just cosmetics after all, but still. Anyways, after that, I am planning on doing queuable actions, quote unquote. So, for example, you can shift-click on all the trees in a chunk, and your avatar will chop each one in sequence, with the queue showing as an interface overlay. Then, unless something else comes up, which is more urgent, probably player-to-player trading. And that's everything. And there is a ton of urgent stuff to work on after that, so I will be very busy. Which means special attacks actually aren't coming soon, TM. They're coming eventually, TM. Because it seems like we're getting transmogs, because we already got the 200% knowledge thing the other day. So we're getting transmogs for Christmas, in the Christmas event, probably in the next week or two, whenever it gets the transmog system working. Then we're going to have queuable actions. Then we're going to player-to-player trading. And then after that, will probably be special attacks. It doesn't say it there, but, you know, special attacks should be, like, really, really soon. He was going to post a video, like, supposedly this week. He still hasn't done that. And this is, like, hidden somewhere that I'm not aware of. But has he posted the video? I haven't seen it anywhere. Yeah, that's what he's currently working on. So the next update will be transmogs, as well as the Christmas event, whatever he's doing for it. So we'll have some Christmas transmogs that you can do on your armor or whatever. And yeah, definitely make sure to get them, because apparently they're never coming back. Not sure exactly what they'll be. But obviously Christmas themed in some way or shape or form. Give you an angler outfit transmog? That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, there's no fishing outfit currently. I saw someone who kind of dressed up in like a mining outfit using some of the armor that Crown Knight has. But beyond that, yeah, they don't have like a proper they don't have a proper, what's it called? Like, you know, mining outfit or fishing outfit or anything like that. It's kind of funny because they have all these professions, but they don't have any outfits for the professions. It's something that they definitely should consider in the future. These profession-specific outfits. Even if they don't have an XP boost or anything, just for the sake of, you know, dressing up for it, might as well. Let's see, what am I doing? Yeah, I'm putting this in the Stonemason, I believe. I need to get 69 Stonemason. Not because it's the funny number, but because we actually need it for granite. I can't process tier 2 granite until we have 69. I don't have that much tier 2 granite, though, but it should get us to an okay degree. The problem is we're in a little bit of a bad zone for it. Because we're in granite, then into Deathstone. And I know I have very, very minimal Deathstone. I think I only have like 100 tier 2 Deathstone or something. Like a really, really small amount. Hello, Ka-chow. Good afternoon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Yep, it's finally Friday, almost the weekend. Well, depending on time zone, probably already is the weekend. No, my potion has expired. I'm gonna hold on to my potion until like the final trip and then drop it. It'll probably waste slightly more time, but there's so much downtime in between the thingies that it's not really too big a deal. Also, I should start drinking it after the first cycle like I was doing with the other rocks, just so we don't waste time on the drinking animation. There's already 11-second downtime, might as well utilize it for something. So I should only drink the potion after we do our first cycle 6, then during the downtime of the first down, we drink our potion. It'll make it so we don't waste like 2 seconds drinking our potion. You skipped work to play Brighter Shores? Oh gosh. Oh, don't do that. Unless you have playtime off or something. Gotta use up those 6 days. Also, thank you for the support, Sir Valian. Also, we did finally get new emotes. I did mention that yesterday. But we have some Brighter Shores emotes now. For whenever trading and everything comes out. As well as just in general. I have the silver icon, the gold icon, and all 3 class icons. as well as some that I commissioned from a friend the other month that I finally put up, as well as some of the OG ones from like 8 or 9 years ago that I made in like 15 minutes that I refuse to get rid of at the moment. But thank you, thank you. We added a ton of emotes the other day. I think we have like 20 now? 19? Somewhere around there. About 20 of them. Yeah, they need to fix this delay. We were talking about this so much yesterday when I was doing these rocks. 11-second delay between every cycle is crazy high. Like, I understand the philosophy for having like a second or two delay, just to like equalize everyone's efforts a little bit more, so you don't have to try hard as hard. But gosh, 11-second delay is too much. It was like 5 times too much delay. I gotta deal with it for now. It's something that will likely be fixed down the line, but isn't like super high priority at the moment. Just gotta deal with it. It's not too big a deal though. Like, it's annoying, but it's not like the worst thing in the world. I guess it gives us some time to just chill and relax, I guess. And obviously, I'd much prefer a perfect cycle, where you just rock over and over again. To some degree, I feel like they did that also to just try to prevent burnout. Like, if you had to max efficiency do rocks for like, you know, 3 hours straight without missing like a single tile, that could get really annoying compared to having some downtime so you don't have to rush it as much. And they also did that just to equalize everyone's efforts, but I don't know. I still prefer it respawn instantly. Or no, not instantly, but like the longest, like right here, by the time I reach this door, that thing should be respawned, but it's not going to be. Like, I'm going to be here and it's still going to be going. It's still going. It's still going. It's still going. It's still going. It should have been respawned like by the time I walked out this door. It's still going. It's still going. There it goes. Yeah, they gotta fix that. But it's not like super high priority at the moment, so we just gotta deal with it for now. Luckily, this is one of the only rocks that's like this bad. Most rocks aren't this bad. This one is like a particularly like bad outlier as far as how many years it takes to respawn. And at 151, we're out of here. Or 147 right now. 147 and a half. So 3.5 levels, and we don't need to do this rock for a very, very, very long time. I don't think I have to do this rock again until like tier, what even is it? I want to say like almost 300. Like, let me see. When do we have to do or whatever that thing is called again? We don't have to do it again until, let me see, 247. So yeah, we have 100 levels before we need to come back here. That's good. We do eventually have to come back, but by then, hopefully they would have fixed it. Yeah, how high do we plan to go in mining if I do go post 200 at any point? The problem with post 200 is all the post 200 rewards you get initially are so bad for mining. The only thing that would eventually get slightly better, like the only real incentive for going post 200 in the short term, is 231 for the better AFK method, or, you know, the better venture. Beyond that, honestly, post 200, we don't get a single good drop again for our class until 262. That is so bad. I didn't even realize that till just now. But if I noticed to do post 200 mining, I get almost no benefit for my class until level 262. Or 231 for the slightly better venture method. But yeah, that is horrifically bad. Yeah, 197 is definitely our cutoff. 197 and mine until iron until we have like 200 or something. Because everything beyond that is so bad for quite a while. Because Deathstone we don't really need, and it gives like almost no knowledge. Cavernous ore is in the middle of absolute nowhere. The venture is okay. The rock that we're doing right now is awful. And then we finally get a good one at 262. Yeah, that's horrifically bad. Yeah, 197 is like our cutoff. Oh gosh. The cough is returning. Yeah, my household has been getting sick again. And the same thing's starting to happen now. They got sick. We're sick for a while. And then like 3, 4, 5 days later, I end up getting sick. And it's starting. Oh no. But yeah, they got re-sick recently. And now I'm getting re-sick as well. Hopefully it should go away soon though. Hopefully that's not a sign, but that cough's not a good sign. Don't bring it back, no. Lasted like 3 weeks last time. Is that rock better than the previous one with the delay? I believe so. I haven't actually timed it though. Regardless, I need it for stonemason to some degree. But I believe even with this delay, it is slightly better. Because we're getting 1.5k per rock, whereas the other one is like 1k per rock. The other one we can get like 10 cycles in. So, I don't know, it's hard to tell. There's no XP tracker in this game, and I haven't really bothered trying, like, you know, XP tracking it to the T as far as the difference between everything. If it is better, it is barely better, though. Like, ever so slightly better. It should be slightly better, even with the delay. But yeah, iron ore would be better for smithing, so technically, if we really wanted to, we could stay on iron ore. The only problem with that is we might have a big gap in our stonemason when we try stonemason leveling later. Because I was mentioning it earlier, I've actually done more stonemason than smithing and bonewright combined. Bonewright I barely touched. Smithing I have done to some, but I haven't done it to like an exceedingly high degree. It might seem weird given that's only level 67 and I have 85 bonewright and 152 smithing. But due to how the knowledge system works and everything, I've actually done more stonemason than the other two combined. As my stonemason I've done almost entirely through actually doing stonemason. Whereas the other two have been knowledge pointed very, very, very heavily. Even though I have done a decent amount of smithing as well, I am pretty sure I've done more stonemason than the other two combined. Despite it being, like, so low. Only 67 compared to the other two. But it's because I've only trained it through normal means. I haven't really trained it through knowledge other than the few that I'm putting on it right now. Just because I need to get to 69 so we can use my next rock. And then I might just go immediately go use that next rock. The main reason I want to do so is I want to see how much more knowledge I need to put into it. Also, it makes more sense to use what you have banked and then put knowledge into it rather than the other way around. It's a big mistake I made with smithing. And technically with bonewright as we speak. Is I put knowledge in it before I processed all my bones. Or all my bars in the case of smithing. In the case of smithing, it shouldn't be too big a deal though. Just because we're eventually going to go get, what's it called? We're eventually going to go get, armor making. And we're likely going to need the bars for that. I've actually been saving a lot of bars for that. If you ever checked my bank, we showed it yesterday. But we're actually saving a lot of bars, not just for making various things for whenever we need a weapon for a given level range. Like for our previous chapter. But I'm also saving it for smithing, as we're almost guaranteed going to be needing it for it. Yeah, oh yeah, the carbonate ore is in the weirdest location ever. There's 3 banks that are close, or quote-unquote close. The 3 closest banks are 9 tiles away, 9 tiles away, and 10 tiles away. 2 are 9 away, 1 is 10 away. That is every closest bank. It is so horrifically bad. I've mostly just been dropping on the ground. I will bank like 100 or a few hundred just because I do need it because we're a crown knight. So I will at some point need some amount of the ore. But the rest, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to be dropping on the ground. Because I need to do it for the XP, but it's way too much XP loss to go bank it. Like way, way too much XP loss. Because I got to pretend it's a no ore method. That's purely for XP. Because banking it is way too slow. Like you might as well just do the previous rock that you have access to. If you're going to bother trying to bank that stuff. I will for a few hundred just because I need the ore. But after that, we're dropping every last one to the ground. Every single last one of them. Luckily, our smithing is high enough that dropping all that to the ground isn't too big a deal. There's a lot of smithing XP being lost, but we make up for it with a lot more mining XP. Which will be worth it just to get mining done a little bit quicker. Yeah, aren't we moving to that one next? What's our next ore? Or do we have to move to Carbonist after this? We do. 151, ill. But yeah, I'll bank the first few hundred. Maybe like 200 or so. And then after that, we are dropping every last ore to the ground. Until we have our next rock. Which actually, wait, do we have to do that all the way to our objective? Do we have another rock to do today? I got Deathstone. I'm not sure if I have enough bank to actually do Deathstone though. Like, I'll get a level or 2. I don't think I'm going to get to 163 off of just Deathstone though. Which means I'd have to go back to dropping the other ore, which is so bad. Worst comes to worst, I could also just boost it with knowledge at that point. Because by that point, we're probably doing merchant. So that might be the angle. At 158. So at 151, I switch over to... At 151, I switch over to the Carbonese. Then at 158, we use every last explosive we have and see where that gets us. Then from there, I go over to like merchant or like anything else, and then we go do knowledge until 163, and then we do the platinum all the way to 165, and that'll be our cutoff point for today. Because then we would have used up all of our previous Deathstone explosives, while also being at the next AFK method or venture. I keep saying AFK method. I mean venture. Oddly enough, I actually have no knowledge points into the AFK methods for mining. I just don't think they're worth it. I feel like a lot of them like that, except for maybe the herblore related ones. Like, for example, like foraging. I feel like a lot of those AFK methods are not that worth it, that give you like a bunch of things that you use for things. Like, for example, foraging that gives you like a bunch of like herblore supplies. Or mining that gives you a bunch of like smithing or stonemason kind of supplies that you use for the AFK activity. I feel like a lot of those are just not worth it. Some of the main reasons I've been doing the mining AFK. Then we have like a mega pickaxe, so we have less of a need to really do so as well. Like even when we start training Gatherer, I don't think I'm going to bother with it. I think my next knowledge pivot is maybe, or you know, as far as AFK activities, I think it's going to be into detective. I want to get like to the 209 activity that we're getting pretty close to. Main reason I kind of want to do it for detective is to get to 219 raids at some point. Because those will probably be like our last cutoff point for raids. Because I believe the next one... Oh, wait. Is that a good one, though? Is that the level 8? Wait, what location is the... Yeah, it is. Because that's basically the last one that is like the mega AFK spot. The other ones are a little bit clunky with how you have to AFK them. So for a long while, the 219... Oh, I'm in the wrong tab. The 219 raid den is probably going to be the last one I do for a very, very long time. Not just because it's post 200. But also because the raid den that you get after it is a bit more annoying with where you have to stand and everything. And it's not as consistently AFK. Also, it doesn't help that it's all the way at 344. Which is also quite a gap. Quite a mega gap. But I'm not mistaken. Let me double check. Isn't it? Or am I looking at this wrong? Oh, wait. Is this the bad one, though? Oh, wait. Maybe this is the bad one. Never mind. Oh, wait. The 219 is the bad one. Ew. How do I feel about that? Never mind, the 219 is the bad 18 one. That's not ideal. Yeah, it's extremely not ideal. I just realized that. No. There is a way to do it, but you have to be on like a very specific tile compared to some of the other ones. It's also a little bit inconsistent as far as the cycle with it. But yeah, I believe there's like a magic tile in both of them that still kind of work, but it takes them a little while to get dragged there. Sometimes they wander around and don't get in your aggro range. Thoughts on using all KP on EXP rather than AFK? AFK activities are really good post 200. Pre 200, I just use them because I just like having something to go do. But they're a lot less effective until 200 plus. At 200 plus, you definitely want to be using them though, as they're actually really, really broken at 200 plus. Because the rates that you're getting for them are pretty much the same. Whereas knowledge has like a diminishing return when you actually put it into skills at that kind of level range. So AFK activities beyond 200 are really, really, really strong compared to pre-200. It's kind of like the exact opposite of how knowledge is. Knowledge becomes worse, but comparatively, AFK activities become way, way better post-200. The only thing I can currently do that on is detective if I want to. But I do eventually want to do it on other skills. I'm just not sure what I should really put it on at the moment. To some degree, I kind of want to put it onto smithing. My problem with doing it onto mining is I have no knowledge into it currently. So that could be fixed within a single day. It's not too big a deal to get it caught up to where it needs to be. Like a single day worth of putting points into it would get it to where it needs to be. But of course, there's also a single day of knowledge points that we're not putting into something else. You're almost 200 fishing. Bait is getting really expensive. Yeah. Generally, you want to be getting it through other things. Like, if you're doing an AFK activity like that, you ideally want to get it through an alternative method. It's one of the reasons I don't really want to do the smithing AFK. Even though it seems like it might be worth it post 200. The big issue with it is if you buy it from the shop, you lose so much money, I'm pretty sure. Which is very problematic, as you'd just be burning money doing an AFK activity. It's one of the reasons I kind of wanted to do detective, just because it's really chill. And aside from forensics, you never need to buy anything for it. I never did test to see how much money you lose while doing forensic. Does anyone actually know? Has anyone actually tried forensic since they added the forensic potions? They did that a couple days ago. They added forensic potions. You could only buy the tier 1 one before. But now you could buy up to whatever tier you currently have your detective level for. I'm not sure how much money you burn per hour. Not sure if the wiki is updated or not yet. Because I assume you burn money and not profit if you buy it from the shop rather than make it yourself. I haven't actually tested it yet though. I almost guarantee you burn money. So I'm running low on mining potions. I might need to go buy some. I think they're like 2 or 3 silver each. They're a little pricey. It's probably worth it for the investment. These all the ones I have right now I actually made for my 59 mine fighter. I still have a couple hundred bank, I believe. But I made every single one of them. We had like almost 1,000 of them. And I made them with all the supplies we got from 59 mine fighter for the one quest. It wasn't the best alchemy XP, but they were basically free. Or really close to it. I think I need to buy some of the secondaries, but only like 1/2 of it. They're only like half a silver each or something. They're pretty cheap. Almost all AFK alchemy is good, but the passive thing, mine area pots, you lose a lot. Chronopolis and mine area pots, you lose a lot. Oh, you mean the XP pots? I haven't actually tried using the AFK XP pots. I heard they're pretty strong at 200 plus, but I haven't actually used them. It's something I was considering, but they get really, really, really expensive. Honestly, all potions at the high level range do. It's one slight issues with potions at the moment is the weaker versions are almost always better because the cost to value perspective on them. Like a lot of potions in this game, they only get like 2 times better, but get like 20 to 30 times more expensive to use. Like, the cost-to-benefit ratio is so bad on high-tier potions currently. But almost every single one of them is like that. Which is not ideal. I'm not sure if they're going to rework that in the future some. It's not the case, like, across the entire board. But almost every max effect potion, compared to its version 1 version, is anywhere from, like, 10 times to 40 times more expensive for only 2 times benefit. Which is so horrifically bad. It's why everyone spams like 40% damage potions or 20% heals or you know, 5% area bonus XP pots. Is because the costs associated with doing the higher tier ones is so astronomical. Even if you're getting the supplies yourself. Like, it's just so high compared to just selling them. Like, if you're a high-level alchemist and trading comes out, you should just be selling every pot you have. Because, if there actually is a market to go buy them, it is way better to sell them than to use them. Like, 10% XP pots are 100% not worth it. The only people using those are, like, people trying to go for, like, rank 1 or something. Like, rank 1 total, or just really want to get, like, 500 all. Like, rush 500 all or something. Well, not in that big of a rush, though. But they are so astronomically expensive. If you were to, like, chug a 10% XP pot every 2 minutes. I think that's over a gold an hour in just XP pots. Probably even more than that. Is 159 alchemy high? It actually is. Based on leaderboard, though there could be hidden people, which there probably is. The highest alchemy mess in the game that's visible right now is only 266. So, yeah, anything like 150 plus is pretty high. 170 is also a great milestone that you're almost at. That's the highest healing potion in the game at the moment. Those are probably going to go for a pretty penny too when trading comes out. I feel like that's the first potion you'll get access to that's like really good value. Then the plus 60 combat potions. The plus 60 combat potions, which you get by, I think it's 62, 77, and like 80 something. Those and the 35% heal pots are like the two earliest things you get in Alchemy. That when trading comes out are probably going to go for quite a bit. Because everyone doing combat is going to need the 35% heals and the plus 60 combat pots. Everyone who's doing the 500 grinds. So even though they're going to be needing gear and everything else, the other thing they're going to be needing is 35% heals and plus 60 damages. Particularly the plus 60 damages. But the 35% heals would still be helpful too. It's just they might go for cheaper heals rather than the 35%, whereas they wouldn't want to go for the cheaper combats if they really want to rush it. Like they have to go for the plus 60s. And you get access to them pretty early. You make the green one at 62, the blue one at 77, and the yellow one at some number, I forget, like 80 something. 89. Yeah, 62, 77, and 89. Those three pots are probably going to be some of the most expensive in the game. Well, not the most expensive, but as far as what people can realistically afford to buy in mass quantity, those are going to probably be the three that are going to go the most. Just because they're the best in slot combat pots for every class. And everyone going for 500 combats or any combats, 200 all, any kind of combat range. They're going to want to have those pots most likely. If they have some extra disposable income. Or how much I'll go for. Probably like 5 silver each, 10 silver each, somewhere around there. Because I think they're currently paying like what, 2 to 3 for plus 40. So they'd probably be willing to pay about double that for plus 60. So you should go for at least like 5, 6 silver each. And some of those are way cheaper to make than 5, 6 silver. I forget exactly. I believe the blue and green ones are actually pretty cheap to make. The yellow one, not as much. But the blue and green ones are, I think, only like a few silver to make or something, even if you buy everything from the shop. Yet they'll likely sell in player trading anywhere from like 5 to 8 each. Possibly even up to 10. If you have like a really big bulk. I actually plan to keep all mine when I do the grind. I was originally going to sell them back to the shop. But I'm pretty much done ever selling any potion back to the shop now. I was going to be keeping everything we ever make. Also, I do plan to use all my own blue potions, but I plan to sell the green and yellow, of course. Because I don't need them. Actually, I probably don't even make the yellow ones. I believe they lose money. The yellow ones are, like, really expensive for some reason. Unless you, like, forge for the supplies yourself. Yeah, the 10% heals are not useful. But aside from 10% heal, honestly, every potion in the entire game is good. In some use case. The only ones that are kind of useless right now are 10% heals and the current use cases for fear potions. Fear potions are useful, but they don't last long enough relative to how much you can sell them for. Just to the shop itself. There's currently not really an activity where you really need fear potions. There are a few that's helpful for, but it's not worth like chugging them down constantly and wasting an entire inventory space for it. And even if they ever let you equip one utility potion, the problem with fear potions is you'd most likely want to have an EXP potion, not a fear potion on you. So fear potions are in a really weird in-between where they can't really be used. Even if we ever get one equipable potion slot, it's still not used. Because you still have to waste a slot for a fear. I really hope they buff the duration of them or something. Like every fear potion should be like 5 times longer than the current number they say. Like anywhere from 4 to 5 times longer. Like, the weakest one's only 3 minutes long. It is so short. Like, every single one was at least double the length. That's like the bare minimum to make them useful. Like, the effect of them isn't bad. It's just giving up on inventory to do so is never going to be worth it, probably. At least with currently available activities that there are. And you're also, of course, just giving up the cost of actually just selling them to the shop. Which even the lowest one, I think, goes for like 2 silver or something. Like a silver and a half. They're almost like an XP pot in cost. Especially if you were like buy them rather than make them. And when it comes to the low tier one, you're basically chugging them as much as the EXP pot. It's every 3 minutes rather than every 2 minutes. But they'll likely rework them at some point to make them better. Hey, we went up a rank. We're getting there. I'm sure if they're moving currently, but if they're not, we only got oh no, we went back down, never mind. Yeah, they are moving. I need 13 levels plus the other guy's moving. Oh no. Now let's see where we are by the end of the stream. It's not too big a deal if we don't reclaim top 20. Because I'm pretty much just playing normally. If we happen to pass them, we'll pass them. But aside from doing a little bit of efficient merchant a little bit later stream, I'm not really going to be doing anything to like super rush EXP today. Just the normal plan. And if we get there, we get there. Yeah, fear potions are really weirdly scaled at the moment. Their effect is useful, but you got to give up an inventory space, and they don't last long enough, and their sell value is way better than actually using them. Yeah, it's mostly just fear and the 10% XP pots. I mean, sorry, the 10% heal pots that are, like, absurdly bad. Everything else isn't too bad. Or at least has, like, some kind of use case in a rare scenario. Hey, let's see. Let's go through every potion. 10% is useless. 20% is fine. It's like the lowest potion you would ever use. But it still gets the job done. 5% for Hope Port's obviously good. 40 for Arbor. And all the combat's really good. 3-minute fear. If you're going to use a fear pot, it's probably going to be that one. But otherwise, even then, it's generally not worth doing in the current state of the game. But if you do need one, that's the one you use. XP pots are good. That's just an AFK activity. Wealth pots are good, but only if you're doing like 200 plus on a combat. Anything else is probably not worth doing with it. Beyond that, 25% heal is just slightly better. Forensic are for that one detective at AFK activity, which okay, it's nothing too special, but you can kind of cash out whatever ingredients you use for that to make it. It's not really too worth buying, but if you're like already making them, they're not bad. Boost pots are the other one that's kind of useless. They're good for if there's like a weird quest objective where you need to skip something. But beyond that, boost pots are actually really bad relative to what you need to make them or buy them. So aside from skipping a few quests here and there, they're pretty bad overall. There will be some people who will occasionally need a +3, a +4, a +5 of these. But if someone needs one, they're only going to need one. They're not going to need like 5 or 10 or like hundreds. They're only going to be using one to skip a quest requirement here or there when applicable. XP pot's always good. What else? Just higher versions, higher potions, higher potions. Is there not any more uniques beyond that? I don't think there is. Interesting. I think the unique potions kind of end at like 50 something. Everything else is just higher versions of them by that point. I didn't even realize that. The last unique potion is technically at, what, 38? Oh no, the AFK potion. The last unique potion is at 44. I see count it for every version variant. Because those are the AFK XP pots for given areas. I'm not sure we actually need foraging-wise to actually make those. Because I wonder if they actually are worth it. I feel like the answer is no. But I never really looked into it. Like, are the 5% AFK pots at 200 plus actually worth using? Because you consume one every hour. But every 2 days, you'd basically get a free hour of AFK time, which is a lot of XP. Like, you know, if you AFK'd for 10 hours one day, and 10 hours another day, and had a 5% going for all 20 hours, you would end up getting 1 extra hour. Which is not awful. The problem is it's almost like a gold worth of, if not more, of XP pots. So is like 1 hour worth of XP worth like an entire gold? Probably not. Unless you're making like a lot of gold per hour. That's usually with a lot of potions, though. Like, is the benefit that you're getting from it really worth the cost? Because more often than not, the answer is no. Yeah, there's Eric Joel. We added him yesterday. Level 1000 plus as well. Nice. Oh, so hello, Rake God. Welcome, welcome. You're thinking of maxing out Merchant and Leatherworker to make money? Nice. Honestly, I should be doing that. Actually, there's one video I want to cover that I think I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Because some people have been asking about it. Like, if I was to start over, like, what would I do? As well as, like, newer players coming in being like, hey, what should I focus on and stuff like that. I kind of want to cover a video on that tomorrow, now that it's been, like, a month. Kind of just going over, like, various build rushes that you could do. And one of them is definitely the Merchant Leatherworker rush. The Merchant Leatherworker rush, just to make money, is so absurdly good. Like, so good. Like, if you rush, like, 200, 200, 300, 300 in Merchant Leatherworker, either or, and then go and do other stuff, you're just going to be so loaded on cash. The thing I would actually do it with, if I was to ever, like, start over, and if I was to do that strategy, you know, if I was to do it from scratch right now, which I kind of been doing on the side accounts, but, you know, if I was, like, dedicated playing, like, from a fresh build, I would definitely get, like, 205 Merchant into 200 Leatherworker into maxing out whatever tool I was going to go prioritize, which would likely be Pickaxe. And just go crazy on mining to get either Cryo Knight or Hammer Mage to a good point with their skill. Also getting all 3Ds pretty high. But yeah, you can simply just make so much money that you just buy your gear when trading comes out and just completely skip the Mine to Matubin grind. That's an angle I don't feel like too many people are going for, but it's a specific angle you can do when trading comes out. The main reason I didn't want to do that is I didn't want to be dependent on trading to get gear. Especially because it doesn't even exist at the moment and probably won't for at least a couple weeks. But, yeah, I didn't want to be dependent on other people for gear. But if you don't mind that and just want to really engage with the trading system, you don't actually really ever need to even touch Mine to Matubin. Like, there's nothing here really but make gear. Like, this entire chapter is like the make gear chapter. You get a few alchemy supplies from Mind Fighter, but if you're just focusing on combat anyways, then you just do Mind Fighter separately and just ignore the other 4. But yeah, the 4 skills in Mine to Matubin are pretty useless other than for making gear. Like, they're absurdly good for making gear, but if you just want to buy all your own gear, Mine to Matubin is actually a really weak area. As this whole purpose is pretty much purely for making gear. So if you just plan to buy it, then you don't really ever need it. Other than Mind Fighter. It's definitely an interesting angle that will be possible once trading exists, but is currently not possible. But if you want to future-proof it just by making a bunch of money right now, that's definitely a good angle to go. And then when trading comes out, you have like few hundred Gs to go spend on whatever you want. Just like our cash stack right now. All 0 Gs we have. As I keep investing them immediately into tools. I keep forgetting that stalls you. Alright, 4 more knowledge points and we can move on to Stonemason for a little bit. A little Stonemason break. I gotta do that because I gotta use up all my Stonemason supplies before I keep putting more knowledge into it. Otherwise, I'm wasting a little bit of XP. I guess in that time I could put it onto mining, maybe. Because by then I should hopefully be at the other rock. And I don't really want to stay at the other rock too long. Just because it's in the absolute middle of nowhere. The XP rate for it at the first few levels will be pretty nice. But I hate the fact that we're not banking any ore at all. So the more I can skip it, the better. Because putting knowledge into it is already skipping the ore process, or, you know, obtaining ore. So why not skip the middleman and just go even further on skipping the ore and just put knowledge into it? Because, yeah, that one is horrible, horrible. The Carbonice. The closest bank is 9 tiles away. It is so bad for banking. But yeah, personally, as far as gold is concerned in this game, I really feel like investing into skills is better, though. Just in the sense that, I'm not sure if you should really depend on the whole trading system. The biggest issue is we don't know how trading will work. I think is the big concern right now. So if you're depending a lot of your build on, you know, trading working a specific way, the only issue with that is what if it doesn't? Like, we don't know how trading is going to work. Like, obviously we know vaguely how player-to-player trading, you know, will function in any game. But how it specifically works in this game, we don't really know until it comes out. So I've been kind of sticking with the self-sufficiency route, just because it works really well in the current state of the game. But also because, regardless of what happens in the future, we don't really need to necessarily worry about it. Because even if trading is in a way that doesn't really help us that much, it doesn't matter because we already have, like, most of what we need. Without needing to engage with trading as much. Like, I'll still be engaging with trading. I plan to use it relatively minimally. So how much is this ore again? Oh, this ore is 1.2, 1.2 each. That's not too bad. I'm not going to sell it, of course, but it's not horrible for just whacking a rock. But yeah, 2 more levels, we move on to Carbonice. 4 more knowledge points, we move on to Stonemason. And from there, we figure out where Stonemason gets us. We don't really know, because I have no clue how much banked XP I have. Also, how much banked money we have. Ooh. So once you start processing that, that will be turning out money for our non-existent stack that I'm currently saving for Rake. So hello, Isabel for dinner. Say hi earlier. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hey, how's the new Steam Deck been? You were mentioning that the other day. What have you played on it so far? I'm still considering if I'm going to be getting it or not. Like, I'm definitely tempted. But I already know that I'm going to be getting, like, a Switch 2 next year. So, or, you know, whatever they're calling it. So that's already going to be a lot of money for that. Not sure, we'll see. I'd kind of rather just wait for the mobile version of Brighter Shores, though. Better keep using that one Steam app that's really annoying. I only used it once so far, just to test it. The Steam Link. Actually, have any of you been doing that yet? Playing Brighter Shores through this Steam Link thing? Where it lets you, like, stream it to your phone. I tried it. It was fine. It wasn't the greatest. It doesn't scale too well to a phone screen. Because obviously it's currently made to be working on PC, not on a phone. He did do one update that made it a little bit better for phone use, but I was only doing AFK raid den, so it was pretty easy to do. But I feel like if I was doing mining, it'd be kind of hard to hit the rocks precisely. Or move to like a certain tile correctly. Yeah, it doesn't scale well. That was the issue I had when playing it. It wasn't too big a deal because I was doing raid dens. So all I had to do was walk in the middle of the room and we're good. But I feel like it'd be really hard to click on a specific tile if you wanted to be on it. Or to click on a small resource like a rock. The text is also pretty small if you need to read anything, though generally you don't really need to read much. I didn't have any connection issue with it, though. My connection was actually fine when I was doing it. I had some connection issues on stream yesterday. When I was using Streamlink, I actually didn't have any connection issues with it, luckily. I think what might have helped with that is my phone and my computer were set to the same network. So if you have one using your phone's network and the other using your router or something, it might have caused an issue. But I had both mine on the same network. That probably made it a little bit smoother. 61 cooking grind is a test of your mental fortitude. Yeah. It took us an entire day. I really overscoped how long it would take. I would advise only doing it to like 50 with stews. And then afterwards using knowledge points and a combination of the cooking bounties. Because I also did stews to 61. And it is 100% not worth it. Like the highest you can go is like 50. And then after that you should use only knowledge and only cooking contracts. Because if you keep doing stews, it is so bad value. I still did it because we were so committed to it that one stream. I just wanted to get it done. But I highly, highly advise stopping with the stews after 50. And for the last 11 points, just do purely knowledge and cooking contracts only. This is absurdly slowed if you try to stew from 50 to 61. I did do it, but it is very slow. It was literally like a day-long stream of nothing but cooking. I was planning it to take like half the stream. And by the end of the stream, I was still like 1 level short. Just by cooking like the entire stream. You got 58 fishing for the 61 cooking. Regrettable? Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, I personally skipped the fishing grind. I just did fishing for the fun of it, because I actually do enjoy the skill. But fishing is probably the most useless skill in the entire game right now, I would say. If there was any one skill I would say is the #1 most useless, it is fishing. At least with its current use cases. Don't get me wrong, it's a fun skill. I do enjoy it. But, the actual use case for it is so bad. At least cooking has cooking contracts and stuff like that. And worst comes to worst, you can just buy everything. But, yeah, I would say it's the absolute most useless skill in the game. It has no synergy to any other chapter. And the only thing it feeds into is cooking. But you can simply just buy everything for cooking. But yeah, fishing is definitely the skill that needs the most love. Even carpentry, despite it being the worst skill in the game, has more of a use case than fishing. At least carpentry is used to make all the weapons in the game. Well, not all of them, but you know. Particularly all the bone right weapons, as well as and shields. As well as a few of them for smithing and stonemason. It's actually a little disappointing how bad fishing is right now. Because the skill itself isn't bad, it's just the use cases of what you get from the fishing skill is non-existent. You can't even cook all of them. I think that's the worst part too. Like some of the fish literally have no purpose other than to sell them. Oh, did I accidentally skip a rock? I did it again. Why? Why? I do this with, what's it called as well? With granite. Like, every, like, 5th rotation, I accidentally miss a rock. I get, like, so blindsided sometimes with it. The same thing happens with granite. There's always, like, that one rock that my brain just skips sometimes. I don't understand why. For granite, I feel like it happens more often. Yeah, flounders are really bad. It is more efficient to drop them than to bank them or sell them. Actually, you can't even bank them. You can only sell them. The carbonate ore that we have at level 151 is the same issue. At least those can be banked. But they're way better just to drop on the ground because the bank is so far. One day we'll need fishing and cooking to support our ship for the sailing skill. You know, right? Possibly. Honestly, that's one of the reasons I still been doing some cooking contracts here and there. Is I do feel like cooking will have more of a use case in the future, as well as fishing, of course. But I feel like the use case for cooking could be like hour-long buffs or something similar. I even mentioned before the game even came out, like, ooh, what if they do this at some point with it? It seemed like it wasn't going to be there at launch, and it wasn't. But I wouldn't be surprised if we eventually get hour-long buffs from cooking. What exactly those buffs are, who knows? But basically, like, eat a meal and like have a buff for like an hour or something. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how they make cooking viable, as well as make fishing more viable by making a lot of them require various fish. Like, you basically have to prep like an entire feast or something. And doing so gives you like an hour buff for something. Food buffs NPC helpers. That'd be kind of interesting. Do you ever have like a system like that? They actually have used that in some mini games in the past. The main one that comes to mind is temple trucking, which they did in 2005. Andrew Gower and his team at the time. It's basically a mini game where you gained a lot of skilling XP for multiple different skills. Hey, Brighter Shores! A lot of skills you can combine for that. But basically it was a mini game that you did combat, while also doing a ton of multi-skilling, like at least to 10 different skills in the game. And you basically had to help this one person get across the swamp. And the use case for food in that minigame was you actually gave it to your guy to make sure they wouldn't die. Because they were super under-geared and everything, especially if you took the harder routes. Because the harder ones had them even less geared. And you had to give them a ton of food to make sure they don't die. So that's kind of a use case where you're kind of like protecting a unit, almost like a tower defense kind of thing. But it also had like a bunch of different skilling things you need to do. Like in that case, you ended up using like wood cutting and fire making, thieving, agility, mining. What was everything else you used? But you used a wide variety of skills. Trying to remember everything it gives EXP for. Slayer. But yeah, it was like 8 to 10 different skills you end up using for it. It was a great way to kind of incorporate it for Brighter Shores since it needs more ways that incorporate multiple things. But yeah, it was a thing that basically made it so you needed food. Like, you had to give the food to the person who you were trying to get across. Just so they wouldn't die. You had to keep them well fed. Because the whole objective was to get them across, obviously, alive. Something like that would actually be really good for combining a lot of skills. Because that's definitely something Brighter Shores needs. More content that combines multiple skills. Because I feel like the biggest complaint against this game is how isolated some of their chapters feel, or even skills feel compared to each other. So having more content that combines 5, 10, 20 skills would be really good. Because currently there's no content that really combines more than... Well, there's systems in the game that combine several. As far as actual content, there isn't anything that directly combines more than 2. The main one being raid dens that combine both detective and watch person. And obviously there's systems in the game that combine like 7, 8 of them. Like if you go through like the entire thing from scratch. But it's not an actual activity in a sense. Like it's a system within the game, but not an actual like mini game or activity or something like that. Because of course, if we wanted to make, let's say, a 4-star weapon right now, the number of skills we would need to make a 4-star weapon if we were to go 100% from scratch it would be Gatherer, Woodcutter, Carpenter, Bonewright, Mining, Blacksmith, Stonemason, and if we're talking about armor, also Leathermaker and Armor Maker in Chapter 5. And Merchant, because you need that for Leatherworker. I just named like almost 10 skills. But that's a system, it's not like an actual minigame or something. Like, you know, it's not an activity that you do. Kind of like how raid dens are an activity. It's simply just a system within the game, but not an actual, like, activity directly. So even though it does combine several, it doesn't actually, you know, it's not an activity necessarily that combines several. It's a system within a game that does, which are two somewhat different things. compared to like a mini game or an activity that directly uses multiple. Because a lot of those steps can be skipped. Like, we could completely skip gather, woodcutter, and carpenter just by buying them from a shop. Combat skills combined? Honestly, I'm not a fan of, well, not against it. But I don't think they should be doing content that combines combat with combat. I feel like they should be doing content that combines combat with non-combat. Like something like guard plus fishing, or guard plus alchemy, or scout plus carpenter, like stuff like that. Like, you could definitely have bosses that are like, oh, you need mind fighter and scout to take it out. But I'd rather have combat plus skilling activity rather than combat plus combat. Because then you're just combining two combats at that point, which aren't any different. They're just two combats. So hello, Galaxy. Welcome, welcome. Or is combining your combat with a non-combat would be a lot more variety for it, as far as how you end up making the boss fight. Like in Chapter 1, you can end up making a boss that you basically have to fish out of the water constantly. And then when you fish out of the water, you can damage it. Or get like a part of it fished out that you can is vulnerable and then attack it or something. But like, how do you make a boss fight around like guard and scout? Like, there isn't anything unique necessarily about them that differentiates them. Like, what different mechanic would you have for a guard compared to a scout? Whereas there's a lot that you can do when you combine a combat with non-combats, as far as how you could structure the fight. Gosh, can you stop popping up? Watch person plus detective is a crime boss? Honestly, that'd be fun. The Mega Raid Den. Except it's actually a boss fight instead of an AFK activity. Honestly, I would love if there were Slayer tasks in this game. As much as I hate Slayer in Old School, or in RuneScape in general, it's mostly because of how their task system works. But I wouldn't mind a bounty board system for Slayer, or, you know, for killing things. Because right now, you basically only kill what is most efficient for your class. So as a Cryo Knight, I'd mostly only want to kill blue weak things. Unless there's an enemy that's particularly easy to kill in a given region. Like, for example, those tentacles in the room right over here that let you hit them like 4 times before they do anything. Aside from those exceptions, you almost want to exclusively only attack things that your class does extra damage to. But having a Slayer-like system would make it so there'd be incentive to kill anything. Or, you know, whatever your task is. How much more Stonemason do we need? What is that, 2 more or 3 more? Can't quite tell. I never know how to know with knowledge points. Especially when using a 5% boost. But yeah, like 2 or 3 more knowledge and we can go to Stonemason for a little bit. I'll probably put away my potion though. This does not keep it cluttering my inventory. Because I don't want to keep drop shuffling it. Do I do brimstone twice a day? Yeah. I currently do Brimstone and the detective one, the wanted poster. I mostly do it for the XP though. More so than anything. Who's trying to add us right now? Anyone here? Is that anyone here currently trying to add us? We got Poncho over here. The big Poncho. But yeah, my current ventures are Brimstone and wanted poster. Most because they're my two highest levels for any venture. So they yield the best XP. Because honestly, that's pretty much how you do ventures initially. Until they add more that they're actually like a viable choice as far as like which one you need the material from the most. But at the moment, you basically just do the highest level ones you have. Just because it's better XP. Because that's free mining XP every day and free detective XP every day. And of course the loot you get from it. Which saves silver all around. I think for my detective one I get about 20 something silver a day. Or, you know, twice per day. And the Brimstone one, I think my current explosives save me about 2 silver each compared to if I was to buy them from the shop. Speaking of which, we're actually going to be using all of them today. I just realized the final 12 that I'm going to get I won't be able to use. I just realized that. And the main reason is, we're going to be using them all already. I'll probably be the level range where I don't need it anymore. Because our end goal is to get to 165, but at 158 I'll be using all of them that I have today. So the 12 of them I'm going to be getting later. I'm probably just going to have to sell to the shop, unfortunately. Because it won't be worth doing once we have 165, because I'll have my 163 ore. I'll be moving on to the next venture. And then that 165 one's going to be our highest for a very, very, very long time. Because I have no intention to get to 231 anytime soon. I do want to get there, but, you know, post 200 is really slow. And the biggest issue is I don't get any good ore until like 262. So it's going to be a massive gap between there's absolute nothing for mining. So I'm probably stopping at 197 because that's when I get my tier 5. Yeah, tier 5 iron. And I feel like that's a good stopping point. Plus it's around 200 anyways, like right at the 200 mark. So we'll be stopping once we get about 200 mining. Actually, out of curiosity, how many people have gotten that mining venture? Oh, I just skipped the rock. Go, 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 go. I did it again. But how many people have that mining venture completed? I'm gonna go check. What level was it again? Not 165, the other one. 231. How many people have 231 mining or higher? There's currently only 8 people visible on Leaderboard have Rita ore. That's funny. Oh, Jester's still number 1. That's interesting. I'm not sure if he actually is one because honestly he's gained almost no levels. In the last like 2 weeks he's gained like 26 mining levels. There's probably someone who's on the 500 mining grind who's almost already there. But yeah, there's only 8 people currently who can do the second to last tier of the mining venture. I think that's the second to last tier, right? Yeah, it's the second to last tier. And the last tier is at like 380. I believe it's the tier 5 for that, or whatever it's at. Isn't that tier 5? Somewhere around there. Yeah, it'd have to be because there's not another one above it. But it's the second to last tier of explosives. I don't think I'm going to go that far though. But I do want to get the 185 one today. That'll be the last one that we'll have for quite a while. And I'll just keep running that venture, and whenever we get to that Death Stone, we're going to have so much of that Death Stone. It'll probably be the first time I'll actually have the entire level range banked. Which, out of curiosity, what is the level range for that? Let me go check. Let me go bank first. Where's my potion? It didn't despawn yet, right? Don't you despawn on me. Don't do it. Hey, wasn't I about to go check? I already forgot what I was going to go check now. There's something with mining. Oh yeah, I was going to check the Death Stone that's after this next one. So at 165, when is the next Death Stone? Next Death Stone is all the way at 207. Oh gosh, that's a gap. Yeah, 165 you can't use till 207. Why is that such a big gap? But yeah, we're going to have a lot of explosives. But it kind of makes sense because I have to go from 207 to 223. Technically to 231. So yeah, that's quite a mega grind that we'll have to do at some point. Not anytime soon though. I think. We'll see. But yeah, I would need to basically do the daily. Ideally from 207 to 223. How many explosives is that? I have no clue. But honestly, that's probably like 1 month of mining explosives. If we were to do it just off of blast mining. Not sure if that will be the route we go or if we're just going to do iron. Because honestly, a lot of iron just seems more enticing. But we're definitely use probably like 1,000 explosives or something. That'll be banked over a very long period of time. Because we can currently bank, what, 24 per day? Is the maximum we can get. Oh, did I skip a rock again? I did it again. Why? There's always the one that my brain cannot see. You also, wait, what was the other thing? You also do the merchant one. I wouldn't mind the fishing one. I feel like the fishing one's not worth it, personally. I haven't actually done it, so I'm not sure what the XP drop is like. But if it's anything like the other ones, I don't feel like it's that worth it. However, one thing that is, where am I going with this? My brain's trying to figure out something with it. Oh no, the merchant, in general, the merchant and fishing ones haven't seemed that useful to me. Is the bottom line. I have done the merchant ones quite a bit though. But they haven't seemed like particularly good value. For you or to chat, it gives you invalid name when your name is in all lowercase. When you switch to uppercase, it is available. Is this a bug or a feature? It might be tracking exactly so. So that might be the issue. Like when you're looking up like the exact compare thingy, it could just be that it's case sensitive. I'm not sure if that's a bug or a feature, but I don't know. I've always done it in lowercase, so I'm not sure. Because I always did all lowercase normally when I would go check it. Oh, you're trying to change your name? Oh wait, you're trying to change your name from non-lowercase to uppercase? Interesting. I'm not sure. I've never tried using the change name mechanic. But is that what you're trying to do? What you might have to do is change your name to something completely different and then very quickly change your name back. But I'm not sure if there's a delay on changing your name or not though. But assuming there's no delay, you might want to change your name to something completely different and then immediately change your name to what you actually want, but with the correct capitalization. Because it might be that you can't change your name from the same name. Like, you might not be able to change your name from the name you already have. Oh, is there a 1-day delay? Never mind. Oh. Well, you could hope no one snipes it, I guess. Or wait until they change the feature in the future. Because I'm pretty sure the issue you're running into is you can't change your name to the exact name you already have. Even if you're changing the capitalization on it. So you'd likely have to change your name and then change to a different name. Or, you know, change to a different name and then change back to your name. But if there's a 1-day grace period, that means someone else could snipe your name within that time. One other alternative is, have you used your alt accounts yet? One thing that you could do with your alt, if you haven't done one yet, or if you have one that you don't mind deleting, is you could change your name on your main account to anything, doesn't matter what. Then claim your name on your alt. And then eventually you just delete your alt, which I think has like a 1 hour delay, and then switch it back that way. But yeah, that'd be a way to make sure your name doesn't get sniped, but it would also still be an annoying process. Because you can have your alt account claim the name, and then delete the account, and then claim your name once the account is deleted. It would make the process take an hour rather than a day delay. But if you have a name that likely isn't going to be sniped, you could just wait the day delay out. If it's a name that's very unlikely to get taken in that time. Oh, you're trying to completely change your name to something else? If you type in a new name in lowercase, it is invalid. But when you type the name in uppercase, it is fine. That's weird. I'm not sure why that's happening. Though I'm not sure because I never bothered changing the, you know, doing the name system. He's already secured all my names basically day one. We got Tacit, we got Bird, and we got Tacit Bird. I tried getting Dragon as the middle one, but I wasn't able to. And I was going to do something like Armadillo or something, but I feel like not as many people would get the reference. And this is everyone from RuneScape knowing. But, you know, to the general audience, like, you make your name Armadillo, it's like, no, people are not going to know what that is. So I went with the Mark Standard ones. We went with Bird. Good old Bird. Yeah, I'm kind of sad we weren't able to get Dragon, but I had to secure Tacit first. It was more important. This is what we go by. So it was way more important to get Tacit first. But by the time I did Tacit, someone, like 3 people already did Dragon. Actually, out of curiosity, I'm curious. Does Dragon even play? Nope. They literally grabbed it day one and then never played again. They sniped a really good name and then never returned. What a waste of a perfectly fine name. Alright, one more mining level. We're almost there. And then, honestly, after we start pivoting to Stonemason, once we get to 69, we got to start dumping into mining. Because the less we can grind this one ore, the better. This is like the worst ore in the entire game. It's the only thing that's really bad about mining right now. The carbonese ore. Then Deathstone's a little bit awkward, but I don't mind the Deathstone as much. I actually enjoy the Deathstone activity. It's really bad for knowledge points, but it's pretty chill. If you compare it to this kind of delay, it's not that bad. It's actually pretty comparable to Andesite. Just with a slightly different process. And slightly longer banking. But the ore itself is worth a lot more. Alright, we're boosted. Let me go Stonemason. There we go. Grab our last 3 rocks. Go bank it back. And one more load, and that should be 151 mining. Then we can move on to the juicy rock. Or the better rock. It's actually the worst one, but it's juicier than what we have now. Honestly, the XP rate there is good. The only thing that's annoying is you have to drop them all. But the actual XP rate on the next rock is actually not horrible. The issue is that you're banking nothing at all. You're not banking smithing XP, you're not banking stonemason XP. You're just dropping it on the ground. I will be initially banking them though. Just because I do need some amount. Yeah, there we go. It's so close. It's so far. I might as well just keep the potion in my inventory. And I'll go move on to the other rock. Unfortunately, I do have to go to that one bank again. Even though it's in the opposite direction, we're going to have to go there a billion times anyways when we go bank. I only want to bank like 200 of them, though. I think beyond that's going to be overkill. The weirdest part is this ore isn't even worth like extra. It just seems like they forgot a storage rift or something. There it is. We're out of here. Yeah, the game definitely needs more storage rifts. Alright, let me go bank all this. And then let's move to the good XP rock. Well, it doesn't need a lot more. There's just a few locations that are in the absolute middle of nowhere. Like, I'm fine with the limited storage rift system. There's just some locations that really need a storage rift that don't. The main one being this ore that we're about to go do. Because the storage rift I just used is the one that is closest to it. Which is 9 rooms away. Like, most of them are fine. This is one of the few situations where I'm like, oh yeah, you definitely need another storage rift here. Like, how is there not one? Yeah, this is me walking from my closest storage rift to the ore. You have to go all the way from here, all the way over there. It is so bad. Yeah, that's our closest storage rift, and here we are. Alright, now we get the really good XP, though. He's like, we were getting 1.5 earlier, now we're getting 1.3 with 10 veins. So much better. The problem is, unless we drop this, it's actually worse XP than what we were doing. If we bank this, this is actually worse XP than the rock we were already doing. It's only better if we bank it. I mean, if we don't bank it, I mean. I will be banking a few inventories, because I need at least a couple hundred. Like 200 probably. But beyond that, we're throwing it all on the ground after that. How much are these worth? Wait, they're worth even less? Wait. They're worth even less than the other stuff? How? Why? Why would you do such a thing? Okay, maybe I'm just banking like 100. I'll bank like 4 inventories. That is insane. It's worth less than the rock we were doing, but it's like 3 times the distance to a bank. Why would you do such a thing? Oh yeah, we get to start deleting some ore now. We're messing with a stack deleting mechanic. For any of you who don't know, you can only have 100 items in a stack. Anything beyond that deletes the oldest item in the stack. Luckily, you can't accidentally delete something by dropping something on it as it goes at the front of the stack. So you'd have to drop another 100 on it for it to actually get deleted. But if you drop over 100 items in a stack, it will delete the oldest item in that stack. We found that out when we were dropping ore here earlier. When we were dropping literal hundreds. But we found that out earlier. It's a weird mechanic that's almost never applicable. But whenever you stack over 100 items on one tile, it'll delete the oldest item in the stack. Anything new you put on it will go into the top of the stack. But we're only going to bank like 4 to 5 inventories or so. Because anytime we bank, we are just burning XP. Like so much XP. But I do need some amount of this ore more than 0. But beyond that, everything else will touch the ground. We're going to drop like 1,000 this ore, however many we need to. What's the old school RuneScape stack limit? There's no limit. Old school RuneScape, I believe, can actually support infinite stacks. It'd be hard to navigate the stack. The only weird limit it has is if you have a cash stack on top of a cash stack, it'll delete the cash stack because you can only have a 2.1 something bill. So if someone has max cash on them, but also drop something that gives you cash when you kill them in a PvP death, it'll delete the rest of the cash and only give you max cash. But beyond that, you can have like 1,000 items in a stack and I'm pretty sure it supports it. But Brighter Shores has a 100 item limit. Though realistically, you're never really going to hit it in most situations unless you're like deliberately trying to. Like under normal circumstances, you're never really going to hit the max cap. Because I can't think of too many activities in Brighter Shores where you even would try to stack 100 items on one single tile. The only reason I did it here was because I was deliberately trying to. But they actually despawn before you can actually get them there naturally. Like if I mined 10 of these, dropped them on the same tile and kept doing that, the older ones would despawn before the other ones would. The only way you can actually get 100 is if you repick them up, drop them, and then keep dropping on the same stack. You have to go out of your way to pick them up. So there's pretty much no instance in Brighter Shores where you're naturally going to have over 100 items in a stack unless you deliberately try to do it. There's no way you naturally occur and get a 100 plus item on a stack. Because even when I start dropping them, we're only going to get like 60 or 7. Yeah, I tried. We got over 100 items on a stack and it deletes the way that it works is we were trying it when we got bored here. Or not bored, but yeah, having the mine in the middle of nowhere drives you crazy sometimes. But as far as what we tested when we were messing around with a bunch of stuff with it, it's 100 is the max stack. And when you put more than 100, it starts to delete the oldest item. And if you put a different item on the stack, or any item for that matter, it goes to the top of the stack. So for example, if you have 100 in a stack, unless they drop a potion, that potion won't get deleted. It'll go to the top of the stack. You would then have to drop another, like 100 or 100 anything on it to actually delete the potion. Or delete whatever the first thing that you put down was. So you're never going to accidentally, like, delete something by doing that. Unless you somehow manage to keep juggling it and then put 100 objects on top of it. But whatever was last put on is, like, first in the queue. So if I get, like, 100 ore on the ground and drop my potion on it, it will not despawn the potion. It will despawn the 100th ore. Or, you know, the 100th oldest ore. But if I wanted to delete my potion, I would have to drop 100 ore on it. While also juggling the potion, but making sure to drop the potion first before juggling 100 ore on top of it. It's a relatively pointless mechanic. And it's almost never applicable in any situation. Because unless you're deliberately trying to, it's never going to happen. Because I think the max we'll get is like 60 or 70 in a stack if we just keep dropping them on one tile without picking them up. Alright, 2 to 3 more inventories and then we just drop them on the ground. Do multiple people's items count? No, I don't think so. I believe items are kept separately. So someone else dropping items on a tile will not affect you, or vice versa. I'm not 100% certain on that, but I'm almost confident that it only counts your own objects, not anyone else's. Due to how the object system works in this game. Because you never see anyone else's objects, so they shouldn't affect your ground stack. But yeah, someone dropping 100 ore on this potion stack shouldn't delete it. I have never tried, though. However, I assume it would not happen. Given that everyone's items are kind of in their own instance. It follows you between server to server. Like, the item someone else has on the ground shouldn't affect my items on the ground. However, I did not specifically test that, though. But it shouldn't affect any items. Like, that potion I have dropped right now shouldn't be deleted if someone drops 100 ore on that spot. In the same server. It shouldn't happen. However, I've never actually tested it. But I'm like 90% certain it will not get deleted if someone drops 100 ore on that tile. If I dropped 100 ore on that tile, it would. But someone else dropping 100 ore on that tile shouldn't delete that potion on the ground. I don't know. Does old school RuneScape have a stack limit? I've never really done a piece of content to test it, so I'm actually not sure. It likely has some kind of cap. I just feel like the cap both in Brighter Shores and old school RuneScape is so high that you're realistically never going to hit it. Unless you're actively trying to hit the cap. Oh, is that why next actually drops it under you? That's interesting. I am aware of that mechanic. When there's 20 or less people, it drops it at the boss. But if there are more than 20 people in the room, it drops it under you. I didn't realize that was the reason why they did that. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, maybe that is because of the stack limit. But yeah, I'm aware of that mechanic. I didn't realize that was because of the stack limit thing. But I'm pretty sure in Brighter Shores, other people's items on the ground don't affect yours like it does in Old School. Because in Old School, your ground is sheared. But in Brighter Shores, your ground is not sheared. Everyone has their own ground. What's also interesting about the ground in Brighter Shores is it follows you from server to server. And it follows you on logout. Like, if you drop something on the ground and there's a server update, your item will still be there. If you come back 9 minutes later after logging out, your item will still be there. As long as it hasn't did the 10-minute timer. If you switch servers multiple times and log out for like 9 minutes and, you know, then come back, it'll still be there. Like, it follows you from server to server. It follows you even if you log out. It follows you through server update. Though I wouldn't chance it with server updates, though, just in case. But it follows you, like, indefinitely as long as 10 minutes hasn't passed. The timer does still keep ticking down even when you're logged out, though. The 10-minute ground timer. But as long as 10 minutes haven't passed, your item will follow you, like, anywhere. In Brighter Shores. The only thing that despawns it is 10 minutes passing. At least currently. That or dropping 100 items on it. Those are the only two things that will despawn it. Is 10 minutes expiring or dropping 100 items on it. Yeah, 1 or 2 more inventories and then I'm going to start dropping them on the ground. In Chambers of Xerox masses, pot can get deleted from stack limit in the room. Interesting. Yeah, I've never done masses, so I wouldn't know. Never actually tried it. That's interesting. I've done Chambers of Xerox, but I've only ever done solo. Which I did do one with a friend at one point. For like a duo thing. But every single Chambers of Xerox I did otherwise was a solo, so I never tried like massing it. But that would make sense because you'd have a lot of items if you have like 100+ people. Yeah, that's one thing that's still kind of weird about the leaderboard, the opt-in system. I'm not 100% against it. I just wish there was like some kind of like shadow score of everyone who isn't opted in. Like don't show their name, but still show like, hey, someone is here with this score. Because I'm pretty sure something like that would still work within UK laws with how it's set up. Where you don't show the name, but you still show like, hey, someone's here on the high scores kind of thing. Like just have like a blank spot there of no name. Kind of like how people have no name above their head if they choose not to have it. Do the same thing, but for the high scores, essentially. Where you still show that someone is there, but you don't show their name. Yeah, or number skips. So if someone's not on the leaderboard, it simply just shows, like, let's say 2 people are, like, hidden rank 1 and 2. It would just show the top person as number 3. And then the next person is, like, number 5, because 4th is also hidden or something similar. Yeah, you can also do number skip things. Not even show it at all, and just number skip for everyone that is hidden. I feel like that would get a little bit confusing, though, number skipping. When you look at a high score and you see, like, oh, 3rd place as the top person. I feel like that would get a little confusing. Compared to if it had a blank number 1. Like, to a veteran player, it makes sense. But to a completely new player, if they look at a leaderboard and see, you know, the 1st place is 3rd, they'd be like, wait, what's going on here? Whereas blank spots make it like, oh yeah, that's very obviously they're just hidden. But completely blank would be kind of weird. Like, I get the point. Or, you know, like number skipping. I just feel like it's more confusing for newer players if you do number skipping, though. I'm going to bank one more inventory and then stop banking these. I just wanted to bank a few just so I have them for later. But this is exceedingly inefficient to bank these. But I need some amount of ore, so I'm banking a few. You love just going up and down in leaderboard? Yeah, I've been bouncing from like 20 to 22 for forever now. Ever since we came back from doing old school RuneScape leagues. Currently we're 21, trying to reclaim 20. He's not moving currently, though. It could just be they didn't get updated. But, yeah, we're only 9 levels away if he's currently not playing. We're technically 10 because I have to pass him. Yeah, we're only 10 levels away from reclaiming top 20. Assuming he's not going to keep moving up. I believe Asura is currently playing right now, but I don't believe Empathetic is. As far as like currently on gaining XP. Obviously they're both still active, but you know what I mean. Also, Feathers has been dropping quite a bit. They've been playing a lot less. I'm not sure if they're doing RuneScape Leagues or just busy with life or something else. They're still playing, but their number has been moving up very slowly compared to normal. As if they're almost just like only doing the AFK activity or something. Because they were as high as like rank 6 or 7 or something. And now they're all the way down at 15. Like we fell, but we didn't fall that far. That's like mega falling. That or they're focusing on 500s potentially. I didn't actually see what they're gaining XP in. It could be that they're trying to go for a 500 skill right now or something. Which would be very slow total XP. During the duration of leagues, you gained a lot of rank. 600 to 300? Nice. Yeah, any of you guys still playing leagues? How have you been enjoying it? Or not? Because I personally, I had a lot of fun with it this year. Same as last year. I'm still AFKing it right now. Obviously, it's just not on screen and everything. Alright, this will be the last one we bank. And we're just going to go power mining and drop them all on the ground. Got a lot of detective levels during leagues. Yeah, one of the best things to have done during that time would have been raid dens. Thing watch person to detective. All the way to like 200, 200, or any number. Oh, you know what I got today? I didn't really announce it, but we got the Rocky pet in leagues. So now I finally have my third pet. Because I got Vorkaf last year. We got the Scurious Rat King boss thing during stream a couple days ago. And yeah, I just got Rocky during the stream. I didn't really make an announcement what happened. It was like an hour or two ago. Actually, I think it was an hour ago because we would be streaming for 2 hours. But yeah, we got Rocky pet now. Because we're AFK thieving right now. To get 50 mil crafting and 50 mil smithing. It's kind of funny because I don't think there's a single account I have in old school RuneScape that doesn't have the Rocky pet, the thieving pet. It's basically a detective, but the opposite. But on every account I've ever made in old school RuneScape, I've gotten that pet. Without even trying. Alright, time to start power mining. Every ore we get here, fourth is going to hit the ground. Nice. We got the interface stall movement. Nice. Got to get that efficiency in there. I wonder if anyone has actually found a glitch in Brighter Shores with interface stalling. Because they should really be careful with that. Having an interface open while you're moving is never a good sign. You can do that in multiple different ways in Brighter Shores right now. I haven't tried testing to see if there's some kind of big exploit for it. But I wouldn't be surprised if someone has found something. And hasn't reported it. Because interface stalling is never a good thing. It can only lead to a lot of bad things. Like, I'm not gonna need this map. Let me go make this, like, really big. Because I need my inventory to, drop these quicker. People like to dox top leaderboard players. That's kind of interesting that you say that. Because I was actually having some weird connection issues in Brighter Shores yesterday. Which is weird because yesterday was the first time we got back on 20. So it's kind of funny that you mentioned that. Because I've been having such good connection for a while. But we reached top 20 on Leaderboard again yesterday and actually started having some connection issues the other day. So I wonder if that was related. Pretty sure this is pure coincidence, but you never know. But see, the first day in like weeks that I've had any connection issue. Or even in just like almost a month. It was when we reclaimed 20 yesterday. So maybe it's strategic to stay below top 20 then. Luckily we're at 21, so we're doing perfectly. But yeah, it's kind of interesting that you mentioned that because, yeah, I started getting issues around that time. I just thought it was my connection. But I found it really weird because only my Brighter Shores was disconnecting. My OBS wasn't, and my, you know, the old school RuneScape Leagues wasn't. Maybe just people looking up our stats. Who knows? I have no clue. Even if I do make top 20 again to stream, we're just gonna fall the second we go to bed, so... We're only like pseudo top 20. Even if we get top 20 to stream, by the time I go to bed, we'll wake up not top 20. We need Rendy on the game? Yeah. Yeah, Rendy likes to break a lot of stuff. It's kind of funny because aside from how much he utilizes glitches, because normally I try to play clean without any glitches or exploits or anything, even if it's allowed in a given game. However, he actually plays the game, like, ignoring all the glitchiness that he does. He plays the game very similar to how I play old school, in that he pretty much only plays level 3 skillers and defense pure skillers. Like, the playstyle that he does is exactly what I do in old school throughout the 20-year history. I have almost exclusively played level 3 skillers and defense pure skillers. The only other accounts I made were like a few pure PvP accounts for various PvP builds. But beyond that, I almost exclusively play level 3 skillers or defense pure skillers. I even had a defense pure skiller before summoning defense pures, and then also summoning defense pure back in 2008, back when that was a big thing. As well as one in old school. It's actually the name that has Tacit in old school. If you look up Tacit in OSRS, that's my defense pure. It's still not maxed yet, but it's pretty progressed. It's probably like top 20 defense pure in the game. Like top 20, top 30. I haven't really played it since 2017 though. Like 2018 actually, I think is the last year I really like properly played it. So it's been like a good 6 years. It's pretty progressed. It also has the name Tacit. I just haven't transferred it to a different account because there isn't a good way to do so currently in old school. Without it getting sniped by someone or a bot. Do you have to click on the KP interface or use keys? Is there a hotkey for the knowledge point? I'm not aware of one. I never click it, so I'm not sure. I always just manually click on it. But does anyone know? Is there hotkeys that you can actually do when a knowledge point pop-up comes up? Because I've just been clicking every time. Yeah, I know. That's something I had yesterday. Now that someone brings that up, that's really interesting. Because I had connection issues for the first time ever yesterday. In Brighter Shores. Like, consistently. And it was only Brighter Shores. But it was around the time when I hit rank 20. So that's really weird. Yeah, it seems like people are, like, DDoSing or something based on Leaderboard or something. I have no clue how. But they're definitely doing something. Because I didn't have any connection issues until we got rank 20 again yesterday. Or, you know, reclaimed it. So maybe it's actually really strategic for me to not get to 20. Like, we might naturally have it happen. Actually, we're about to, actually. Oh, no, no, good. We went back down. Never mind. Yeah, keep going, Ashura. Actually, keep us off on top 20. We'll stay at 21. You got this, Ashura. Keep going. Yeah, it's pretty sad if true. But yes, Ashura, save me. Because I might pass empathetic, but if as long as Ashura's ahead of me, we won't get top 20. Which will actually be strategically good. 21's basically the same as 20. But if people are actually DDoSing people on top 20, that's so lame. But it would explain the connection issues I had yesterday around the time I got to top 20. Again. We'll just hover around 21, then it'll be fine. We haven't had a single issue yet today. But it's because we haven't touched top 20 at all today. Up there's my 69 stack. So the highest I think we can ever get is a 70 stack. You can get to 100 and it starts deleting. But unless you pick it all up and put it back down, you're never going to get higher than a 69. Or technically a 70. It just says 69. I wonder if he did that deliberately just so he'd have the funny number. But yeah, the realistic max stack is a 70, but it shows us up as plus 69. Let's keep the 69 stack going. Oh, no, go back, no. So currently it says 79, but I believe it starts despawning any second now. Forget exactly whenever the 10-minute timer is. But by the time we come back, the 79 should be a 69. I'm pretty sure it starts despawning soon. Let's see, pick it up and drop them back down. What about when we're rank 16? I think they only recently did it. It seems like they started doing it in the last week. Because you have to keep in mind, we've been playing Brighter Shores the last week, but we were doing so in a way that we're not keeping our rank. So, you know, we were constantly going down. Like, we weren't top 20 the whole last week. So they must have only started it recently. Yeah, we were as high as like rank 14 at one point. But they must have only started within the last week. But within the last week, we dropped below 20. So we're never actually in top 20 until yesterday, which is the first time we had connection issues with it. So that means they only started doing it recently, like in the last like 6-7 days. It was feathers all along. Oh gosh, feathers. How could you? No, it wasn't feathers. Alright, never mind. We're about to get a 999 stack right now. Ooh. There it is. The 100 stack. There it is. So, I'm about to show something. Notice my potion on the top, and then I take it. Now I'll say 98. Notice how it says 98? We just deleted an ore from this plane of existence. Yeah, I just deleted an ore right there. Poor ore. Rip the ore. They always deleted one ore. Now there's 99 in the stack. Because my potion went to the top of the stack, but it deleted the ore all the way at the bottom of the stack. That's what I was talking about before with the 100 stack limit. Me dropping the potion there deleted the last ore in the stack. And put my potion at the top of the stack. But when I grabbed the potion, it went down because it deleted the ore that was the oldest in the stack. I'm not sure why they're not despawning, though. Did they change the ground timer or something? You should be despawned by now. Oh, yeah, now some of them are despawning. Oh, that's a really long 10 minutes. There we go. Now we have 100 in a stack again. Good old 100 stack. Yeah, that's the stack limit. 100 items. Let's go look at them. All 100 of them. Yeah, that's the stack limit in Brighter Shores. Now take all trade, take all trade. No, even when trading comes out, you're likely only going to be able to do it in Chapter 4. If only there was a storage rift nearby. So I didn't have to drop every single last one of these. This is like one of the only few locations in the game where I feel like legitimately they need to add a storage rift. Because 9, 9, and 10 are not close at all. The closest room to a resource should not be 9 away. It's just absurd. Is it near a teleport? Yes, that's one of the 9s. There's a storage rift that's 9 rooms away, and there's a teleport that's also 9 rooms away. The problem is if you use the teleport, you have to go use a different rift. Or bank at the ore deposit thing. Which in a sense uses 10 rooms instead of 9. If you look at it that way. So technically it's 10, 10, and 9. You just have to go out of your way slightly to go deposit the ore. Yeah, bridge over the river would make it quicker. If there was a bridge right here, it would be only 2 rooms away. No, 3. It'd be 3 rooms away from a storage box if there's a bridge to get across the river. The problem is there's currently no bridge to get across the river. And due to that lack of bridge, it's 9 away instead of 3. But yeah, a bridge right there would fix everything. As it would go from 9 away to 3 away. Yeah, we gotta go build a bridge. We need the bridge quest. The building bridge with goblins quest. Where the kobolds and goblins unite to build a bridge. Well, technically it would unite the goblins and the goblins. But that's where all the corrupted goblins are, which is why there's not a bridge. Probably. Because all the corrupted goblins are over there. No new ore monument bridge? Yeah, you need 490 mining to build the bridge. Because the bridge is actually made with mining deposits. But you need to mine the wall with increasingly higher level. That's also the new AFK mining activity. Where you can click like once every minute and just mine the wall. Though, mining and woodcutting really do need it. Honestly, almost every skill in this game needs like active AFK. There's so little active AFK in Brighter Shores right now. Luckily, the feature that he's adding soon, not the transmog, but the one after transmogs, should help a lot with that. When you can queue up an entire room's resource at once. Like, you know how AFK would be if I could queue up every ore in this room in one go? Alright, what's our game plan here? What's my mining level right now? Our mining level is currently... well, we need to get 158 is the bottom line. We're at 152. Not sure what the game plan is here. Because I got my stonemason, so I can start doing stonemason right now. I'm not sure what the angle is here. Because I can't do a real ore until 163. We are at 152. There's a bit of a gap between those two numbers. Like, we will be able to do some amount of blast mining, but blast mining will only last so long. Like, at most, it's like 2 levels. Which means even once we get to 158, at best, we're going to get to like 160 from blast mining. Yeah, combat is pretty AFK, but that's just because special attacks don't exist yet. Combat will be a lot less AFK once we have special attacks. These are always going to use every special attack whenever you can, when applicable. And we don't know exactly how often that would be, but it's often than not that would make it so much less AFK compared to how it is now. But it'd be worth it for the DPS increase. It's one of the other reasons I've been holding off on combat. Is I actually do want to actively train combat. The only reason I'm doing AFK detective is because we can. Or, you know, detective watch person. But when I actually train in, like, every other area, as well as gear up for Chronopolis, we're going to be actively doing combat, not AFKing combat. And special attacks would help so much with that. Because special attacks likely won't be able to be auto-queued. You're going to have to actually manually use them when you want them. The hypothetical bridge would be a quest with construction. The problem is, it would have to be some skill that's already in this chapter. So it'd either have to be mining, or smithing, or stonemason, or bonewright. Making a bridge out of metal, stone, and bone. To combine all three together. To make the metal stone bridge. Or the metal stone bone bridge. Metal frame, bone planks with a stone structure. Just to make carbonese ore easier to mine. Or bank, I should say. All that effort rather than adding a single storage rift. I know, they're being deleted. The ore is disappearing in front of our eyes. Yeah, stonemason's kind of like construction, kind of. I say carpentry is probably the closest though, as well as builder next chapter. But kind of. No, go back. Stonemason is construction technically, IRL technically, yeah. Oh, we got a new AFK activity we can't do. I have 5 levels and we can do blast mining. I'm just not sure how long I want to stay at this activity because I gotta... Before I can put more knowledge into stonemason, I need to use all my stone that I currently have banked. So I'm trying to figure out the in-between that we should do right now. I feel like I should mine these to 155. Putting all my knowledge into mining. And then do stonemason. Also putting all of our knowledge into mining. And then figure out where we are from there. Which is probably not 158 mining. And even if it is, the best blast mining will get us is the 160, and I need 163. With the 165 being our end goal. But I believe we do stick on these until 155. Honestly, this is probably our best EXP rate all the way to 163, to be honest. Like, blast mining is good EXP, but it's so bad for knowledge. Like, so bad. And this one's about to scale like crazy. I think it was only doing 1% per ore. Or it should be doing like 2-3% per ore. It scaled really weirdly compared to how long it takes to do compared to average mining. Actually, does the wiki have the exact number for blast mining XP? Let me go check that. I'm actually really curious if it has it or not. Because whatever this number is way too low. Wait, what? There it is. Wait, does this tell the knowledge rate? No, it does not tell you how much knowledge you get. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it doesn't have the knowledge breakdown per thing. I know for some skills it does. Yeah, currently there is no knowledge number here. It says like the exact number of knowledge given. Did I ever find the Brighter Shores map, interactive map? It's so nice. You're glad someone made it. Much easier time finding specific locations. Well, you can easily find it on your own map thingy, though. Like, what's the use case for it at the moment, other than, like, maybe a brand new area that just came out or something? Because the in-game feature technically already has it. Like, if I want to know where this is, boom, there it is. I found it. If I want to know where this thing is, it's right over there. Found it. But no, I haven't actually checked it yet. I was not sure what the use case is for it, though. Because I can't think of anything that I don't know the location of already. Like, obviously for newer players and stuff, it'd be fine. I mean, like, as far as our current needs, I can't think of something I would even use it on. Oh, yeah, trying to figure out a certain location, that would be good for. It'd be good for a quest if you're not using a quest guide, but you want to figure out where her name is. Because currently the map is lacking a search option for, like, given shops or for given names of locations. Like, if I wanted to know where the Crumbling Passage is, I have no clue where that is. I know where the worm is. But if I had to find where Crumbling Passage is, I would not know that that is Crumbling Passage right there. Yeah, that makes sense. It'd be good for finding names of locations. Because there's currently no search option on the in-game map for it. Alright, that would make sense. Okay. I see the one use case for it now. It'd be really good for finding a name of location. In post-game, you never need to do that, though. But there are some quests that make you go to, like, some random location you never heard of. And you actually have to find it where it is on the map. Or possibly not even have it unlocked. And then also need to find it. But yeah, that's like the one use case that'd be pretty good for it. So one thing I haven't checked yet, is there anyone in the game who can currently make 200 4-stars yet? Does anyone actually know? There has to be someone by now, I feel like, who like rushed it. Because at our current rate, honestly, we'd probably reach it within like a week if we just kept doing exactly what we're doing right now. Not to say that we are, but you never know. But if I kept only training chapter 3, I feel like I'd be at there in the next week or two. The ability to make 200 from scratch. But the only exception being the bones. But that's a later issue. That'll be fixed once I have more money to invest in the bone tool. Because I want at least a level 25 tool before I do Gatherer. From drops? Yeah, you can technically get bones from Scout as well. It's just a lot more consistent doing it through Gatherer. Unless special attacks are out by then. But yeah, that is an interesting angle. Does anyone know, is it actually viable enough to kill for bones rather than gather for bones? Like, do things in the Scout skill actually drop bones commonly enough that you could source all your bones just from killing? I feel like even if that is a thing, you'd probably gain way more from Gatherer. But it is an angle. You technically don't need Gatherer to get bones. But I feel like it'd be a lot more consistent than killing for bones. Because honestly, the Scout cape looks pretty clean. I don't think I would use it over, like, the 500 watch person cape. Out of any combat cape that isn't the 500 watch person cape, I think it might be my second favorite. The Mindfighter one's actually pretty high there too, though. Never mind. Honestly, I like all the combat capes. The only combat cape I'm not a fan of is the 500 guard cape. Something about it just looks too plain to me. It looks like it was like the first cape they ever made, compared to every other cape. I don't know, something about it just seems pretty average. It seemed like they was like their trial run when they were first pitching to themselves. Like, what should we make the skill capes? And that was like the first iteration. Like, oh yeah, we could do something like this. All right, now let's go make the real ones. It seemed like it was like the trial for them testing. Like, does this concept work? And it's like, yeah, that works, but let's do it a little bit differently for all the other ones. I wouldn't be surprised if Guard was the first 500 cape they ever made, design-wise. Because it shows. But it's like the only combat cape I'm not a fan of. Every other one actually looks really good. Yeah, it's definitely faster to gather for bones. I'm just not sure the overall viability of killing for bones. Because I've never really tried it. Because even though I have level 33 Scout, almost all that is quest XP. Like, we did Spider Quest at 25, and it brought us to like 26 or 27 or 28 or whatever it was. And then I did the other quest at 30, that brought me to 33. I've done almost zero combat in that area. As at least like a third of my total XP is literally just quest XP. Maybe even half. Because the number of levels I've gotten from quests is a little bit lower. But the total amount of XP I've gotten from quests in that region, honestly, it's like almost half the total XP. I've done so little Scout. Same as Guard. Almost all of it's quest XP. There's 3 quests in that area that gives you Guard XP. I've almost barely even touched the Guard skill. The only one I've really done properly is probably Mindfighter. Since obviously a lot of Chronopolis is AFKing raid dens. The only one I've really done properly is, well, even if you even call it that. But Mind to Matubin. Mindfighter. Like that one we did with no AFK raid dens and without quest XP. Well, you did get some quest XP, but not as much. Compared to how high it currently is. Well, not high, but you know. 59 for us is high. Compared to 31 and 33. It's higher. It's mostly because I'm waiting for special attack weapons. Then we're really going to pivot to combat. Especially if I can make 4-star 200s by then. Or technically 199s. But if I can make 4-star 199s by then, we're going to be golden. Oh gosh, I forgot. It stalls you if you do it that way. Alright, fine. I'll do it the other way. I'll do it here and then interface stall over here. There we go. You happy now, game? There you go. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to put that into mining. There we go. I hope they fix that in the future. I hate that like every action stalls you. But there is a way that you can do it to unstall yourself. You just have to get the click before this screen comes up. And lets you walk around with an interface open. Which I hope they change. It's convenient right now for moving to your skilling location, but there's probably something really broken with it that we're not aware of. That someone will find and will completely break the game at some point. The problem is when you can start getting like 2 or 3 interfaces open at once is the problem. And we already know a way of stalling one. But hopefully there's nothing malicious you can do with it at the moment. Actually, that is something I haven't actually tried yet. I haven't actually tried opening 2 interfaces at once. Which would be very bad if you can. But I've never actually tried. I know a couple ways that we can implement it. I try it on our next thing. The only problem is you'd have to kind of do it with Merchant. I feel like would be the easiest one to do it with. Or mining if you're next to that one lady in the bone place. Maybe I'll try it on her, because we're going to bank some of them there anyways. Might as well. When we go pivot over to Stonemason. I'll go test it on my next knowledge point. See what happens. You did scout to 50 and collected a decent amount of bones, but definitely not enough. Okay. See, I'll just stick to Gatherer then. We'll stick to plan A. Which is get Rick to level 25 and then do Gatherer. But the second I do that, honestly, I'm doing Gatherer probably to the highest tier bone. Maybe not all in one go. But if I'm doing that, I'm going all the way till some number. I'll find it eventually. 197. Or at least 184. Because I need to suppone the bone rate somehow when we make armor out of it. And we're going to need all of them to 200 eventually anyway, so... It's not like we're going out of our way for something. The good old 100 stack. That's weird. Why weren't they stacking like that earlier? I was doing this exact same thing earlier, and I felt like they were only stacking to like 70. Right now, they're pretty consistently stacking to 100. Which is max stack. Also, I'm in such a mining focus right now. It's one that I think I've been addicted to mining again. It's one of the reasons I mentioned it the other day too. It's one of the reasons we picked Cryonite. Is I knew I would love mining plus smithing, and I did. But now we actually get to do it some. Now that we finally have an upgraded pickaxe and everything. We're starting to get to like the grindy portion of Brighter Shores, but honestly, this is what I live for. I love the grind. I know it's probably not the most interesting thing, but if you guys ever want to chat about anything, let me know. I'll show you how to make it slightly more interesting. We need more flashy lights on the screen. Pew 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 pew. But no, I could easily do this for a whole like 12 hours, 7 weeks, or you know, for 7 days straight. Was it 7 weeks straight? We're not gonna be doing it that much. Don't worry. I mostly need 197 mining. We're not doing all that today. Our end goal for today is 165, which is 11 levels. At least that gives us the new venture, so we can get the better dynamite. I do need to pivot over to stonemason soon, though, so I can see what our stonemason level is, so I can start putting my XP into stonemason instead of mining. I think we're getting just about 155, 156. Then when we do stonemason, we put it all into mining. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the other comment. You made 46% Hope Forest XP pots from killing bears and outlaws. Nice. Oh yeah, they do drop a bunch of that material. I keep forgetting. Almost every... It's kind of weird because Chapter 4 doesn't seem to really drop any alchemy supplies other than pearls, but those are barely useful because you just buy it with merchant. But that's one thing that's really weird about Chapter 4. In Chapter 1, 2, and particularly 3, you get a lot of alchemy supplies from killing things. But it's a bit of an outlier in Chapter 4. Because I think there's only one unit in the entire chapter that drops them. And it's not even worth banking them normally because the merchant skill makes them so cheap that you just buy them from the shop pretty conveniently. Especially with how much closer to a bank the shop is compared to the place where you actually kill for them. Because the kill location is actually further from a shop than, or from a bank than the shop is. So it's not even really worth picking them up. Not just from how much you'd have to keep banking them, but also because the distance between them. It's actually worth paying the fee of the merchant just to get them more conveniently banked. Because it's so much quicker just buying them. Even at the higher tier pearls where they're like, you know, like a silver or 2 or whatever each. It is still worth just buying them because of how big the merchant discount is. But I already have a boost. Try to drink a potion. That's one weird thing. It doesn't let you drink a boost potion when you already have a boost potion. Like, you can't, like, pre-boost your next boost. It's just a little bit weird because it's not, like, an auto-drink function either. So you're always going to have some amount of downtime where you have no boost at all. Because you can't pre-boost. Because you can't drink a potion when you already have a potion effect. I'm not sure why. It feels like we're getting XP quicker than yesterday, though. It could be because, honestly, these are actually pretty good XP rate. If you're dropping them and not banking them at all. Like, we're not getting any smithing XP, but gosh, it's a good amount of mining XP. Because the previous rock was 1.5k, and we were, like, waiting forever for the respawn. Because we're pretty much not waiting at all, and getting 10%. And while it is slightly less per ore, it is more overall. As per set, we're getting, well, like 13,000 XP. Whereas before, we were getting 6 times that, like 9,000. Pretty much the same amount of time. And that's only for one rock upgrade. It's LP Medic. Welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. We're on the mining grind. Our goal for today is 165 for mining. About to pivot to some stonemason soon, as I need to go use up all the ore I have. Or the stone, I should say. I just realized I'm gotta go etch all the stone, don't I? It's not pre-etched because I wasn't able to etch it until level 69. I thought I'd just be able to go there and start just crafting, but I forgot. We actually have to etch all of our stones. How many levels an hour of mining? I have no clue. I haven't been tracking XP rate directly. It's definitely pretty quick, though. This might actually be one of the quickest mining methods if you drop the ore. But it requires you to drop the ore, which is not ideal. But banking, it's just so inefficient. I did bank about 100 of them, though. But it's just because I need some of them. It's a cryonite. But the rest of our 100 max stack is on the ground. Because you can't put more than 100 on the ground at one time. On one tile. Well, yesterday, how many did we gain yesterday? I think we gained 24 mining levels yesterday. What did we start at today? Because today we started at, like 147? So we're currently at 7 levels gained today, almost 8. We've only been going for 2.5 hours. So we're getting like 2.5 levels an hour? Depends if we're putting knowledge on or anything. Because I haven't been putting knowledge on mining yet, but I'm about to. Just because I can't put it on stonemason until I use all my stone. But for now, I think we get this to 155. And then after 155, we do the stone pivot. Alright, next load should be the level we need. I guess I'll do 2 trips just because we're going to be on XP pot anyways. Oh, yeah, I don't actually need to drop these, do I? Well, I just pick them up when I leave. That's fine. It's not like the stack is going anywheres. It's not like our 100 ores are going anywheres anytime soon. We're going to despawn, but not that quickly. Oh, we're already at 155. I still want to use the rest of this XP pot, though. And once this XP pot is down, yeah, we'll go do the stonemason shift for a little bit. We go do stonemason until we get all of our stone processed. I think I have like 300 granite. I gotta etch it and then craft it into something. And then sell it all. After that, we can go back to mining. And during that, I'll be putting all my knowledge into mining. But then after that, I'll probably put all my knowledge into stonemason. Or maybe keep putting into mining, we'll see. I actually don't need to drop it this time, for once. Actually, give me 3. That way I'll grab 10 right here and we'll be good to go. Ugh. And we'll just teleport right over there. Yeah, I'll go bank these, and time to do some stonemason. And I guess I will use the pots I currently have on me. But I'll use them only for knowledge points. Which means it's time to start the timer. A 9-minute timer. It's time. You have been called once again. Alright, there we go. Alright, let me go store these away real quick. Let's see, how many do we have? I know it's not a lot, I just want to see. Oh, I got like 1 inventory less than last time, that's fine. Yeah, I got 168 last time, I got 143 this time. Oh wait, never mind, I got a lot. Wait, what? I banked a lot of them last time, what? Why do I have so much tier 3 carbonates? Wait, did I bank all of them the last time I was there? I know for sure we're still dropping some. Why on earth is there so much banked? Wow. What? I don't remember banking that much. I know I banked some. I didn't realize I banked like 1,000 of them. That's insane. Alright, time to go etch our stones. Alright, now we can do our 69 granite. Which should be this one, I believe. Yep, 69 granite. Give me that, thank you. Hey, Conqueror's here, nice. Ooh, look at that Minefighter cape. Oh no, is that the mining cape? Never mind. That's a 200 miner cape. Ooh, that's what we're working on. We're getting there. That'll be us in a few days at this rate. But he must be processing all his mined rocks. He's after 200. I could only imagine how much he has banked at this point. Must be a pretty good stack. Yeah, this is why we need 69 black mason. I mean, black mason. Stonemason. I just combined blacksmith with stonemason. But, this is why we need 69 stonemason. Because you can't use this until 69. The funny number. Oh, that's some lag right there. Whoa. Like, it doesn't glitch out like it did at launch. Someone saying hello. Oh, there he is. Yeah, how much timer did that use up? We could do like 3 inventories before we have to pick up the potion every time. We only have 320 something rocks to go. And then we can go craft them into actual stuff we can go sell. And hopefully that gives us stonemason like 75 or so. Actually, not sure where our next product is though. Let's see, if this is at 69. How many objects do we think we can use this on? 3 or 4? 1, 2, 3. Definitely at least 3. So 79 or 81 is our next threshold. Does anyone know? Any hammer mages out there? Do you know when Deathstone starts? I want to say moderate great hammer, but I'm not sure if it's throwing hammer. I want to say moderate great hammer, so it's probably 81. I think we have to get to 81 for next threshold. Not 100% certain. Because I have no clue what it is for Bone Right or Hammer Mage. I know the mining one, or the smithing one. 79? Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure. The throwing hammers? Okay, perfect. Because I know them all for smithing for the most part. Well, not all of them, but, you know, I know the smithing one decently well. Because we're a Cryo Knight. But I have no clue what any of the thresholds are for Stonemason or Bone Right. Yeah, that means we can start doing our Deathstone at 79 then. Our Tier 2 Deathstone. Actually, how much Tier 2 Deathstone do I even have? Let me go check. I know the answer is not a lot, but I definitely have some. $72! Oh, that's not good. Oh yeah, there it is, 79. Yep, you guys are right. Oh, that's not good. What's the threshold after that? That'd be the next flint. Ooh, that's gonna be rough. That means I gotta go from like 80, 81 all the way to whatever this number says. Okay, only 87. That's not too bad. But that means after all this granite and then maybe the 1 level I get from all the Deathstone, the rest has to be all knowledge points until 87. It's not ideal, but that's what we'll be dumping our knowledge points into. Oh, also, I didn't put it in the title, but I believe officially as of today, we can start making level 100 4-star equipment. But the goal, of course, being 199s or 200, whatever you want to call it. But 199s for 4 stars. Which, of course, will require 199 in each of these 4 skills. And at that point, obviously, we're getting them to 200. The main reason for 199 is the rarity falls off the cliff after 200. Similar to how you want to build things at like 19 instead of 20. If you're at like that really low range. Same thing happens from 199 to 200. The rarity just spikes off a cliff. I'm not sure exactly how much rarer it is, but if it's anything like everything else in this game, it's at least 4 times rarer to get a 3-star at that point. I'm not sure the exact rate, but I would assume 4 times if it's like everything else in this game. Like, it is 4 times easier to get a 199 3-star than it is to get a 200, most likely. Not sure the exact rarity difference, but almost everything is 4 times in this game. So it makes sense if it's 4 times rarer. Not sure if the wiki has the data on it or anything. But my current understanding is that's 4 times rare. But I haven't had the chance to test it, of course, or do anything with it. As we're not quite there yet. Who knows, it could even be higher than 4 times rare. That'd be rough if it was, though. Also, does anyone know how much is the 200 skill keep cost? Isn't it like 2.5 gold? Because whenever we start getting our smithing up, we gotta go waste 2.5 gold. It's 3... Oh gosh, it's 3 gold. Oh no, it's even more expensive. It's 3.1. Yeah, there's Gino in chat as well as mentioning it. There's actually 3.1 gold. Oh no. That's 0.6 more gold than I was expecting. That's fine though. We could waste 3 gold. That's like 1 pickaxe upgrade. Because honestly, that's gonna be our cape for like the rest of time. Is I'm not replacing it until I get 500 watch person. And I am not rushing 500 watch person, so it is going to be a very long time. Once we get to 200 smithing cape, it is not leaving our back for like half a year probably. Oh yeah, you know what else happened today? Our mining level is officially higher than our smithing level. I finally caught it up for once. We were behind for the longest time, but it's finally caught up. It's actually getting so high that I might eventually get to an ore that I can't actually process. Which, actually, how high would that be? I forget what ore I can currently do. I'll know the second I look at my items, though. I won't be able to do that with stonemason or bonerite, but just looking at this, I'll immediately know. I can currently do up to... Oh gosh, this is that weird one. I believe this is that weird, carbonese one. So I can currently do up to carbonese, which is exactly what I'm mining right now. But that actually means I can't currently process my blue ore right now. That's interesting. But yeah, I can't currently use my blue ore. You know, the thing that we're trying to mine up to today? I actually can't even use it. It's outside my smithing level. I can use the carbonese that we were just getting, but the blue ore that we're trying to end on today, as well as the venture at 165, but this 163 blue ore I can't actually use for smithing yet. The highest I can use is the carbonese that we're mining right now, that we've barely been banking. But yeah, we're finally going to hit the point where our mining outpaces our smithing for the first time ever on this account. It's going to feel like a weird feeling, but all we have to do is just process some of our ores and we'll be fine. But it'll be the first time it ever passes it, though. You get 210s. Yeah, that was the issue I had initially. And then I'm like, why am I putting this in all these skills when I'm going to need to gather eventually anyways? It makes sense if you're utilizing it a ton for combat. But then I just kind of realized, like, wait, special attacks aren't coming for like another, like, several weeks. I might as well just not bother. Because he already announced everything he's doing in the near future. So now we're like pivoting the pivot into the pivot. Because I really don't need that skill to be up. We need the gathering skills way more. because he already announced the next few things he's doing. He's going to be adding transmogs for the Christmas event, as well as probably a Christmas event. He's going to be adding, after that, he's going to be doing, I already forgot what it was. He's going to, oh yeah, queuable actions. And then after queuable actions, you go do player-to-player trading. And then he'll probably get to special attacks. But we're getting a Christmas event, or just transmogs for Christmas. But I assume it will come with a small event as well, knowing him. There's definitely going to be some kind of very small holiday event with Paul Gower humor. I'm actually curious if Paul Gower is going to write the Christmas event, because it's probably going to be very funny. I might actually read it. I haven't read much dialogue in this game, but if Paul Gower is writing this Christmas event, I think I got to read it when we do it. But yeah, we're going to have that in the Christmas event, most likely. The transmogs in the Christmas event. He's then going to do queuable actions. And then after that, he's doing player-to-player trading. He didn't say that special attacks are after that, but I assume special attacks are then after that. And it's going to take him a good few weeks. Probably the rest of this year. So special attacks might not be until early next year. Though he did say he'd post a video on it this week, but he still hasn't yet. But they're probably not coming until early next year. Like first, second week next year. Because transmogs will probably finish in the next week. Queuable actions will probably take at least another week. And player-to-player trading could easily take 2 weeks. Finishing whatever he needs to do with that. Just to make sure it's stable and everything. Which is basically the rest of this month. So one nice thing about doing this, the higher we go, like once we start getting like 100 plus on processing, whenever we sell this stuff, it's actually going to sell for a pretty penny. Like just these stones alone are, oh, these are lower ones, but the higher stones that we're doing, once we get to them, we already seen they're over a silver each, which means the products are going to be easily like 4 or 5 each, even if they're only 1 star. Because I've already seen what some of the 200 plus gear looks like, and gosh, is it expensive. There's some 200 plus gear that we saw. We saw a 2-star in the shop earlier. And I actually didn't buy it even though it was an upgrade for me. For like a 205 2-star. You know how expensive that is? There's only like 20 extra defense or something. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are going to be using base 199s for a while. Like 4-star 199s. Because, gosh, does everything fall off a cliff after 200? XP rate-wise, rarity-wise, everything-wise. Price-wise. But it also means you make a lot more from the gathering and combat after that point. Combat and gathering just prints money after 200. Not too much prior, but after 200 it starts going crazy. You still make some from it, obviously, prior, but not as much as post 200. Oh, I gotta reset the thingy. I'll do it after this set. Actually, I might as well drink it, actually. And I think we're putting it into mining. Just because I really got to get to our next rock. Honestly, we really need to get to 163. And let me go touch the potion. I gotta remember if this one to actually use the knowledge point. And not just let it sit there while we still have the XP pot going. Yeah, 150 is when we get to Death Stone. I gotta remember, if we happen to get there while still doing Stonemason, which I'm slightly doubtful, but if we do happen to, I gotta switch over to Death Stone before I finish the rest of my ores. Or the rest of my stone, whatever these are. He's at 158, we gotta do Death Stone then. And cash out all of our Death Stone and then see where we're at. I don't think we're gonna get that far by doing Stonemason though. We're gonna get a few knowledge points, but not that many. Not enough to get to 158. It'd be nice if it perfectly did that, but I don't think it will. Yeah, 155 more. How many more inventories is that? 7? 6? Somewhere around there. We're getting there. No, my mining XP, come back! I'm only using it for knowledge points for this activity. Honestly, even when we do blast mining, I might just use it for knowledge points. Just because how annoying it'd be to do otherwise. The bank's already far enough. We don't need to make it so we get like one less each time. But I'll just keep them on the ground and just keep juggling them. As long as I juggle them every set, it should be fine. Each set takes like 6 minutes, I think. We timed that at one point. It's like slightly under 6 minutes. For a full inventory of Death Stone. Which sounds like a lot, because it is. But the Death Stone itself is so expensive to buy. And we already have the free dynamite from the daily activity. It's one of the things I'm actually grinding to today. There's a reason 165 is our stopping point. Is because that will give me all the dynamite I need for the eventual 207 Death Stone. For whenever we do post 200 grind. Which is no time soon, but... I say that, but... The problem with post 200 is it favors Hammer Mage a lot more than does Cryo Knight. Because Hammer Mages immediately get an upgrade at like 207. And if we ignore Carbonice, we don't get an upgrade until 262. 262 is really long. Like, yeah, we do get a 223, but it's like our worst ore possible. Both as far as what it crafts and its location. In all fairness, Death Stone is also the worst ore for Hammer Mages. At least as far as obtaining it compared to, I'm not sure if it's actually useful for anything. Actually, any Hammer Mages out there, is Death Stone your best in slot for anything? Like anything that Death Stone makes? Is it like your best in slot 2-hand or 1-hand or shield or whatever on Earth it does? I assume at least one of them is best in slot. Because I know when it comes to the Carbonice in the current state of game, for us, it does almost nothing. Oh, it is at least one best in slot? Okay, so yeah, you guys actually get an upgrade pretty early then. Because Carbonice is pretty pointless to us. We don't get a really good upgrade till 262. Oh, only throwing hammers though? Oh, and Great Hammer? Oh, never mind, you have 2. Oh gosh, you have all your best in slots in Death Stone then. Interesting. I wonder whenever I use the higher stuff if I should save some of my 3-star hammers then. Oh, I got a chat. All the electric weapons are Death Stone. Really? All of them? That's funny. That's kind of funny. Literally all their best in slot is Death Stone. It makes sense because how hard it is to get Death Stone. But yeah, that's bad for Hammer Mages. RIP. That sounds awful. Like, I don't mind blast mining, but it's such an inefficient activity. Cryonite is all iron? Not quite. It's iron in the blue one. And a little bit of the green. Because we need that for our Arboray bow. And because our highest attack speed bow, and our only way to do green damage is under the green ore. Our best all-rounder weapon, I believe, is on Carbonice for range. But our 2 main weapons are All of our main weapons are under iron and blue. The platinum and iron are where all of our main weapons are. Iron mostly for rapier and blue for basically everything else. But the blue is pretty easy to get. It's a little inconvenient banking, but it's not as bad as Carbonice. It's not the most ideal bank situation, but the ore is too precious to not bank. I would say out of any ore, blue is probably the most useful one on Hammer Mage. I mean, on Cryo Knights, which makes sense because it's blue. Cryo Knights are blue. That's basically where all of our good two hands are. Like every two hand that is viable for Cryo Knight is all in blue. Like all of our best DPS weapons is all in blue. The only exception being rapier if you want to use a shield while having DPS. Oh, you know what would be really annoying? I wonder if any of the armors for Hammer Mage require Deathstone. Could you imagine? I feel like they would make it a armor-only thing. I mean, a weapon-only thing, though. But that's going to be the most annoying armor to make ever. Out of any of them in the entire game. Even more so than Bone Rate. Or even more so than Guardian, I mean. Like, whatever armor that is going to be such dead content if that actually is a thing. Because no one's ever going to make it compared to the other armors. Unless it just looks really cool or something. I believe every single class has 3 armor sets. But there are 4 resources, which means one of them will be not used. The only thing we don't currently know is which one is going to not be used. From each class. And this is like mix and match. You need like a multiple different metals. But it is possible that you need like multiple metals for like a plate body or something. Who knows? Like instead of just like iron, you might need like a mix of iron and mithrilian or whatever the thing is called. How do you get your armor to look like that? The light metal. Oh, I gotta go reset my thing. Chapter 4... Dye shop. That's how you spell dye, right? Something like that. I gotta go save my potions. They're about to die. The other version of dye. Let's see. Give me that. Give me that. Thank you. The potions have been saved. Be an armor maker sounds like it's going to be a nightmare to some degree. Because I don't think there's... assuming it's going to work the way I think it will, or just based on how the armor looks, is pretty likely. There isn't going to be a single skill in the entire game that pulls from more skills than Armor Maker will. It pulls from even more than making 4-star weapons. Making 4-star armor. Because making 4-star armor will likely pull from Gatherer, Bone Wright, Miner, Blacksmith, Stonemason, Merchant, Leatherworker, and Armorer. It's about the same number of things that making a 4-star weapon pulls from, which is Gatherer, Woodcutter, Carpenter, Bone Wright, Miner, Blacksmith, and Stonemason. So that's 7. How many is the other one that I just said? I think it's 8. Because it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So it pulls from a lot. To make 4-star weapons and shields, you need 7 skills. Which is already confirmed because, you know, in the game literally as we speak. And assuming armor making works the way I think it does, you'll need 8 skills. Because you'll need 7 plus armor maker. Which will make it the skill that uses the most skills of any skill in the game to make 4-star armor. Though realistically, I feel like most people will be using 3-star armor. Fourth new crafting, only armor sets? Fourth new... I'm not sure what he means by that. Fourth new armor, only armor sets. But I'm pretty sure almost no one's ever going to make 4-star armor. For one, it's not even that viable compared to 4-star weapons because of special attack. I think they're going to need to add like set bonuses or something to make 4-star armor even worth making. Because once Armor Maker comes out, there's no reason... Oh, there's a 1,748 with no name. Interesting. It's probably not even on Leaderboard. Anyways, I keep getting distracted. What am I trying to make a point of? But basically, it's pointless to make 4-star armor. Long story short. Regardless what the process is, you're never going to make 4-star armor. There's only 3-star. Unless there's some kind of boss or some kind of content that really needs it, no one is ever using 4-star armor. It's just way too overkill. The only exception is making 4-star 199s, potentially. If you don't want to make like a 250 3-star or something, or a 300 3-star. But honestly, it's probably easier getting a 250 or a 300 3-star than it is to make a 199 4-star, to be honest. Even if with the higher rarity rate, or you know, the low rarity rate, I mean. Etching is the easiest part. You would love to sell them. Yeah, don't they make a lot more profit when you sell? Because they're 216 not. And they almost double the price when etched. And obviously in player trading, they'd be worth even more. I'm curious how much they'd be worth in player trading. Like etched stones, dunked bones, and smith bars. Like what the ratio difference would be between them. Because honestly, one of the best moneymakers when trading comes out, if you have a good level in smithing, stonemason, or bone right, is simply just to go buy normal bones, or you know, buy the bones from a player, buy the ore from the player, and buy the stones from the players, and then go and process them into their etched, smithed, or dunked form, and then sell them back to people. I'm not sure what the profit margin would be on that because we don't have player trading yet. But whatever it is, it would be a great moneymaker. But you would need to have at least like 100 plus in any one of these 3 skills. Ideally 200 plus. Yeah, that's one thing we still don't know. We don't know if resources can even be traded. Because honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a trading system that is only gear. Like a gear-only trading system. Because that is an angle he can do. It's not confirmed that you can trade resources at all in any way. There is a possibility that the only things you could trade are gear. Like gear for gear or gear for money. Yeah, potions are the other one that's probably going to be tradable. If there's anything non-gear that's tradable, potions are pretty high on the might be list. Because they're just so vital for everything. But there's a good chance raw material will not be tradable. But we don't really know yet. Like the finished products of the raw material might be. Kind of like how potion is a finished product. But it might be a finished product only trading economy. So like you won't be able to sell the secondaries for potions, but you'd be able to sell the potions. You wouldn't be able to sell the ores or the stones, but you'd be able to sell the no, I'm just gonna etch the rest of them, why not? But you'd be able to sell the things. Like, you know, you might not be able to sell the resources, but you're definitely going to be able to sell the final product is likely the trading system potentially. Unless everything's tradable. But if everything's not tradable, it's likely only the final product of any item that will be tradable. So you can sell armor, but you won't be able to sell the stones that made the armor. And similarly, you wouldn't be able to sell the secondaries for potions, but you might be able to sell the potions themselves. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. But it might be a finished product only economy. Where raw material has to be used by the player rather than bought from others. Honestly, I wouldn't mind that. To some degree, I would even prefer it. Just so you can't just buy like 10,000 of something and just start processing it like crazy. It'd also make trading a lot more straightforward, as everything you're ever trading for is a fully finished, ready-to-go product. Let's see. What am I looking for right now? Oh yeah, the granite. This is the processed granite, right? No. Wait, where's my processed granite? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, let's start rolling. Alright, what on earth do I use this on? How do I do stonemason? Alright, we do these until we can make shields. What level can you make shields at? Let me go check. Because your shields are just definitively better XP than whatever I'm about to go do. 75. Okay, I might want to go put some knowledge there then. Rush a little bit to 75. Because I'm literally just wasting XP every time I make one of these. Not that much XP, but it adds up. I don't really have an alternative, though. Interesting. Wait, that kind of changes things. Alright, new angle. I think a new angle has just formed. I think we go back to mining. Dropping everything. Actually, how many potions? Let me go... New angle and the new angle. Let me go to Hopeport. I want to check something. How much does it cost to buy mining potions? I already made all mine. I want to see, I want to see how much it costs. I need to go there anyways to go get more mining potions from my bank. But I want to see, if I wanted to burn my entire cash stack, how much do I have to burn per hour? Because whatever the cost says, times 30 is how much I have to burn per hour. Because all the ones I have, I basically got for free almost. From getting 59 Minefighter. Let's see. Oh, wow! 120 silver for 1 hour AFK? They gotta be mad. Why? Why is this so expensive? I just looked at the forensic potion, by the way. For anyone not watching. Or not looking at the screen. It's 120 silver for a tier 4 forensic potion. This is the first time I've looked at them since they updated this a couple days ago. Yeah, this has been in the game for like 3 or 4 days now, but you can now buy up to whatever tier forensic potion you can currently do. But yeah, 1 hour of forensic is... Gosh, that is so expensive. How much do you get back? Definitely not that much. That is so bad. 120 silver per hour to AFK forensics. That is mad. Alright. What am I doing here? I came here for a mining potion. Alright, they're 2.5 silver each. What is that per hour? 2.5. I'm just going to count it as 2.5. It's basically 2.5. That's not a calculator. Where's my calculator? Do I not have a calculator open? I don't have a calculator open. What am I doing? Yeah, calculator, 2.5 times 30. I already know what the number is. I just want to double check. Yeah, it's 75. 75 silver an hour. Is that worth it? I'm not sure. It's not the worst deal ever. 5% extra XP for an hour at the call. Oh, I don't know. It's basically... That's probably not worth it, honestly. Because let me go do some math real quick. If I do 75, like I'll use the ones I have. I need to stop chucking these then. Because if I do the math, 75 silver an hour. And you'd have to do 20 hours to get 1 extra hour. It is 1.5 gold to basically get a free hour of XP. Is that worth it? 1.5 gold and the annoyance of having to deal with these potions over the course of 20 hours for 1 free hour. I'm not sure if that's worth it or not. It's a little pricey. What did I come here for? Oh yeah, I came here for the potions. I will use the ones I have though, of course. Because these we got basically for free. Yeah, I might just start using them only for knowledge points. They're kind of pricey to keep using them otherwise. Anyways, with that being said, let's go and head back to the mines. Also, if that's the case, I definitely don't need this many on me. I'm gonna deposit some. It's like way overkill. If that's my goal right now. 46. Yeah, there should be way more than enough for the rest of the stream. Alright. Let me go back to the mines. Are we going mine? No, I need to go mine southwest. Oh no, 1.5 gold for an extra hour is still pretty pricey. Like, the per hour rate doesn't sound too bad. But effectively, we're paying 1.5 gold for 1 free hour of XP. As well as the annoyance of having to constantly keep using them, which will also waste a little bit of XP. Just the fact that we have to use the time to drink the potion, juggle the potions, you know, everything with potions. I know, I was about to go stop the alarm. I was literally about to go do it, and it just went off. That's funny. Alright, well, luckily it stopped itself now. Hello, B! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, 1.5 gold for an hour of XP. I don't know, is that worth it overall? It somewhat is. The hidden cost of that, though, is the annoyance of having to deal. Like, to claim that 1 hour of XP for 1.5 gold. Like, the 1 free hour of XP. We have to deal with potions for 20 hours. Potion juggling, having a dead inventory spot, everything else that it comes with. We have to deal with it for 20 hours and spend 1.5 gold. That's the problem. If it was just 1.5 gold, I'd be like, okay, that's not the worst thing in the world. Like, if you could auto-pot. But the problem comes when you have to do 1.5 gold and the aspect of having to deal with these potions constantly. Not just the delay in drinking them, but also the fact they don't auto-pot and the fact you have to keep juggling them on the ground or keeping dead inventory space. It's just a lot to deal with for barely any benefit. I'd rather just grind that extra 1 hour every 20 hours. Yeah, I really wish potions were on the third potion slot. Or toll belt, or whatever they end up doing with it. I don't really care what. They just need to not take up inventory space. If you're going to add like a third slot, or even a fourth slot, or do something. We can need at least a third potion slot. Instead of just HP in combat, we also need a utility one. But yeah, they definitely gotta do that at some point. It doesn't seem like it's super high priority to get that done soonish, though. It's definitely on the list of things that 100% need to happen. Ideally within the next month. Five XP potions and 2 fears? Oh gosh. Oh yeah, that's one cosmetic I would love to see in this game. Because when you mentioned that, I thought of like a plague doctor with like a bunch of potions around their belt or something. Like, you know how they normally have like a billion potions around them. But that reminds me, this game definitely needs a plague doctor mask. I really like the plague doctor aesthetic. I hope for his next Halloween event he adds one or something. Which is obviously like almost a year from now. But I really hope he has a plague doctor mask. I would wear that more than a blue party hat. Waiting for queuable actions. Yeah, queuable actions would be really nice for a lot of stuff. I don't feel like I would use it for too many gathering activities, though. But assuming it works on processing, I definitely would. The problem with it with gathering, I was explaining it yesterday when we were going over it. But there's a lot of things that if you let it auto-gather will waste 2 tiles. You waste a lot of 2 tiles. If you set it to auto-gather. Like the activity we're doing right now, you wouldn't lose any tiles because they're all against the wall. But like when we were doing the other rocks the other day, we would have lost like 18 tiles per cycle if we weren't manually clicking it and we're just using the auto feature. Because this game has east-west priority over north-south priority. And sometimes east-west priority is not the way you want to be moving into an object. Actually, this one technically loses you 2 tiles if you auto it. Because there is one manual click you have to do around that corner right there. That would lose you 2 tiles every cycle if you didn't do it. Though how much downtime there is, I don't think there's that big of a deal for that, though. Or for the other ones, it matters a bit more. Particularly for basalt into flint into bank. Because it's 9 tiles lost per inventory. The monument tiles don't lose you any tiles, does it? I haven't actually checked them in a while. I did them like super early on in the game. And I haven't touched them since. So I'm not too aware with most things with foraging. It's one of the few skills I haven't really explored too much. Foraging and gathering. We're going to be doing a lot of gathering in the near future once we get our next level 25 tool. It's going to be the rake. I need the money for it. And we need like almost 20 gold. About 18 to enchant it and another like 1 or 2 to get the tool that we need. Once we enchant it. Or, you know, once we get to a certain level range. Gosh, why is it so hard to drop items sometimes? Why is it being so finicky to get back to my spot? There it is. Yeah, 3 and 4 are a lot more useful than 2 and 3. I mean, 2 and 1, or 1 and 2. The main reason they did that is likely free to play and botting and everything. Because obviously 1 and 2 are completely free. But also they were probably concerned with botters going too crazy on chapters 1 and 2. So they didn't want to make it anything too strong that botters could keep stacking. I think the main thing they're probably botting is bones. But aside from that, they can't really do anything too useful. I guess technically alchemy, but a lot of the really good potions they make negative money on. The only pot spots we could really go crazy with are probably the plus 60 combat pots. Are probably the most profitable thing a bot could bot that's related to alchemy. Is the plus 60 pot for any class. Then the 35% heal ones at 170. If the bot can survive that long. But that and bones are probably the 2 main ones they're botting. There's nothing else from the first 2 chapters really matter. Other than gathering bones and potions. Like you do use carpentry, but barely. You can't trade till 4, but they could just buy membership and cash out at a certain point. So they can stack up on free to play and then cash out getting to members. Hopefully he has anti-measures in place to make sure that doesn't happen. But, yeah, they would have to go through all of Chapter 3 and 4. But they'll probably have some kind of bot script that does it with enough variance that they'll get through it in, like, 5 hours or less. Or 10 hours, however long it takes. I'm not sure what the efficiency route would be for a bot. To not be suspicious. But hopefully there's some kind of detection in place that would catch them before the 10 hours that it would take them to get to Chapter 4 trading. Yeah, that could be the thing too. Botters might just manually do the questing and everything. Like, they could just let the bot run for, you know, assuming it doesn't get detected. They could do the bot, just let it do all the gathering. And then just manually, very efficiently, get to Chapter 4. From Chapter 2. Because I'm going to have to do that with my 2 alts soon. They're only a few days away from doing Spider Nest quests. And then my main goal after that is to get them as efficiently as possible to, Chapter 4 trading. I know, I'm not botting with them. I just mean I have to do it similar to them. In the sense that, you know, the second we finish Chapter 2, we're just beelining straight to trading. Because there isn't anything else we really need to get before then. The only exception being, I might do the Mines of Matubin, Chapter 3-star quest. In the sense that, I need the venture, probably. Because I want them to be running 2 ventures. And the 2 ventures I'd likely have them running is Detective plus, plus the Mines of Matubin one for explosives, I guess. Like, so the only other alternative would be Merchant. And the Merchant one doesn't seem as enticing. But I guess if I want to AFK the Mother Worker, but I don't really need to since I can just do that on my main. Yeah, I'm currently not sure what kind of anti-botting things Andrew Gower has set up right now. If even any at all. But he's planning to get trading out in a few weeks. He needs to have some pretty good protections against it. Because the bot rush to Chapter 4 will be very immense. As soon as trading comes out. And they're already there. That's one of the main reasons why trading isn't unlocked until Chapter 4. Even the most efficient routing, I don't think it's Chapter 4 completed, or, you know, up to trading until like 30-40 hours in. Even if you did the most efficient routing possible, it takes like 30-40 hours to get trading unlocked. Assuming you're not using any AFK methods. Just counting in-game time. Not accounting for AFK time. Because my 2 alts are probably going to get there in like 10 to 15 hours. But that's because AFK time is, you know, accounted for over the course of like a month or 2. Which is not quite the same as just rushing straight to Chapter 4. Because I believe both my 2 alts will get there in under 15 hours. But that's also counting like a month and a half to 2 months of AFK time. You know, log out AFK, whatever you want to call them. The passive activities. Is that something that bots might end up exploiting as well? It would take them like a month to get there. So maybe they wouldn't. But if they had a scaled high enough, maybe they would. But, they could technically AFK and be, like, super undetectable all the way to Chapter 4. If you just used AFK methods. Because the bot would just have to come in for like a minute a day. Not even. Claim its reward. Move on to its next knowledge point thing. And you can stack up to 2 knowledge points now too. So you could check in for like a minute a day for over a week and still get max XP rate. So hopefully I'll have some kind of measure in for that. Because that will be super undetectable. To determine if it's a bot just checking in for like 30 seconds or a real person. Unless the bot's logging in at the exact same time every day. But you know, there's people that do that too. Like we normally start playing around like noon every single day. We kind of look like a bot in that regard. And that our login time is almost exactly the same every day. Wait, what happened to my 1 ore? Why is there 99 instead of 100? I'm so confused. Wait, what happened? Wait. Did I forget an ore on a cycle? I had to have. Why is there only 98 instead of 99? That's weird. Must have forgotten an ore during 1 to 10 cycles of what we did. When it says 98, that means we did 99, which means we didn't do 100, which means at one point we missed 1 ore. You highly doubt they'll be able to detect decent bots. Yeah, that's the biggest issue I have. But even just trading being added in general. Because I feel like whatever anti-botting measures he's going to have in place is probably not going to be good enough. Which is concerning. I'm going to go drink this actually. We're definitely going to need it by next cycle. Or even this cycle. It's also one of the reasons I feel like it might be like a gear-only economy. Because bots can't make gear in free-to-play. They would have to get it through guard, but I guess I could still get it. to some degree. It would just take them forever. At which point, hopefully, you'd be able to detect them by then. Man, we'll have to see what's tradable and not. Like if raw materials are, if only finished products are, how they do it. What's up, MTX? You just tuned in. Are you not banking the ores? Yeah, I'm currently dropping these. This one's 9... the closest bank is 9 tiles away, or 9 squares away. 9 zones away, whatever you want to call it. It is like a 1.5 miles away from a bank. I bank all of them except this one. I bank some, just not all of them. Like this one's way too far from a bank to bank. Because it's either 9 squares away, 9 squares away, or 10. It is very far. You lose out on so much XP that it's just never worth banking them. I still bank a few hundred just because I do need them as our class. But beyond that, they are super not worth banking. How is iron more an hour, is it? I don't see how it can be because they're both 10 rocks and we're getting more per vein. If you have a higher tier iron, it would be. But these are quicker if you have a higher tier carbonese. I don't know. Is my iron giving more than 1.3k? I don't think it is. It shouldn't be. I'm pretty sure my iron in this situation would be giving like 1k each. This is 1.3k each. Almost 1.4k each. Well, I'm not going to need to do it ores in the future. My smithing level is high enough that I could drop all these. The next tier up, I wouldn't want to. But my smithing is high enough that I can drop these. Without needing to worry about it. The next tier up, I probably would bank all of them, though. But by then, hopefully they'd have a better way to bank by then. Because we're not going to have 230-something mining or whatever it was for a while. Oh no, there's definitely bots in this game. I've seen a lot of bot-like behavior. A lot of them are pretty hard to tell, though. But some of them make it very obvious. Every single player looks like a bot with the repetitive tasks. A level 1,800 bot. I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen some guy in this area who has his name hidden, who is like 1,008 something, and I always keep wondering if he's a bot or not. It's been doing a ton of mines in Mitubin. Like a ridiculously high amount, like everything there is in the area. It's hard to tell though. But I've seen it many times around. Like, it does, like, extra stalls if it's trying to pretend not to be a bot, which is the main thing that, like, kind of catches me off guard. Like, it's trying to stall like a real human, but it's doing it in weird intervals that don't make sense, that a human wouldn't stall at. It should just AFK really sporadically. Smithing got so much love. Honestly, Stonemason's not that bad. Wait, I forgot an ore again. Oh, that's how I forgot an ore last time. I think I went to the room without doing this last vein in the wall. Okay, I see how I accidentally missed it last time. I almost did it again. I was wondering why I had one less ore. But I think I accidentally forgot the 10th ore one time. The other one on the wall. Oh, sorry, how much are these worth? Sorry, I didn't answer Rico's question earlier. But these are only worth 1 silver each if you were to sell them. From the shop, they probably cost like 2 point something. Or low 3 something. I don't plan to buy more though. 100 something should be enough. This isn't really an ore I'll need too often, I don't believe. Unless the special attack weapon's like amazing or something. But even then, I'd like to just use the next tier up. Or maybe not, because the next tier up only goes... Oh, you know what? Maybe I will need a decent amount of this, now that I think about it. Maybe we should start banking some here and there. Because if I want 199, these are the 199 material. These make you your 199s. So if any of these actually are a good spec weapon, I'm going based on 199s, you would actually need this one specifically to make it. I don't know, maybe I'll bank a bit more than I have been then. It's just such bad XP to bank them. Currently no best in slots use them, but special attacks could change that. Hey, what level do we need again? Because we're almost there. We're at, okay, we need 158. We're almost there. Oh, even then, 158 doesn't instantly get us there because I don't have enough explosives banked to go all the way. That at best will get us to 160, if even that. And I need 163 before we move on to a real ore. You wish dropping items didn't interrupt your pathing? Yeah, there's a lot of weird things that interrupt everything. There's a lot of things that randomly stall you that really shouldn't. Some of those include dropping items. Whenever you add someone or get someone off your list, that actually stalls you as well. It stalls you whenever you go into the knowledge menu if you don't preemptively do a movement and do an interface stall on it. Otherwise, it stalls you. I don't know what else is really weird that shouldn't stall you, but does. But there's definitely a lot of them. There's so many things that stall you that really shouldn't. The character only knows how to do like one action at a time. Literally anything else just stalls it. Can't chew gum and walk, pretty much. Which I wonder how that will work with multi-queuing actions. Hopefully it changes that around that time. Because how on earth are multi-queuing actions going to work if literally everything stalls your character? But hopefully that's something they'll address around that time. Yeah, I was trying to do that during combat. They actually removed almost like everything from combat. So you can't red X like you could in old school and similar things. They kind of preemptively like made it so you couldn't do anything like that. You can still do walk-unders and stuff. But a lot of the other manipulation that you can do, you can't actually do because you can't do them during combat. The weirdest one that you can do that they definitely need to fix is interface stalling. I haven't actually tested around to see if it can do anything other than just interface stall, but I might mess around with it a little bit later and report it as a bug off stream. It's definitely not something I want to mess with on stream. Just in case we do find like a game-breaking glitch with it or something. But there's definitely something broken you could probably do with it currently. If someone had malicious intent with it. I just haven't bothered testing it, and definitely wouldn't want to necessarily on stream, in case we do actually find something. New engine, same spaghetti code, pretty much. He actually coded it very similar to old school. There's like so many similarities. Or not old school, but you know, RuneScape back in the day. I think the funniest one that made me laugh is he still did east-west priority. Which is also the same way that it is in RuneScape. East-west priority over north-south priority. Like, he could have done the opposite, but he did the same again. Yeah, overall, honestly, I wouldn't mind trying to do something with his engine in the future. I've been meaning to get more into coding and the such. And whenever he releases to the public, I definitely want to look into it. The engine that he made. I know he's eventually releasing it to the public. Probably no time soon, but at some point he is. Are Drag Etc. releasing tools soon for private servers? That's funny. I know they were doing Project Xanaris. But did they actually mention they were literally going to release their engine? Because that'd be funny if so. Yeah, I know. I know about Project Xanaris. I didn't know that they were going to literally release the old school's engine, though. Because then you could do literally anything. Like anything. That's actually going to be kind of crazy. Oh, not the engine? Oh, never mind. Oh, just the tools and stuff? Okay, that's not quite the same thing. Are we in top 20? We were. We're 21 right now. They've been kind of hovering below it because they keep gaining too many levels. Yeah, we're definitely not hitting top 20 this stream. Though supposedly, people are DDoSing people on top 20 or something. I had that issue yesterday. But because we actually were on top 20. But yeah, they're gaining too many levels for us to actually take 20 at this point. Unless Clayton or Empathetic goes to bed. During the time that we'll be streaming in the next 6 hours, we're not going to pass them. That or I just do Merchant like literally the rest of the stream, but not going to do that. Probably do some Merchant, but definitely not the entire rest of the stream. There's no way I'm doing 8 hours of Merchant. 7 to 8 hours. I think like 2 to 3 is like my max limit. Oh no, were they DDoSing? I have no clue. Some people were mentioning that people on Leaderboard were getting attacked. And it was the only day I've ever had connection issues. So I was like, wait, how? So, like, it didn't make sense when they said it. But then I realized my issues I was having yesterday. And it's like, wait, that makes sense because we were on top 20 earlier. I have no clue how, though. But it's been the only day since launch that I've had any connection issue. And it was when we were top 20. And then someone mentioned that there was a thing going around with that. How they would be doing it, I have no clue. Someone was mentioning it earlier. It would make sense because it actually happened to us yesterday. I'm not sure if it's true, but it kind of checks out. Because yesterday when I was on top 20, it's only started happening like the last several days or last week. But that was the only point I've been top 20, and we were having connection issues around that time. I'm not sure how they're doing it, but apparently they might be. I haven't been on the Reddit or the Discord or anything, so I have no clue what the discourse is on it. Honestly, I don't think I've checked the Reddit a single time ever, or Discord since launch. I think I checked like one thing on the Reddit. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't the attack speed one. Someone brought that up, but they just posted it in my chat, so I didn't even need to check. But, trying to think. Plus, we already knew what it was for Cryo Knight because we've just tested the weapon so much. But, guess I don't remember what it was for. I do kind of want to go check it right now. Now that we're mentioning it. See what's up there currently. I just finish this cycle first. It'd be weird doing a half cycle. I just realized, why am I keeping the potion on the ground? Wait, why have I been juggling this potion the whole time? I just now realized. I have infinite storage space. Wait, why have I been juggling the potion the last, like, half an hour? We have infinite storage space. Because I'm only doing 10 at a time. Let's see. Oh, no, let's go check the Reddit. I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to do it this way, though. Let's see. What's the Reddit up to? See if I could find it. Brighter Shores. Someone made a graphic for all the updates happening in the next month. Oh, in month number 1. Never mind. Yeah, someone made a graphic of all the updates that happen in the first month. 10,000 subscribers for the game. Someone making an icon for the Cryo Knight that they put next to their Palia thingy. Someone going over how to do herb lore. People talking about the 1-month membership thing. People talk about Chronopolis being the only chapter that exists currently. Quest reward balance. And a bunch of other stuff. Anyways, nothing interesting. We didn't miss much. Anyways. Am I getting bored? No. I could easily do this for forever. If I had to do this all the way to 500, I would. Like, obviously we need to eventually. I won't do that because of the streaming experience. But if I had to go from 157 to 500 right now, I would be fine. I'm not going to. But I easily could. If we literally just made this a mining only stream for like the next week, 2 weeks, 3, however long it takes. I'm not going to do that, but I could. And I still wouldn't be bored with mining by 500. We're not doing that though, don't worry. At some point we need to, but not all at once. The monument should be a teleport to the first raid dungeon boss. Hopeport really does need another teleport somehow. The fact that there's only one is really clunky because every other chapter has 2. And getting to the west side of Hopeport is so annoying. It's in the absolute middle of nowhere. Forgot the answer to the question. You think you etch stones will be tradable or only the end gear? We don't know. Currently we don't know what will or will not be tradable. It's all speculation at the moment. There's basically 3 ways that it could be, though. But we really don't know. We know very little about how it will actually work. But it could be that everything is tradable. It could be that only gear is tradable due to how important gear is. Or it could be that only final products are tradable. AKA like potions, finished armor, finished weapons, stuff like that. But we don't know. It's currently unknown. Until it happens. Unless he mentions it publicly before then. But we have no clue how trading will work. The only thing we kind of know is you'll likely only be able to trade in Chapter 4 in the player market. Like in those 4 areas. So I wouldn't be able to just like trade off my ore to someone who's running ore. Like I wouldn't just be able to trade this all for like 20 silver with someone who keeps trading me over and over again. Because you'd only be able to do it in the player market. Yeah, it's currently not known what will and will not be tradable. Other than gear definitely being tradable. There's no way gear isn't. But we don't know exactly how it's going to work, or if there's going to be like a tax system, or what in total will be tradable. Will everything be? Will only gear be? Will some things be? Like potions and gear? Will everything be? Yeah, if resources are tradable, it'll likely be from bank to bank. Like, you wouldn't even need to have any on you, and you'll just trade it from bank to bank, most likely. Like, for example, let's say I have like 1,000 of this ore banked, and I want to go trade it with someone. You would likely be able to do it without even putting it into your inventory. You would simply just put it up on the trade screen, and then it would go from your bank to their bank. But yeah, if resources are tradable, it's almost guaranteed bank to bank, because there's no way you're trading 24 at a time. That'd be so slow. It would almost guaranteed be from bank to bank. Hello, Savage Shores. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we finally got our mining higher than smithing for our first time ever this stream. It finally happened. It only took a month of gameplay, but we finally did it. We're actually training the gathering skill before the production skill for once. Brighter chores? Honestly, I don't mind systems that are like this. It's just part of any self-sufficiency in any game. You're gonna do like a lot of needless tasks. I actually enjoy them. Oh, that's not where I want to be. What's weird is they added one-click actions, yet you can't one-click drop. As a UIM, you are well prepared for this? I've actually never played a UIM in RuneScape. I feel like it would drive me crazy because I hate having to process something immediately. I also feel like using def storage and stuff kind of just like defeats the whole purpose of UIM. Like, UIM at this point in old school RuneScape is basically just banking with extra steps. Like, you have literally like 3 banks that you can use. You can use your def storage, you can use def piles, and actually mostly use those two. And I guess technically your looting bag, if you count that as a bank. Or it's like a 28 item bank. So you could use a looting bag, a def storage, and a def pile all at the same time. If you def pile before you def storage. Like, at that point, it's just banking with extra steps. That's the only thing I hate about modern UIM. I would play a UIM for the first time ever if there was no looting bags, no def storage, and no def piling. Like the way UIM was like originally meant to be. Because right now, UIM is just normal Iron Man mode with extra steps to bank. Like, you can still bank, it just takes forever to bank. It's the main reason why I play a max hardcore. It's the only mode that's different. Because Iron Man and UIM are basically the same thing at this point. Just UIM is just 1,000 times more inconvenient. Like, if they made a hardcore UIM where you only have 1 life, with no looting bag, no def storage, no def piling, I would play that. But I don't feel like I would ever try modern UIM in old school right now. They would have to make like a hardcore UIM. where you can't even use like house storage at all. You can't use stash units. You can't use looting bag. You can't use def storage because you only have 1 life. You can't use def banks. Like, if they release a mode like that, I would do it. Where you truly have to use only your inventory. Possibly even banning things like rune pouch and seed box and stuff like that. So you really, really, really have to do it. But I don't know. UIM is definitely interesting. Like, I like the premise of it. It's just modern UIM is just normal Iron Man mode. With extra steps for banking. And just slower skilling because you guys have to constantly keep juggling stuff. You always have at least like 4 to 8 dead inventory spots. Unless you were def piling. But I would definitely try a hardcore UIM if they ever released it. But it has to be like true UIM like it was supposed to be originally. I am curious if Brighter Shores is ever going to get equivalents of that. Like, you know, like quote-unquote Iron Man mode. Because technically he released everyone as an Iron Man. But he originally wanted trading at the beginning, it just didn't come. Because I'm not sure if he's actually in support of such a mode. Like, you know, like Iron Man mode specifically. Which is rather ironic since everyone's basically forced to be an Iron Man at launch. But I'm not sure what his opinion is on it these days. Like, would he actually release, like, alternative game modes to the game of Brighter Shores? That isn't just, you know, what we currently have. And by that, I mean, like, you know, trading and, you know, basically everyone's a main. Everyone right now is a Force Iron Man, but, you know, in the future, everyone will be just, like, a normal main account. Oh, it's finally time to go to the Death Stone. It's time. Assume we get enough XP here. It's be Death Stone time. And then we have to come back here later because this is not going to be enough XP to get to 163. I'm not even going to bother dropping it. I'm just going to have to pick it up anyways. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll go over until the end of this potion. There we go, Death Stone time. What am I even putting this in? Mining or stonemason? Actually don't know. There it is, Death Stone. It's time. I'll do one more cycle. What am I putting this on, though? It's my only big question right now. I think I put it into stonemason. Alright. We'll do one last cycle and then bank all this. So where are we heading to right now? Death Stone. That means I have to bank on my way to Death Stone then. So I'll have to use the storage rift over there. I can also drop my potion bomb there, which is perfect. And then we'll go grab everything we need. That'll work out perfectly, actually. Because that, I will definitely have to juggle my potion on the ground. And remember to pick it up every cycle. Otherwise, they all despawn. Luckily, I only brought 40, so it's not that many. But yeah, it's blast mining time. I think we have enough to do like 1 hour blast mining or so. Maybe a little less. Say goodbye to the pile. Rip pile. I can't see how many are there, but it's about 100. I'm gonna drop the potion over here. This is where I'm gonna need it. Like right over here. Hey, someone's actually doing blast mining for once. That's a rare occasion. That makes sense, they're a hammer mage. Of course it'd be a hammer mage. I should probably start a timer for the thing just in case. Though, as long as we do it every cycle, we should be fine. As long as I remember to pick it up every cycle. Alright, so how much dynamite do I have to use? Because however many are in here is how many I'm going to use. And then I have to go back to normal mining, because I'm not going to buy more. Let's see, how much does it cost if I was to buy it from him? So my current venture saves me this much money per. We're saving 2 silver each. So I'm getting 24 silver in savings every time our venture comes back. That we've been doing twice per day. That's not bad. But here's the current dynamite I have. And that's how many I'm using. Got 180. Blast mining time. Hello, Onda! Welcome, welcome, welcome. How much are we getting per? 2,000 what? 2,200? You're streaming a 4-time job at the moment, yes. We do YouTube full-time. How's the grind going? Oh, you hit 1,000 total today? Nice. Huge congrats. We've been going pretty good. We've been on the really heavy mining grind ever since we got the level 30 pickaxe. The only problem is our pickaxe doesn't actually boost this activity. Oh, wait. I thought I put the thing down. I guess I canceled it on accident. Let's talk about this yesterday. The fact that you, like, cancel actions is kind of annoying. Like, a way to, like, lock it in so you can't accidentally cancel. But, just have to deal with it for now. Oh yeah, the Q actions update's definitely going to be really, really nice. I wonder how that would work with depth mining. Given how much different it is. Hello? Why is it not spawning? That was weird. See how much of a delay does it have by the time we get here? I feel like it's almost none. Yep, pretty much none. Like, that's how much delay all rocks should have. That was only like a 1 second delay, if even that. That's what the delay on every rock in the whole game should be per cycle. Is basically no delay. But still just like that slightest amount. So you can still get in cycle without being punished. That's a one good thing about Deathstone. Though the knowledge point rate is really slow compared to other things. I believe we're only getting like 1% per. Which is really bad. Are we safe here? I don't remember. You have to be like 2 tiles away. It uses the old school RuneScape range. Old school RuneScape has since made a 1 tile range though. But blast mining in this game is still a 2 tile range. You've been finding foraging super fast. Oh yeah, foraging's like the second highest rate in the game. The only thing quicker is really efficient merchant. What level foraging are you, by the way? I don't think it gets like super quick until like slightly higher. Because I know when I was messing around with it earlier, it was like so much slower than merchant. But also just because I was doing that level 30. $69 or $70? Interesting. Because I feel like the amount of knowledge you get is like slightly higher at the higher range or something. Or at least compared to the tier 1 ones. Because whatever rate I was getting was not particularly high. Especially for how long it takes to bank without a deposit all button. Because you are getting like 7 different resources in your inventory. If you're doing like the full circle cycle. But I'm not sure if this gets me to 160 or not. I'm hoping it gets me to at least 160. It might be like 159 and a half. Oh, I misclicked. There's a bit of a long delay there, though. I think it's because the first cycle goes like a little quicker. Because in the second cycle, you're waiting that slight delay for each rock to spawn. Which adds up to make it so the last rock doesn't take that long of a delay. Like right here, I'm going to wait like half a second for it to spawn. And each rock, you're waiting like half a second. Or it just adds up by the end to make the final rock not have that long of a delay, comparatively. These are getting the delay per rock. Did I pick it up yet? I don't remember. Pretty sure I did. And now I'm paranoid that I didn't. I'll go pick it up just in case. I just wish you could attack these slimes during the downtime. They're fake slimes. They're not the real slimes that are in the other rooms. But it's kind of good that there aren't, because those are naturally aggressive, which would be very annoying. So to some degree, that's actually good that they're not. I always gotta remember to grab this one. I feel like I always forget. Like on the final cycle, like move back to the next room, but on the very last cycle, you actually have to grab it now. Let's see, are we safe here? I don't think we are. Oh no, we are. Okay. Oh, that's okay. That's new. Some tech right there. Ooh. It saves you one tile for when you bank. How many more inventories is that? 24 to that. Alright, so we have 4 more inventories and a half. Not sure what we do with the half. I might just buy an extra 12 or something. It's not too expensive just to buy 12, I guess. Because I'm not going there just for 12. If I'm going there, I'm going to do a whole 24. I'm going to do just 12. I just realized we're about to hit level 1,600. Well, not about to, but you know, 5 more levels. Or get in there. We've been grinding hard. Oh yeah, we've been going really hard on this game. I see, how many hours do we have after 1 month? I was mentioning it earlier. The quickest I ever got 1,000 hours in the game was Animal Crossing New Horizons at peak pandemic. It took 3 months. We are currently going to be 450 hours after 1 month. Which means we're almost on track to do it in like 2 months and 2 weeks or something. Or, you know, like 2.5 months for sure. Yeah, the quickest we ever hit otherwise was 3 months. But, should take us 2.5 for 1,000. Which would be definitely the quickest we ever did it. The quickest you could ever physically do it is 2 months, so I highly doubt I would ever do that, though. Because that would require losing sleep. Which we will not do. So honestly, this is probably like the tied quickest I could ever do it, realistically. Okay, we're on track for 2.5 months for 1,000 hours. Because I don't plan to stop any. The only day we'll be doing it a little bit less than normal, well, than Mondays. But, is, what's it call it? Is Christmas. Because I'm probably not doing anything for New Year's, but I am doing something on Christmas Day. Just not sure exactly what time it'll take place. So I might still be able to stream in the morning for like an hour or two or something again. Kind of like we did on Thanksgiving. It'll be similar to Thanksgiving. It's likely to be later in the day, not right in the morning. 200 plus hours is a lot then still. If you're still working like a full-time job. Because that basically means all your free time has gone to this game. At that point. Luckily there is an AFK XP system. There's one thing that would be very useful too. Is instead of getting like 1 XP burst, you're actually getting 2 AFK bursts. Because I only ever get it when I sleep. But you get it when you sleep and when you work. So you get to like double dip on the AFK XP system per day. I only ever get to use it when I sleep or eat. I know Mondays when I go food shopping and everything else. Which I might be going food shopping tomorrow. There's a lot of stuff I need to pick up, and I'm not sure if I'm going to wait all the way till Monday. Like, stuff like that's the only other time I really ever get to utilize it. Oh, I forgot to grab the ore. I always do that. Because on the final set, you gotta grab the ore from the final rock. What's the timer on the thing? Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Let me reset it now. Could be too paranoid if I don't. I know that probably has already been reset and it's fine, but the fact that the timer's about to go makes me way too paranoid. Like, I know it's not going to despawn as soon as that timer goes, but because I've reset it since then. But it's still gonna drive me crazy if it goes off and I go over there. It's like, oh no, will it despawn? Will it not despawn? It's one thing I wish they would change. I highly doubt they would actually add that feature. I know the other game doesn't have it, but there's a Runelite plugin that does. But there's currently not a timer on every item you drop that tells you when it's going to despawn. I wish you could like mark an object in this game and tell it that you want a timer for when it despawns or something. So there's another solution to that. Just make potions equipable, please. I know they're going to. It's more so a matter of when. Because that's really the only ground item where you care about the timer at the moment. Yeah, this is barely even going to get us to 159. That's not good. I knew it wouldn't get us all the way, but it is a lot less than I thought it would get us. I'm gonna go drink this. Drink that. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, you can't do it while explosive is going. Interesting. You're not allowed to drink and explode at the same time. Alright, I guess I'm putting that still in the Stonemason. The reason being is I don't get the better XP rate until 75 on my Stonemason right now. Then after that, I can start putting it back into mining. I'm going to have to. Because at some point, we're going to have to put it back into mining. Because our XP rate's going to be abysmal until 163. Why do I still have the potion on me? Nope, nope. Ah! Don't do that. There you go. Many misclicks have occurred. Yeah, I've still been so addicted to Brighter Shores. I know the player base has kind of been dipping a bit. But honestly, I am like so still into this game. I put it in the title, but it's very true. I'm still as into this game as I was from day one. Like, that fire to keep playing it has not died, like, at all. If anything, it's only gotten, like, even more intense to keep going. I'm, like, as motivated as day one to play, if not even more so. Like, obviously this game still needs a lot of work, but, you know, it's getting there. And at a pretty decent pace as well. Like, we've had an update, like, literally every few days. Like, I know it's normally just a small quality of life, but sometimes it's pretty major. Like, the 200% knowledge system he did a couple days ago. It does so good. Next, we're getting transmogs and a holiday event, probably. He didn't say holiday event, but he said holiday cosmetic, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be a small holiday event. If it's anything like his other game, he does it for every holiday. It's nothing too big, but, you know, there'll be like a small event that'll take like 10-15 minutes probably to complete. And doing so will give you a couple transmogs. He hasn't confirmed that there would be an event, but he did mention like the thing, so knowing him, he's probably going to. Also, I really hope Paul Galler writes it. If there is an event, I will read all the dialogue for it, just because we'll never have the event rotate again. He always does a different one every year if it's going to be like that. So, I will read all the dialogue for this. I know I haven't read it for, like, any questline or anything. But I will read it for the Christmas event. Oh, that guy asked any tips for mining this stuff. Honestly, I should make a video on how to properly do blast mining to tick perfectly. Because I feel like it's hard to explain. Like, that guy asking, I have no clue how to explain it without visually explaining it. Like how we're doing it right now. Oh, I should probably go grab the ore. Yeah, don't forget to grab your ore in the final cycle. I feel like I always forget. Mostly because I get in the loop of doing blast mining, but then realize, oh, I gotta go bank. But the last cycle is slightly different than every other cycle. The first cycle and last cycle are slightly different. First cycle because no rocks are currently exploded, and second or last cycle because you gotta grab the final rock and can't just leave it there. Because you need to go bank it. You've been losing motivation? It makes sense. I know some people need more, but I wasn't kidding when I said the current state of the game I could literally play for 2 years. I wasn't joking. I could easily play the exact same game state right now for the next 2 years straight. Every single day for like 12 hours. And I would not get bored, personally. I know everyone's not like that, but I definitely am. For better or for worse. Oh, that's interesting. Wait. You're allowed to pick up items? Wait. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. You can pick up items while blast mining, but you can't drop them. I guess I kind of already knew that from the Death Stone, but I never noticed that with the potion. I've kind of already been utilizing that, so I'm not sure why that's news to me. But I never noticed that, even though I've been literally utilizing it. But for some reason in my head, I thought it only applied to Death Stone. But yeah, you can pick up any items while doing it. That's interesting. I've already been utilizing that for Death Stone, but I didn't realize you could also pick up the potion and everything. You just can't drop them when you're in the stall. You accidentally sold your E4 weapon while buying the new ones. Oh no! For episode 1, that's bad. I've done that before as well. Not all my stuff, but like partial gear. And I was under. I ended up doing it for chapter 2 at one point. I think when I went back to chapter 1. And then I was realizing, like, wait, why don't I have a weapon? No, I think it was for chapter 3, because I was selling a bunch of my unattuned stuff. But I just clicked sell all, and all my weapons at the time were, you know, tier 1 or 2. There was no tier 3s or, you know, 3-star stuff. So I ended up selling out, like, all my weapons. And then I came back to chapter 3 later, and I was like, where are all my weapons? Why do I have literally no weapons for episode 3? And then realized, oh, I accidentally sold them all! Because that was when we were doing Mind Fighter a bunch. But at some point, all my gear from there was, like, in my inventory. So I ended up selling all of it. So I ended up having no weapons for episode 3. Obviously, I just crafted new ones, but still. Yeah, there is a buyback, but it was beyond the point where I could buy back. Like, it was literally, like, the next day or something. Like, it wasn't, like, the same session or anything. Like, I didn't realize it till way after the fact. Like, beyond the point where you could buy back it. That was also before I knew the chapter 4 had a shop as well. Oh, no, fairness, it would be way better just to craft my own. It was also only my weapons, not my armor. Because the weapons that you could buy from chapter 4 are pretty pitiful. Because they're only 1 and 2 star. The only reason the armor is useful is because you can't craft armor at the moment. Well, I remembered to pick up the Death Stone this time. Forgotten it like the last 2 trips. So apparently right here is a safe spot. So what I should do is grab this, then walk here to the safe spot, and then click on that. Then you have to move 1 tile, and there we go. Perfect. There, grab these 2. And we're out of here. Hey, how much do we have left? Grab all that. Up there's the Pug Man. Was he the one who asked how to do blast mining? Honestly, I might just cover a blast mining guide tomorrow. I don't know, do all of you guys in chat know how to do blast mining? Because I feel like our viewer base kind of knows for the most part, but maybe not. But I guess that the game at whole might still be confused on it a little bit. Just not sure if if we should cover a video on it. Slightly tempted to. Just for the sake of it. I feel like someone would have covered it by now, though. Has no one really covered a video on, like, blast mining? I feel like most people pick up on it after doing it a few times, though. I guess it's somewhat confusing if you haven't done it, like, at all yet, though. Or if you don't cover old school RuneScape, where it's exactly the exact same activity, pretty much. I think that's the other thing, too. Everyone from old school kind of knew what to do. Like, it's slightly different, but it's almost the exact same thing as blast mining in old school. Yeah, it's very straightforward. So I figured there wasn't a need to cover a video on it. But it is, like, probably the method other than merchant that requires, like, the most amount of, like, different method, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like merchant is the only thing more complicated than this. Not that this is complicated. But as far as, like, the full process of getting the dynamite and everything else, I feel like it's the most complicated skill in the game that isn't merchant. Specifically blast mining. Not that's, like, overly convoluted, but, you know. Like, relative to the complexity of this game currently. That and combat, of course. Like, really efficient combat when special attacks come out. There's, like, the three most complicated things. Merchant being the most complicated. How special attacks will work in combat being the second most complicated. And then the third being blast mining. Everything else in the game is, like, absurdly straightforward. Unless I'm forgetting something. I guess really efficient gathering runs are also kind of complicated. Only problem is I'm not sure the pathing on some of them. Or it just comes down to doing the skill a bunch. But if I was to do a video like that, I feel like I would want to cover all mining methods. Like what the bank cycle is for every single mining method, not just blast mining. I feel like to cover a video like that, I have to have 200 mining, though. I can't cover it before 200 mining. Actually, that's that thing, too. Should I get the 200 mining cape instead of the 200 smithing cape? Ooh. Honestly, I want to do a poll for that. We don't have a poll going right now, I just realized. What do you guys think? 200 mining or 200 smithing cape? We're going to go until... we'll have it go to the end of the stream like most of the polls. I'm definitely leaning towards 200 smithing still, but I'm actually kind of curious. What do you guys think? Because we're going to have both. I'm going to have the mining one before the other one, too. Well, as far as the level, not the, you know, cape. But, which 200 cape should we get? Also, detective and watch person aren't on the list. So they're going to be mining and smithing. I'll put mining first because it works alphabetically. Mining, smithing. Also, I'm going to say smithing instead of blacksmith. Actually, you know what? I'll do it blacksmith. I'll use the correct terminology. What's it called? Miner for the other one? I think it's called miner. Yeah, miner. Alright, there we go. Blacksmith and miner. I'm using the correct Brighter Shores terms. Which 200 cape should we get? Blacksmith or miner? There we go. We're definitely getting one or the other. But whatever the poll is at is which one we'll actually go for. I'm fine with either. I'm not sure if you guys want to see a different cape on my back. Because I wouldn't mind a 200 miner cape. And some people may be getting tired of seeing a smith and keep on our back forever. Gatherer. I do plan to get 200 Gatherer probably in a month or two from now. Because I am working on the rake right now. All the money I'm currently getting is going to a level 25 rake. And once I have a 25 rake, I am going to get Gatherer to some level. What that some level is, I don't know. But something in the 100. Maybe even 200. Like it's going to be 100 something, possibly 200. But it's going to be mostly off of bones. So I will do the higher XP methods where applicable. Hey, how many do we have left? What do we even have here? We have 36. All right, we're going to have to buy 12 because I'm not going to do only 12. I'll put this in the stonemason. It's going to be awkward though for stonemason because I don't think the current gear or the current amount of stone I have is going to get me to 75. It's going to be even more awkward if I have to do mining at that level range and put it into stonemason. Because we're going to have to go back to the really slow XP rate. Ah, I canceled my action again. No, why? Why don't you have lock-in action command option toggle things? Need it so badly. I just realized the poll is dead even right now. I didn't actually say profession keep. I think I just said keep. Yeah, which 200 keep should we get? Well, I guess you guys understand what that means, though. Obviously, it means profession keep. It's not like there's other keeps in the game. I'm still curious if he ever is going to add other capes. If he ever does, since he's adding a transmog system. Oh, you know what? It's actually fine if they give capes stats now. If he adds a transmog system, it doesn't matter. Ooh, you better be able to transmog every cape in the game if they ever get stats. Oh, that would be fun. Imagine if you could still transmog your cape when they have best in slot capes. Like if they have it from bosses or other content in the game. Or whatever this versions of the fight keep is. Or something similar, whatever he adds. You might be able to just transmog any of your cosmetic capes. Oh, that'd be so good. I hope he does that. That way you can still wear your favorite skill cape even when there's a better best in slot cape down the line. As long as you own it, of course. But I hope he does that. Because now that he's adding transmogs, that's actually one really good use for it. Is we could actually wear a cape with stats while still having the cosmetic look of one of the skill capes. No, go back. I think that timer's wrong. But just in case, I will go touch it. Just gotta finish this room first. We're out of here. Alright, now I can reset the timer. I just realized, how am I going to bring this thing out? Oh, maybe I do only do 12. You know what? I actually am only going to do 12. That, or I guess I could just -1 and just not take final rock. Yeah, let me buy 11 from him. It's going to be like a weird amount. Like a really weird amount. Yeah, let me go buy 11 from him real quick. That way I have one slot where my potion can go. I'll be good to go. So I don't even need this timer then. Now I'm going to grab all these. Buy 11 from him. Ooh, all the money waste. Ow, they're like 2 silver each. Ow. Ow. It hurts. Unfortunately, I can't like auto-claim my venture right now. Otherwise, I would use that one. Yeah, I should go get more cooking contracts. I only did that, checked it once, like all day so far. I meant to check it at least a couple times. Still haven't yet. Gotta get at least a cooking level or 2 passively. Well, maybe not passively, but you know, at least very quickly. Alright, let me go touch this. Keep it in my inventory. Drink, drink, drink. Put down stonemason. I'm still not sure what the pivot is after this. So this got us to 159.5, about where we thought it would. The problem is I need both 163 mining right now and 75 stonemason to continue both of them. I guess the angle is maybe smelt bars to catch up my smithing to my mining. Well, dumping all of it into stonemason so I get into stonemason. Maybe even using some of the bars I've been saving up like crazy. Because right now I'm locked out of mining until I get 163. And I'm locked out of stonemason until I get 75. After I finish this dynamite. I know, my mining bonus! It has disappeared. That's the other thing about blast mining. All of our extra XP we have on our pickaxe doesn't work here at all. Which is not ideal. But I gotta at least use what we have. No reason to let it go to waste. As long as it's at the level range where we get good XP for it still. Like if we were like level 100 mining and had this explosive, or you know 200 something I mean, it definitely wouldn't be worth it. At this level range, it's fine to use it. Which is any old dynamite. Like if we still had tier 1 dynamite, it definitely would not be worth using right now. Which is why I just sold it all off. Same as the tier 2 dynamite. Same as the 12 I'm going to be getting. Like the 12 from my current venture. So I'm trying to get to the other venture to stream. Because that dynamite's useless to me now. We're using the last of the useful ones. But after that, it's better just to sell it because the XP rate that we get for it is just not worth it. Alright. The final set of blast mining. We're out of here. And then we got to figure out what on earth we're doing. Because I somehow need like 12 knowledge points for stonemason and 12 for, or even more than 12. Like 13 for mining. And I have no clue how I want to go about that other than, I guess, smithing. Maybe smith some of the ore we have gotten over to all this mining. Because I can't think of anything else. I would also get our smithing pretty much in line with our mining again. Until the mining takes a lead again. It feels weird ending on that rock. I don't think I've ever actually done this yet. Ending on that rock specifically. We're out of here. I am actually going to have to use this bank over here. Because I can't put it into the ore bank. Because it is not ore, it is a stone. Alright, I guess we do some smithing now. Honestly, I might as well just walk there from here. By the time the teleport triggers, it's the same distance anyways. Actually, I think it's even further, so this is closer. Alright, to the mines! Or the smither, the gnome smither. I guess I'll do the gnome stuff first. The higher tier bar. I might even make something out of it for first time bonus. Just to cash out on some of them. Alright, what's the damage? What are we looking at here? What level is this? 127. How many? 750. Alright, this is our highest tier one that we can do. Oh no, I can't even do this yet. 154? Oh, I can't even do those yet. Interesting. Yeah, our mining is already outpaced. Platinums are 116s. And then what else is there? And then of course the iron, but this is the other place, which is a 142. So I guess I'll smith them from highest to lowest. In case we don't need some of the lower ones, at least immediately. So with that being said, that means I'd have to do one below carbonice. Which is... oh, that'd be iron. Wait. But this isn't the iron furnace though. Oh, time to go do iron. Never mind, wrong one. Because I can't do the carbonice yet. I'm not high enough level. That's funny. But yeah, we actually already outpaced. I thought it would be on the next rock, but no, we already did. This is 154. I'm at 152. Interesting. Alright, I gotta do iron. Iron's the highest we can do. Okay, never mind. To the other mine. Alright, let's go do some iron. And just so I don't have to juggle this thing, I'm tempted to go put this away and just go all the way to Hopeport every time I need it. That's so inefficient, but it would make it so I don't have to keep dropping this thing over and over again. That'd be so absurdly inefficient, though. I'm just not sure if I want to keep doing that every 9 minutes. Yeah, it's a good processor iron that we mined today? Yesterday? I don't remember at this point. Technically both? Well, whenever we got this iron. Oh yeah, the one thing that the one guy said in game. I really wish there was profession outfits. That's one thing that's really missing. And hopefully once he has those transmog overrides, we can get them. Because that would be a cool reward if you hit a certain level in a thing. If you can get like a increasingly cooler looking outfit. Like a chef outfit, a fisherman outfit, a forager outfit, you know, alchemy outfit. Like a transmog that can go over your thing that you can wear whenever you're doing the activity. Or if you just feel like wearing it. And like different tiers of it at different level ranges. Maybe you even have to buy it from a shop so there's at least a gold sync to it as well. Or even just earning it automatically from reaching a certain level in the skill. Or they can do it kind of like how the capes are where, you know, at a certain level you can buy it. But you still have to buy it, the transmog. Because I would love to see profession outfits. At least one per profession. However, ideally, multiple tiers. Like you get like a basic chef outfit and a more elaborate one and even a cooler one and so on and so forth. I'm not sure if every skill necessarily needs it, but I would love if at least a couple of them did. The ones where it makes like a lot of sense. Like a lumberjack outfit, a fisherman outfit, a chef outfit. An alchemist outfit would look pretty cool. Like a few others like that. Like not every skill needs one, but I feel like half of them probably do. But technically you could do one for every. That would be a lot of outfits though. That's a lot of outfit models to have to make. If you did it for like every with like 6 different tiers or something. Or at least 4 different tiers. At least a couple different tiers. More than one. Profession hats? No, I mean like entire outfits. Beyond just like the hat. Like an entire outfit transmog that matches the profession. Like, you know, a standard white chef hat and with the full outfit going on. Something like a fisherman thing. Where you have like a, you know, fisherman hat, a full body kind of thing. Woodcutter, you know, lumberjack outfit. You know, stuff like that. Miner, obviously you can have like a mining like outfit. Like as a prospector kind of outfit. There's a problem with our pole. Bone right and carpentry on it. Ha ha ha. That's funny. That's a funny joke. But yeah, whatever the pole ends at is probably the one we'll get ultimately. Or who knows, maybe even both down the line. Because honestly, both of them look pretty clean. Actually, let me go show them. For any of you that haven't seen them yet. Like, I already know what they look like, but for any that don't know. This is what the smithing and the 200 smithing and 200, what's it called, keep look like. The 200 miner. Profession keeps. Keeps. I spelled keeps wrong. Keeps. Profession keeps. Wait, this is what they look like. This is what they look like. So here is the 200 mining cape. There's like the brown trim, the green, the lights everywhere, going all the way down in each section. And then this is what the smithing one looks like. Where obviously what we're in now, but it has like 2 axes at the bottom and like a different curve. And it goes a little bit longer, obviously, as all the capes do. But that's the difference between the two. And obviously we're currently wearing the smithing cape. It's the level 100 one, not the 200 one though. But it gets like 2 axes at the bottom and a little bit of a bigger spike near the bottom. Though I do have to say, if we do get the miner cape, I'm considering doing what we said yesterday. Yesterday we got a drop of green legs, and I put them on because they were our best in slot at the time. And I kind of want to do like the rustic bottom kind of look if we do go green. Where we make the bottom 2 pieces green, but keep the top cryonite colored. It just reminds me of an enemy that's in Darkest Dungeon 2. Even though Darkest Dungeon 2 wasn't as good in Darkest Dungeon 1, it just reminds me of... did any of you guys play Darkest Dungeon 2? Like those really heavy, hard-hitting knights that are in like the forest area. That have like those really aged armors and everything. That's what it reminded me when I made when I got a drop that had like the green legs. Or no, like plate armor. Because it looks like all mossy and rustic and everything. Obviously the armor is still pristine, but you know. Oh, there's the level 200 mining cape. Yeah, there's what the 200 mining cape looks like. He's wearing it right there. For anyone voting on the poll. Right there's the 200 mining. Here we go. But it's a side by side. Oh, he just disappeared. Oh no. You're rank 5 bone right now? Nice. That's huge. We're gonna need help when trading comes out. Wrong one. It feels wrong to do merchant and detective together. Oh yeah, it's really bad. Maybe at like the ultra high level range where you're going northeast a lot. The biggest issue with it is a lot of turn-in paths just don't cycle into it that well. It's the biggest issue that it has. Especially at the lower level range. Like below 100. Not that that is low, but you know, lower than the higher level range. I just realized, did I set a timer for my potion? I did. I'm just paranoid about it. This is why... Can we get winnable potions, please? I need them so badly. The juggling of the potions drives me crazy. Not sure how much longer I can take it. I'm honestly about to just go to 200% and just go to Hope Port when I need the potion. Despite how absurdly inefficient that is. Just so I don't have to keep juggling the potion. Hello, Tyrian. Welcome, welcome. Just dropping by to like and comment. Thank you, thank you. Hey, we covered the Gems of War video earlier, too. Not sure if you caught it. On the new Mythic and everything. We're still covering them. Those are the three things we're still doing. Monday streams, Monday video, you know, the weekly video. And then still the Friday Mythic that comes in once a month. And it's going to be covering the update that happened this week on Monday's video. Because it's a pretty small update. It happened on Tuesday. Which is kind of funny because Brighter Shores also got an update on Tuesday. With the 200% knowledge update thing. I have 4 comments. I should probably go reply to them. I still haven't yet. Normally I do like a little bit more immediately, but I forgot we've been doing Brighter Shores all day. Let me go reply to them real quick. Always like at least viewing every comment, even if I don't reply directly. I do like the upvote thingy on it. Let's see if I can go find it real quick. That's my stream. Might as well leave a like on that too. Let's see. We'll go over here. All right, let me go check these. Oh, let me go do smithing. All right, where are all the comments? Yep. Let's see. Oh yeah, I spelled Catharix wrong, or said it wrong during the video. That's funny. Yeah, I always pronounce things wrong. Also, there's a 4th comment, but I only see 3. I'm not sure why YouTube does that sometimes. I guess it's a bot. That's weird. Oh, there it goes. Alright, I got it. I'm not sure why. Sometimes YouTube like hides comments from me. Like I had to switch it to newest first to be able to see the other comment. So weird. Alright, there we go. Anyways. All potions need to be equipable? Yeah, it's a big issue at the moment. We just have to deal with it until it gets coded into the game over the next few weeks, hopefully. I really hope that's before the end of the year. Because this is really annoying. If I have, like, any one big gripe with the game at the moment, which I know is going to get fixed, but it's this potion juggling is so bad. It is such absurdly bad game design. Like, obviously there's a fix eventually coming for it. He probably just didn't want to code a third slot yet, because it would have been so much more complicated. But he's going to get to it eventually. But he really needs to. Code like a third or fourth potion slot or something. Depending on how he wants to divide them up. Because I'm not sure if he wants to put like every utility potion on one slot or divide it into like 2 or something. Well, we need at least 1. There's even enough room for it too. That's what bothers me the most. Look at this. 3, 3, 3, 2. Where's our third potion slot? It's literally just 3, 3, 3, 3. Just make it triple 3. Like, the screen is already set up that way. I think the issue with it is maybe in combat as well. Like, he doesn't want 3 to show up there necessarily. But that would also be a 3, 3, 3. Because there's 3 weapons, 3 special attacks, and then, you know, 3 potions. Because there are situations where you'd want to drink an XP pot during a battle. For example, you'd want to damage it to like 90% and then drink your XP pot and then kill it. So you can maybe get 1 extra kill while in the duration of your XP pot. So there is a reason to drink an XP pot during a battle. There are a few potions that'd be pointless to drink during a battle though, like a fear potion. Unless a fear potion auto ends a fight as well. Which would actually be really good. That'd be an interesting thing if you codes that in. If you can equip a fear potion and drinking the fear potion auto ends the fight, it is actually quicker to drink a fear potion than it is to disengage a battle. I'm not sure if he would ever do that though. But if fear potions are equipable like XP pots, and you can use them during a battle, like hopefully XP pots will be, I wonder if a fear pot would disengage a fight or not. As that would actually be an interesting use case for them. As it is slightly quicker than using the disengage spell. At the cost of 1 fear pot. It's very niche and situational. It doesn't disengage. Well, currently it doesn't. That doesn't mean it can't be. Like, if it currently doesn't mean it can't be coded to eventually do it. Like, if it's equipable and you do it during a fight. Yeah, currently you can't do it in battles. You can't currently do XP pots in battles, nor can you do any pot in battle other than the combat ones. They're already equipped. But I mean, if you have an equipable spot, which he might be adding at some point, you would be able to potentially. If he changes how that works. Because that'd be the main use case of the third slot. Because, for example, right now you can't drink an XP pot or any pot that's in your inventory. But if it's equipable, you'd be able to drink an XP pot when an enemy is nearly dead. And then claim all the extra XP for it. But yeah, fear potions then would need to be changed then if they were to do that. Or just keep it as is, doesn't really matter. But the XP pot would work that way. The only reason it doesn't right now is you can't drink any potion from your inventory while in combat. But if it's one of the 3 equipable ones, you would be able to. If they ever change that. Even more of a reason why we need equipable XP pots. So badly. I'll say this juggling thing. This juggling thing is just the worst. I don't really care about any other utility purpose other than the fact that I just don't want to have to keep putting them on the ground and picking them back up. Every like 9-10 minutes. Well, technically 9 minutes so you don't despawn. But yeah, I saw your other thing. Yeah, doing a fear pot during a battle wouldn't disengage. I didn't think it would. But I meant like adding it in the future. As a feature. A future feature. Because I feel like fear pots definitely need a buff. And that'd be a fun buff for them. If they were equipable on that 3rd potion slot and would allow you to disengage immediately. As there would actually be a use to them beyond nothing. Because fear pots only help you not get into fights. They don't actually help you once you are in a fight that you didn't want to be in. I just realized something really funny that I didn't realize till just now. His other game had bravery potions, and you drank it during one of the more iconic classic quests. And now he has fear potions in his other game. That's really funny. I didn't notice that till just now. But he has fear potions in Brighter Shores, and he made bravery potions in the first like year or two of classic in his other MMO. Back in like 2001, 2002. Or 2003, somewhere around there. Like around 2002 or so. Yeah, during Legends Quest, there's a bravery potion. And in this game, he has a fear potion. I just now realized that. It didn't really click until we were just talking about fear potions some. That is kind of funny. The main thing that made me think about it is like drinking it during a battle. Not that you do with the bravery, but I don't know, something about it just triggered it. I just find that a little funny. It's like such a weird, obscure thing, but it's like, oh yeah, he did do it again. Just opposite. I feel like he tried to do opposites for the most things in this game. Which is the weirdest thing that throws me off, is that he didn't do north-south priority for when you go to an object. Because he's doing like so many things opposite, but that was one of the few things he kept exactly the same. And it bugs me. Not that it matters too much which way it is, one way or the other. Because either way there'll be issues, regardless of which one you choose. I'm not sure if he's ever going to code a solution to that. Like tiles that auto-move you to what he thinks is like the better option. Because right now it'll always prioritize you east-west, regardless if it's the better way or not. Smart pathing queuing? Well, that is one thing we'll be able to do ourselves, technically. If we ever get, like, multiple action queues, which he's going to be adding soon, after transmogs, which we'll probably get in the next, like, week or two. Once he does that, it'll be interesting to see exactly how that works for movement. Because he mentioned resources, but he didn't mention if you can also queue movement. Because queuing movement is kind of required to do gathering. Because if you can't queue movement, auto-queuing gathering would actually be worse than just doing it manually. It'd be more AFK, but you'd lose so many tiles. But if you can queue both the resource and your movement, then that's interesting. That changes quite a few activities. Also, it also leads to some interesting implications that you could do in combat if it lets you do it in combat as well. Because that means you could basically queue up a fight, like all the walk-unders and everything. Or maybe not, because it wouldn't do it at the right timing necessarily, but you can just walk back, so it's not that big a deal. I'm trying to think of like a weird situation where queuing like multiple movements would be really funny. If it was something that could be queued. Just trying to think of something that would be really broken for it. Because queuing them some while gathering is very useful. I'm trying to think of something where you can queue like 3 to 4 movements into one other action that would actually be useful. Unless you can queue from room to room. Can you imagine if you can queue movement from one room to another? I just assumed it would be locked to your current block. But that would actually be kind of useful too. Like if you queued like 6 actions in a room but could also queue a movement to the next room. You probably wouldn't be able to queue anything in that next room though. But if you can at least queue the movement into the room, that'd be huge. AFK woodcutting? Honestly, AFK woodcutting and mining is going to be kind of funny. Because I was mentioning it earlier, like the 8 iron rock spawn. You know how chill that's gonna be? You could just do 8 iron, do 8 iron again, do 8 iron again, and then bank. That's gonna be so nice. Even if that's not efficient for XP, that's just so chill. And you get to bank a ton of iron, which this class desperately needs. It's one of the reasons I actually really want to get mining up as well. Because guess what we can do at 197? Tier 5 iron. So if you're wondering why I'm actually trying to do this, there's a lot of reasons. But in the very short term, one of the biggest reasons I want to get 200 mining is so I can 8Q tier 5 iron. I'm not sure if I've mentioned that yet. I've mentioned that I can do that, but I never really mentioned like one of the whole like really big reasons why I want it like really quickly right now. Like I know some people are wondering like why on earth am I doing like multiple streams right now of almost just mining other than trying to get smithing up and everything. But it's because when auto queues come out, I want to do 8 iron, 8 iron, 8 iron, and then bank. Doing it like almost completely AFK. Because I have to do that pretty much all the way until like 200 or something. Because everything beyond that is so bad. I have to do all mining beyond that post 200 is either blast mining, which we'll have a very limited supply of. The one in the middle of nowhere, which can also be 8 queued. I just have to drop them instead of banking them. And then the other one that has like a billion delay. We don't get a good one again until 262. So that might be a lot of iron. Unless I do some amount of carbonies. But honestly, I might just do all iron. Especially if rapier, it might actually end up being good. Because this is going to be pretty desirable resource. Because otherwise, the best rapier you can make is a 192, I believe it is. You need that tier 5 iron to make a 199 rapier. And if rapier is good, or the 199 shield that you can make from it is good, people are going to want a lot of iron. Like, it's going to be really popular on Cryonites. Tier 5 iron. It's actually probably one of the most important ores out of any ore. Not specifically like iron itself, but specifically tier 5 iron is probably the most important ore of anything on Cryonite. As you'll be able to get a really accessible 199 shield and a 199 rapier. Which is the most obtainable shield. It'll be the cheapest shield out of any of the shields. But it'll be the one that people will run a lot because it's just more accessible. And then the rapier, if it's actually good, will be, you know, your best one hand. I'm very curious to see how that's going to work, though. I'm trying to think, where would be the best place to AFK woodcutting? Is there any room in woodcutting where there are 8 brambles and 2 trees? I know there's 8 brambles in 1 tree. Does anyone know if there's an 8 bramble 2 tree room? Even if the 2 trees are in an inefficient location? Because then you can perfect loop, AFK loop. The problem with the 9 location is you can't perfect AFK loop. You'd eventually run out of things to woodcut. Because there's some amount of downtime. Which is fine, but if there was no downtime at all, you could actually get a perfect woodcutting loop. If there was a room with 8 brambles and 2 trees, you'd be able to loop it forever. As long as you just keep coming back occasionally to keep clicking on the new resources that aren't queued. Yeah, I don't think there is. That's why I asked. I wasn't sure if there was or wasn't. But I'm pretty sure all of them only have 1 tree or 0 trees. I use the one that has the flat tree because it's easiest to get to because you don't have to jump up for it. Yeah, I don't think any of them have double tree, unfortunately. So the best place would still be the 9 room then. The 8 brambles into the 1, what's it called? Unless you had a level range where a better tree is better. Actually, what would I be doing if I was doing woodcutting right now? Let's say if the AFK woodcutting was in the game right now. Or multi-queue. What would be my... you can't do Jupiter, so yeah, I can't even do it. I guess I can start doing polars at 53. That reminds me, I wonder if there's any good gatherer room. Is there any gathering thing where there's like a lot in one room? I feel like all of gather is separated 3-3 or 4-4. Is there any gatherer resource where there's like 6 in a room or something, kind of like woodcutting? Because I don't believe there is. Because the leaks are 3-3. Bones, every bone I think I've seen has been 3-3. And this is Thistle is not 3-3, but I'd be upgrading my rake, so that wouldn't even matter. Not sure. Trying to think of any bone that's like 4 in a room or higher. Well, last I recall, every single one of them is 3-3. Oh, yeah, you could multi-skill the same room. Like gatherer, woodcutter, gatherer, woodcutter. Interesting. I mostly wanted to train gatherer, though, is the problem. I don't really want to train woodcutting. Like, when I'm going to chapter 2, I'm doing all gatherer only. So it might just have to be something I have to do manually rather than queuing up. I think it's better left for things like woodcutting and mining. Fishing could be good too. But we don't really need fishing. Production skills would be really fun if you could queue it up. I'm not sure if it would work like that though. But I really hope you could just queue like this entire inventory at once. Could you imagine? You know how convenient that would be? If the process was grab ore, queue entire inventory, and then be done. I want that for production skills so badly. Like, imagine you took Max, and then Q, 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 done. We AFK the rest of the time. Imagine it was that easy. Shift click, shift click, shift click, shift click, shift click. You know, all those, like, 4 times over. It'd be 12 clicks. And with 12 clicks, he would auto-do everything. That would be so good. Is he actually going to do that? We'll have to wait and see. But if that's something you can queue up with smithing and stonemason and bone right, that would be making dunking bones, etching stones, and doing these ores so free. Because you just have to click 12 times and he would auto do a whole inventory. And now all they would have to do is make that 12th time only 1 click, and we're in like true paradise. But I believe when it first launches, you'll have to click 12 times. But eventually, hopefully, it'll make it so it's only like 1 single click. And it'll just do the whole inventory. But at the launch of the feature, it'll probably be 12 clicks. But it's still better than this. Like, this is still 12 clicks, but 12 clicks with, like, delay in between. Our guy just does an auto move to each new step. He's only doing 1 at a time. Alright, slowly our smithing is catching back up. Very slowly. Hey, how's our timer going? Oh, our timer's not going at all. That's not good. Goodbye, potions. I haven't despawned yet. Yet. I go grab them before they die. Alright, we're halfway there. Roughly. I forget what we started at. It's about half. Got like 400 to go. Not sure how many smithing levels this could be. Definitely at least 154. Not sure about 155. But this is our highest tier ore other than that other one we could do at 154. Oh, that'd be actually perfect if it gets us to 154 then. Because then I can start doing the carbonates that we have banked. At 153. We really need 200 smithing. Also, it looks like smithing is winning the poll right now. Which, of course, was always the plan. Or, you know, the main plan. Was the 200 smithing cape. The plan was level 50 smithing cape, then 100 smithing cape, then 200 smithing cape. And then end it with, you guessed it, 500 watch person. Which, of course, was going to be different than the smithing cape. That's pretty much been our master plan for capes. The cape plan. Pretty much since day one. Because we already knew the designs of both of them beforehand. And there wasn't any new ones that like kind of changed my mind as far as which one I would go for. That's pretty much been our plan since day one. Smithing, 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 then 500 watch person. Hey, what rank are we at right now? Still at 21? Still at 21. Let's see. We're tied with this other person who keeps grinding. Oh, stonemason time. I need 75 before I can do stonemason again. I need 163 mining before I can do mining again. Well, I can still do mining manually, but until it gets good again. More so. I just realized we're exactly even on miner and blacksmith. That's kind of funny. First time they've both been the same ever. Is Gesture still top of Minor? Because there's definitely someone higher than him. He's not gaining XP quick enough to be number 1. I also almost never see him mining around anymore. How do I check? There it is. Yeah, I don't think he's the highest miner in the game. There's definitely someone at 400 something. And the highest smither is technically at 250, though I also doubt that. It's probably even higher than that. I wonder how many people are 200 though. I assume a lot. Oh, someone's talking to us. I'm gonna go end the poll. It looks like Blacksmith won. I don't want to switch. But yeah, we're sticking with plan A. I just wanted to see, but yeah, it is winning. I'm just gonna stick with it. There's that 57%, so might as well. Yeah, we're sticking with the original plan. Smith and Keep into Smith and Keep into Smith and Keep into 500 watch person cape. The 500 watch person is not coming anytime soon, I can assure you that. We're talking a very, very long period of time. But I don't actually plan to get to 500 watch person anytime soon. Current plan is definitely base 200 crafting. From scratch. Minus woodcutting and carpentry. I'll just buy those. But otherwise from scratch. We'll get our own bones, we'll get our own ore, we'll get our own stones. The only thing I would need is anything carpentry related. Which worst comes to worst, I could just buy for an upcharge from the shop. Best case scenario, you could buy it cheaply from someone who has high carpentry and or woodcutting. Because that supplies I shouldn't really need that much of. The biggest issue is when making guardian equipment. Alchemy, weapons, and armor, the 3 master skills, pretty much. They're all the ones that help you with combat. They're basically all like pseudo combat skills. Your ability to make weapons, your ability to make armor, and your ability to make potions are all combat skills in a sense. They're like indirect combat skills. These weapons are the most important as they make up all your DPS, particularly the ability to make 4-star ones once special attacks come out. Potions also give you DPS by giving you plus 60 potions as well as just better heals. And then armor, of course, while not actually increasing your DPS, allows you to kill things with less potions or less healing pots, as well as take on things that are a bit harder that would give more XP. Like if you had full tier 4 armor, or even just full tier 3 armor at your exact level range, you could probably in full tier 3 kill something like 30 levels higher than you. In full tier 3 with a tier 4 weapon. Like if all 3 of your weapons were tier 4 with special attacks, and you had full tier 3 armor, you could probably fight something with like 30, 40 levels above you. Like whatever your highest thing is, you could probably take on like either of those two. Like I could take out the 237 Hag, maybe not the 265 Wasp. But I could definitely take out the 237 Hag at level 203, which is a 34 level difference. If special attacks existed, I had all 4-star weapons and full 3-star armor. I'm pretty sure we could kill that 237 hag. And probably not even need a heal pot. Unless it gets really lucky because it is very sporadic with damage. The problem is, if I currently try doing that, I'm currently in full tier 1. Most of it not even level to my level. As well as a weapon that is a 4-star 157. Or 137, not even. That's like 70 levels lower than my level. Or a 1-star that is up at my level. Is so bad. But that'll be fixed once Armor Maker comes out. Armor Maker and special attacks are the two big things before I commit to combat. I want bare minimum tier 3 armor for anything we ever engage with. Assuming it's not a complete nuisance to keep doing that every like 20, 30 levels. And I want all 4-star weapons, or at least our primary, whatever ones are like actually good to use. Depends what the system is like. But bare minimum, at least one 4-star weapon for our best special attack DPS weapon. Because full tier 1 is just not cutting it. Full tier 1 is just laughable. Especially for how easy it would be to craft, even with the rarity curve. Like, full tier 1 is free once armor making these out. Like, tier 1 at your own level range is quite literally free. Oh, what am I doing? I don't have my inventory open so I can't see it. Normally I would click it, but I forgot I had the other screen open. There we go. Yeah, we're still live streaming. That one guy was saying it in game. We're still around. We're here for the long haul. So we got some pretty fun updates coming this month. Assuming he is getting everything that he mentioned on his Twitter done this month. Because that's transmogs, a Christmas event, trading, and queuable actions. Queuable actions is probably the big one. Because then we could really start to AFK. You know how many things you could queue up at that point? Like, imagine just clicking 12 times and getting this done automatically. One click would be even better. But queuable actions, you could 12 click this and just not need to keep doing it over and over again in between. And of course, 8 iron rock, stuff like that. I'm so looking forward to it. And we'll have the mining level for it at that time too. Because I'm probably stopping at around 198 mining. Or even 200. Like, you know, around there. But we'd still have to keep doing iron rocks after that. Especially if we skip most of Deathstone. I'll still do Deathstone, but we're not going to do all of Deathstone from 207 to 223, I assure you that. Like, most will be like 207 to like 212, which is still like 11 levels short. Every update is the 12 days of Christmas, I know, right? Yeah, so far, what's the longest he's ever gone without doing an update? I think it was when he added leaderboards. And I think it was like 4 days without update. He's been like absurdly on it. I can't think of any game I've ever played where 4 days was the longest it has ever went without an update. Though I think we're currently on 3 days because I think the last one was the knowledge update on Tuesday. Or the next one being the Christmas event and or transmogs. He didn't actually say he's adding a Christmas event. It's kind of just implied that he is, given that he's adding Christmas cosmetics. And the fact that he's done it a lot in the past. Because that used to be a big thing every holiday. He would do a Christmas event, an Easter event, a Halloween event. And I'm trying to think if there was another one. I know that Old School these days does an anniversary event, but I don't think he ever did that back in the day. I don't think he did. So this is like the main 3 that he would do one for. I'm not sure if he would do some other holidays as well. Like Lunar New Year. And I'm trying to think of any other one that's kind of big. That games tend to do it for. Actually, what's next year? Yes, it was the year of the dragon. What is next year? Does anyone know what next year's animal is? I wonder if we actually will do Lunar New Year. I know that's one that a lot of games tend to do. But his games never have. But I'm not sure if he would do it this time around for Brighter Shores. Because his past game never had a Lunar New Year event. It's a fun event to have because how many is there? Like 12 different animals? So 12 years of different ones you could do it for. That's a lot of years. That does mean we'd have to wait 12 years for the year of the dragon again, though. Or however many zodiac animal thingies there were. I think it was 12. Because it's one per month, right? Something like that? I don't remember. I'm not zodiac, you know what I mean. Lunar New Year thing. Anyways. But the main ones he would definitely do it for is Christmas, Easter, and Halloween. Those are the ones he did in the past. Yep. Or EXP pop beckons to be picked up so it doesn't despawn. Luckily, I brought a pretty small stack. I have yet to ever despawn my EXP pot stack. I'm too paranoid to ever let it happen. And we're not going to start today. Don't worry, you're safe. Gosh, I love that Steam has a built-in timer. It's so useful. Let's see, what other things does it have here? I messed around with a couple of them. Oh, wait, did I only put in 3? Whoops. How did I manage to do that? I was like, wait, that was like a short stall. Okay, there we go. Or short cycle, I mean. Notes. What does notes do? That brings up a little notepad. That's cool. Guides. That brings you to thing. Discussion. Recordings and screenshots. That brings you to thing. Friends. Web browser. Yeah. Controller settings. Settings. Minimize window. Yeah, so all the pretty useful ones we're already using. I'm not using the recording thing because obviously we're using separate software for that. Yeah, we're pretty much using all the useful ones then. I guess the notepad we could technically use. But, and the web browser we bring up whenever we're looking up something, like the enchantment shop. And all of the thingies for it. Hey, how much is a 25 tool again? Yeah, we need to scrap together 18 gold. Technically 19 because I'm going to need the spear to actually upgrade the weapon thing. But we need 19 gold. We're currently at less than 1. We're currently at less than 1. We need 19. We're about there. We're almost there. Do I keep the bars? I've actually been keeping a lot of the bars. I normally keep them for when I need to make gear or for eventual armor making. But yeah, I don't think I've explained that too often, but there's 2 reasons I keep the bars. In the short term, I keep them for if I need a weapon for any chapter or shield. But in the long term, I'm actually keeping them for armor making. While it's not confirmed that you'll need armor or metal bars to make the armor, you know, cryonite armor, based on how it looks, I assume you will need metal bars. That's a lot of metal on my armor right now. I'd be exceedingly doubtful if you do not need metal bars to do armor maker. As well as bones to do, you know, the other one and stone for the other. Like, there's at least a 95% chance that'll be the case. And that's one of the other things I'm saving it for. Because, of course, we plan to get 200 armor maker, like, pretty much the second Chapter 5 comes out. We'll have fun, messing around, you know, go through the chapter, all that kind of stuff. You know, all the things you would normally do on day 1, day 2. But by day 3, I'm literally just power grinding to 200 armor maker. Whatever it takes. But the first day or 2, or at least definitely the first day, you know, we'll explore around. We'll do everything the chapter has to offer. We'll do every single skill in the area. Get at least base 20s, all that kind of stuff. Do the whole quest line. Maybe even one side quest if the requirement isn't too high. But then the second I'm done with all that, by like day 2 or day 3, we are doing nothing but armor maker until it's like 200. And I want to make sure we have the resources for it so we don't have to go as far out of our way once it does come out. I'll definitely have to go some out of our way because I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have enough leather banked. I banked a lot of low tier leather, but I haven't been banking a lot of the higher tier stuff because I need the profit from it. You got 19 gold from 200 combat? Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure where I'm going to be scrapping my gold together from. Obviously, once we process some more stuff from Stonemason, I guess that would technically make us money. Beyond that, I'm not sure what we're doing in the short term for money. I still need to scrap together like 19, 20 gold for our rake. So I could buy the 25 enchants as well as the tool itself. That's my next big money purchase in the game. We need like 20 gold for 25 rake plus a 2 3-star rake, however far it goes by that point. And 20 gold should cover it. The problem is we're basically at like 0 gold right now. I guess 1 gold if you count it that way. Or like 1 gold piece in E20. Obviously merchant leatherworker would be one of the main ways to go. We really do need to go do merchant. I think I even have it in the thumbnail, don't I? At some point in this stream, we gotta do a little bit of merchant. Ideally, 155, so I can at least do the next leatherworker thing. Which is 7 levels of merchant. I don't know, how long does 7 levels of merchant take these days? I guess it depends how efficient you are. I feel like I wouldn't be that efficient if I tried doing it right now. I've been putting it off like crazy, actually. The merchant grind. As much as this is my favorite skill in the game, it requires so much brain power compared to everything else in the game. There's such a large margin. It's just a little bit weird. It almost feels like it's in the wrong game. Don't get me wrong, it's my favorite skill in the whole game. But, it is absurdly different than anything else. It just gets really taxing to keep doing it for a long duration of time, or even any duration of time. I think I had it too good when I was AFKing it during leagues, because I would just stay at the message board for like 8 minutes and get a perfect route. It was super inefficient, but it made it so, it's honestly something I should be doing off-stream more often. Like, leave the game running at the message board for merchant bounties. And just, as I'm eating or something, just wait until we get, like, you know, 3, 4, 5 sets of bounties. And then, go and do them all. Because that is so chill when you get, like, a perfect route. The problem is when you see the bounty board, take all 6 and try to route it. Other than the ones that are just super dead, like the cheese ones and everything. Like all the ones that go to top left. Top left is just unusable. At least in the current state. And you had like a shortcut to get there or something. Because top left is just so bad to route to. Unless you're doing a whole run of 6 of them, it's not worth it. And you would pretty much never do a whole route of 6 of them. And by 6 of them, I mean 6 to top left corner. There's never be a situation where that would really happen. Right now, our best option seems to be like candle into soap into, or even just candle into pocket watch. Seems to be like our best synergy. Like if we can get triple candle into triple pocket watch. Or even double candle into double soap into double pocket watch. Some of those are like our main good ones right now. Alright, let me go pick up the thing. I feel like it's almost time. Plus I need the boost anyways. The boost! Alright, boost that. Drop it on the ground. Grab our ore. Reset timer. I can't see timer, where to go. Timer, come back! Alright, there we go. Alright, let me go minimize that. Gosh, I need like dark mode on that thing. Alright, let's see. We're almost done. And I gotta figure out what on earth we're doing. Because my stonemason's not high enough to go back to stonemason. Which means I think it's finally merchant time. Oh no. Because we have one of 2 choices. I can either go back to mining the carbonists at 151 until we hit 163. Or we can do merchant until we have 75 stonemason. Either or, one of them has to happen. Oh, I've changed your name to Benjamin Dover. What a name. Hey, what's the level range for this bar? 212. 212's a lie, though. What is actually the level ranges bar? It's like 192 for rapier and I believe 199 for shield. Oh, wait, is this the one for shield? Wait. This is the other good one. Wait. I forgot. It's only rapier that needs it. You can make a 199 shield out of tier 4 iron. Oh, wait. Hold. Right, the other iron isn't as good then. It's good, but it's not as good. Well, I don't know. Maybe people still want to go base 200. I feel like a lot of people are going to go base 199. The thing is, tier 5 can't make a 199. You'd have to make a 200. Because 200 is the lowest level you can make for it. Interesting. But yeah, it would still be relevant for the rapier, though. Because regardless of a 199 rapier or 200 rapier, they'd both require tier 5 iron. Same as if throwing twin blades are any good. They both require tier 5 iron. You cannot do it with tier 4. However, you can make a 199 shield out of tier 4 iron. The shield's actually going to be pretty irrelevant then. I mean, not irrelevant, but it really depends if people are going to do base 199s or like low 200. But I feel like a lot of people are going to stop at 199 for a while. Due to the rarity curve. Hey, I just realized I was checking something on Steam right now. We're at 444 hours. I think this is 443 there, but we're about to be 444. Is it really? Oh no, it's already past that. Never mind, my Steam one didn't update. We're already past 444. I was gonna say, I want to see it at all 444, but no. Never mind, we already passed it. Oh, that's weird. Why did it update like midway through then? Oh, maybe that's when I opened Steam earlier. I have no clue. Interesting. Has someone mentioned, you know what the top post is on the Brighter Shores thing right now? Botting and scripts are already out of control for one of the Steam discussions. As someone said, add desire paths. Yeah, I think someone's mentioning that because of the east-west priority. I'm not sure how we would code that, though. Because what if you do want to go the other way? Even if it's inefficient. But there are a lot of resources that east-west priority does not work good on. You have to, like, manually click for. Has someone saying that the soundtrack for this game goes hard? Yeah, music's been great in this game. And that new track that they added to Chronopolis the other week or two ago. Still one of my favorite tracks in the entire game now. They added out of nowhere. It's probably like my top 3 favorite track. Oh, 154. We can move up to the better ore as well, which is actually perfect because I think we have exactly enough iron for it without even trying to calculate it out. We're going to have like one extra inventory or something, but we're going to be so close. Also, we're going to be one level away after this level to be 1,600. Or 1,600, I mean. Ooh. Gotta get to 2,000. We're getting there. Which, how many people are over 2,000 right now? Probably only like 1, 2 people. Oh, let's see. Yeah, there are 3 people currently at, pretty much the whole top 3 are the only people at 2,000 plus. With Yips exactly at 2,000. Look at that. It was like, yeah, I reached my goal for today. That's actually really funny. First place, they're all on such clean numbers. Why is the whole top of leaderboard so clean right now? One of them's at 2222, one of them's at 2,100, and the other one's at 2,000. They all stopped at such a clean number. Did they all agree to like take a day off and stop at those numbers or something? What is this? Why do all 3 of them have such a clean number right now? 2222, 2,100, and 2,000. Look at that. Did they literally all just take a day off? Just like agree, like let's end this war for a little bit and just like relax for a day? Because they all stopped at such perfectly clean numbers right now. There we are. Nice. We can use the better ore now. How much more iron do I have? Honestly, at this point, I might as well just do the rest. It's pretty much already done. But then we'll move on to the better ore. Honestly, I kind of want to start banking the better ore now. Even though it's like 1,000 miles from a bank. It's our best smithing XP we can do right now. I don't know. What do you guys think? Bank the carbonus or keep dropping on the ground when we go and do it again? Hey, this guy's advertising his clan already. Oh no, my potion is beckoning. Let's see, what does he say? Whoever's interested in enjoying the best future clan in the entire game, add your boy Stunna right now. Got the best of the best levels in this later. That's funny. And that recruiting future even added. I know. He never actually said he is going to be adding a clan system. It's just the assumption that he will. The drive-by advertisement. The whole room's reacted to it. It's so funny. I think it's funnier because he didn't even react to our level either. Because his comment said like the highest levels in the, some of the highest levels in the game, and we're like 22nd. I guess because we're not on leaderboard anymore, we're not visible to people. So we're invisible now. We're invisible unless we gain like 20 more levels. Oh, one more level. We hit 1,600. Oh, did I ever reset the timer on the thing? I know I reset the ground item. I forget if I reset the timer though, which I didn't. All right, let me go reset it again, just out of paranoia, just so it's attached to the timer time. No, come on, grab the thing. All right, now we could reset our timer. There we go. Stretch. Big stretch. Okay. All the bones cracking. Getting old. At 30 years old, we're getting old. No, not quite there yet. We're getting there though. Alright, this is our last inventory of iron. I don't know, do I bother doing the last 13? It's probably a waste, but I'm not gonna need to mine it again, so I guess I will. Because we're mining more iron, we're mining the 197s once we get there. Probably a lot of 197s. Because there's gonna be one the few times I probably will camp an ore for a while. Like the 197 all the way till at least 223. And then a little bit of blast mining in between. But it's such a bad gap between our resources though. Like a 197 all the way to like a 262. Unless I'm going to be banking those, but honestly, we need a better banking option before I'm going to go mine those. Those scare me. The 223s there. Because I need those, but the bank is 9 rooms away. It's so far. Like, these would definitely be worth banking. The problem is their XP rate is so bad if you bank them that this iron ore would actually be better XP per hour, probably. Just because of how many miles you have to go to bank the carbonus. Oh, so that's the other problem with carbonists too. You need gas to bar them as well. Unlike this machine where you don't need any gas. And that's just so much more chill, just not needing to go get the leeches. Leeches aren't that bad. You don't have to do them that often, but it's always annoying when you need to go refill it. You have to spend like almost half an hour just refilling it back to max gas. Which is time that could be spent making bars. Or mining, or doing literally anything. Alright, let's go run the last 13. Could be a little bit weird to keep, or you know, do one single bar, but sure, we'll do it. I can grab the thing now. There we go. Alright, we can shut off the timer now. Timer has been stopped. All this for one bar. I can't just leave one single ore in there. It'll drive me crazy. Finally off work? Nice. Time to play Brighter Shores. Alright, we are done. We have processed every single iron we have mined in the last 2 days. Look at that. 830, actually no, 845 iron bars. Nice, look at those. 343, 505, and 845. Technically 48 for the other one too. Looking nice. Alright, let's move on to the next one then. I need to go run my 154 carbonies. We also didn't have to determine if we want to go bank all of our carbonies. Just because how much Smith XP it's going to be. I'm not sure if we should. It hurts our mining XP like crazy. But oh no, let's see. The problem with these is they require gas. Actually, how much XP was I getting for the irons? Does anyone remember? Actually wasn't paying attention. I think it was like a 4,000 something. Like 4,400. There's have to be at least like a 6,000 to be worth it. Or maybe a 5,000 something. If it's less than 5,000, this is 100% not worth banking. If this XP drop is under 5,000. Oh, come on, why can't you just walk through? There's nothing even blocking you there. I know there's an invisible drill there because it needs to technically be there for the event. But currently there's not a drill there. Let me walk through. I wonder if they'll ever change that in the future. The reason they probably don't want to do that though is if you log out and the drill is back, you'd be stuck in the drill. So I guess that's why it doesn't let you walk through. So I guess it makes sense, but still. Like, logically, you should be able to walk through, but yeah, it makes sense why you can't. Because if you logged off there, and you logged back in, you'd be stuck inside of a drill. Which would not be ideal. Which is probably why you're not allowed to walk there. They thought I had. Let's see, what EXP drop is this? I need at least a 5,000 to show up here. Am I feeling okay? Oh yeah, I've been doing amazing. I also have been getting a little bit sick recently though, but aside from a little cough here or there, it's been fine. Yeah, last time my house cold got sick, gosh, I got sick for like 3 weeks. We just got over it like the other week. Oh, gotta turn the other thing. I forgot, it's in inverse order compared to the other area. Six! Oh! Okay, fine. I gotta bank the carbonies. I see why I banked so many earlier. Okay, I see why I banked so much. Okay, I see. It makes sense now. I think I understand why I banked so many earlier. I was wondering earlier, like, why on earth do I have, like 800 something carbonies when they're like a mile from a bank? It's the smithing drop. It's the smithing drop. Yeah, we gotta make mining suffer in order to get better smithing. That's too much XP to be just dropping on the ground. As much as it's better for mining, it is just too much XP to be thrown on the ground. Well, time to start banking and juggling the potion and doing a billion other things that could be annoying. But it's gonna be worth it. That's a lot of smithing XP. Like a lot of smithing XP. Oh, that guy just died. Rip. Yeah, the higher you go, the more you need a gathering skill. I tried avoiding it, but now I'm going all in on gathering. Because I made that same mistake initially. I would say it's probably the biggest mistake of our playthrough. is we should have from day one prioritized gathering over processing. I'd say it was by far our biggest mistake. Short-term processing is a lot better, but long-term you really need to be doing the gathering first. The biggest issue with gathering in this game is it's not efficient until you get a good tool, though. Like, we have a level 30 enchanted tool, which still isn't even max. That's better than nothing. Like, I don't want to start raking my bones until I at least have a 25. I'm not even going to touch the bones again until we have a 25 tool. But yeah, we're going to have to do the juggle that we did with the Carbonice earlier. The Carbonice juggle. There's just too much smithing XP to be leaving on the ground. It's going to hurt our mining XP by almost like 2 times. Like 2 times less per hour. But the amount of smithing XP is way too valuable to just be keeping it like that. It's over 1,000 per rock for smithing. And that's even before we process it. It's not even counting making the object. It's just making it into the bar. It's not even counting the XP for making it into an object after that. But we're gonna have to do the juggle that we did earlier. Which is the 10-10-10 juggle. Where we mine 10, we mine 10, we mine 10, and we drop the difference on the ground. I like how every single person here is a cryonite. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, we got an ore dropper over here. We got an ore dropper. Which is honestly what we should be doing, but that's too much smith XP. Oh no, is this worth it? Oh no. Super long term, we could just get the iron. Maybe we should be power mining. Like, it's a lot of XP, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Bank the Carbonice or drop it? Because we're going to get even more XP than this once we get to 197 irons. The problem is that number doesn't say 197, but it says 160 almost. Like, the 197 irons are going to be so much better than this. The other issue with this is it uses gas. It's one of the reasons why it gives more XP. Iron doesn't need gas. Could they put this any further from a bank? Try telling to bank. The problem with that is it's still the same distance, but it also has the tele delay. Well, I guess, actually, yeah, we could try it. I haven't actually timed it. That might actually work. Wait, I see what you mean. But I'll try to tele. Is that actually might be slightly quicker now that I'm thinking about it. Because the backtracking that you have to do that one way is kind of hurting a lot of time. I just gotta make sure I insta-tele if I do. With, like, no delay. At 160, we're getting there. Oh, come on. There we go. 163, we get the much better one. Also, juggling a fear potion on the ground so we could just walk through the things would be a lot better here too. It'd save some time every cycle. Also, that right-click deposit all is pretty nice compared to not having on the other box. Yeah, I guess we'll start banking that way. It's still awful, but it's not as bad. This is actually how I was doing it back in the day, too. It's kind of funny, because this is how I was originally banking on day 1. And the people said, go get a storage rift and it would help you. Which is still probably the funniest thing of my memory in this game. Like the top 5 funniest. Is, you know what made us get a spider nest quest? It was when we were mining this ore at tier 1. People were saying, oh, go do the spider nest quest and go get a remote storage. It'll make banking easier. They literally suggested that when I was doing the one activity where not doing that is actually quicker. Which I find really ironic. Is the thing that made us finally go do spider quests is doing an activity that literally gains no benefit from doing spider quests. As the most efficient way to bank these is not even to use a storage rift. It was basically the thing that convinced us to go do storage rift. And then go on like a day and a half long carpentry grind. Which was basically 1 day long. Because that's how I was doing it day 1. Like when I was first mining it, that was the exact route I did. But then people were like, go do storage rift. And then I still had a habit, still use the storage rift method. But this is like the one thing that is actually quicker to not use storage rift for. You're just in the absolute middle of nowhere. Oh, was that you, Sean? I know multiple people mentioned it in chat. It's perfectly fine. No worries. It was definitely a good call for us to go do Storage Rift. I just find it really ironic that the activity that convinced us to go get it gets no benefit from it. Like, literally out of anything I could be doing in the game, I was doing, like, the one activity, almost, that would gain 0 benefit from Storage Rift. It was the thing that convinced us to get it. Because I was even wondering when I was doing it, like, where's all the storage rifts? Because I didn't see any nearby. Because there isn't. There's literally none nearby this activity. It wasn't that I didn't know where it was. It just doesn't exist. Oh, you know what? I wonder if you can queue up a teleport when they add queuing. Oh, because notice how he did it on his own after the action. I wonder if you'll be able to queue a teleport when they add queuing stuff. Oh yeah, level 1,600. Oh gosh, we already hit past that. I didn't realize it. But yeah, we're finally at 1,600. Oh, so hello, Sean, by the way. Welcome, welcome. I did the wrong pathing. Gosh, I almost want to do fear potions when doing this. Just so I can walk a straight line and not have to deal with these things. You don't think I responded? Thoughts on getting base 50s after you get 200 mining? The main reason I don't want to do that, even though that would be fun, I don't have the tools for every gathering skill. I don't want to go too much further or even further at all on any skill until we have the tools to do so. Is one of the reasons we're going so hard on mining is because we have a 30 tool. And the reason why I'm waiting to do gatherer is so I have a 25 tool. But the lack of tools is the main reason I've been putting off gathering. Like, bare minimum, I want like 25 base tools if I'm going to be doing the gathering activity for anything. I only went a little heavier in mining because I know we'll be doing a lot of mining. But otherwise, it's going to be like base 50s down the line, or 25s down the line, as far as how upgraded the tools are. But no, I do plan on getting base 50s at some point. We just need a lot of gold to do that properly. The only skill I would maybe train without it is just Forager. Just because Forager requires so many tools that not having them all at 25 is probably fine. Because Forager is one of the weird ones where you actually do use like all 3 tools. Unlike every other skill where you generally just mostly use 1. Like, I would maybe do the Forager grind to 50 if I had 5 tools. Like, you know, if I had every one just leveled to 5 or something. Or even just 10. Something that's a lot more manageable. Would I get a tool upgrade for woodcutting for only 4 levels? Oh no, I could just do that easily. Yeah, I don't need one for woodcutting. The main one I'm focusing on right now is Gatherer. So I need the Rake. After Gatherer, I'm not sure what I'm doing after that one. But yeah, I don't need it for woodcutting. 4 levels in woodcutting should be free. I mostly need it for Gatherer next, as well as Forager and Fisher. So I really only need, well, the problem with Foragers requires so many of them, though. Fisher, I could just go Spear. But yeah, honestly, we're not that far from base 50s. Though before I do combat in the other areas, I do want Armor Maker and Special Attacks to be released. Because that's what I'm waiting for on combats. To get combats to 50, I'm waiting on Special Attacks and Armor Maker. Or at least Special Attacks. I could probably do it without Armor Maker in those chapters. It shouldn't matter. But I definitely need Special Attacks just to speed it along. For fishing, I just need a 25 spear. And for Forager, I would need bare minimum 10 all tools. And same for Gather, I would want a 25 for the Rake. Yeah, Woodcutter, I don't really need a tool upgrade if I'm just going to 50. If I just want to get base 50s. And obviously everything in chapter 3 and 4 are already there. Yeah, base 50s would still take a while. Like, every single individual skill would take, like, almost a day. Like, we'd be lucky if we can even hit 2 of them in a day with 25 tools. Like, if we tried doing 50 Forager, or 50 Gatherer and 50 Fisher in a day, I'm not even sure if I could fit that in a 12-hour stream. It would take so long. Like, I'd almost have to dedicate, like, an entire stream to get each one to 50. Because it's not quick going from 30 to 50. Like, it's not, like, exceptionally slow, but it's not like it, like, instantly happens. It'd have to be, like, a day dedicated to each, probably. And whatever spare time we just put into, like, merchant, leather worker or something. Or even more mining. Or something similar. But yeah, I do plan on getting base 50s, probably by the end of the year. And maybe that will be the goal. I'm not sure if special attacks will be out by then, which is kind of meh. But, I might try for it by the end of the year. That seems like a nice goal to have by the end of this month. Base 50s. I feel like that's a realistic amount of time. I just want to try not to get too many skills up needlessly. Unless we have, like, the proper way of getting them up a little bit quicker. There's nothing we really need total level for at the moment. Other than leaderboard, I guess, but you know. I don't really care if leaderboard's particularly high or not. But there's nothing else that total level really does. Other than number go up. Why is he using a mace against... Why? You're using, like, the weapon it's immune to. As a cryo knight, when you have, like, a billion other weapons that aren't that. Honestly, that guy would be better off just punching that thing at that rate. He hit 0, like, 3 times in a row. You can hit a 0? Yeah, whenever you hit a 0, it is painful. Yeah, base 50s would be really good for new quests. Because we'll either have all the requirements or barely need to grind at all. I just figured since we already have all quests done, it's not going to be that hard to go grind for a new quest. Like, whenever they add a new quest, we could just focus on it. It's not that big a deal. We would just make it a grind to go and get whatever requirement we need. But base 50s would help a lot. One thing I'm actually concerned with, if they add special attacks that aren't in Chapter 5, let's say they add it to Chapter 1. I feel like you're going to need level 50 guard to get special attacks. I feel like it's going to be like level 40, 50, or something guard. Probably 50. Assuming they add it to Chapter 1 rather than Chapter 5. Because we don't know where they're putting it currently. It really depends if they want free-to-play to have it or not. Because if they're going to add it to free-to-play, it basically has to be in Chapter 1. And if they're putting in members, they're almost guaranteed putting in Chapter 5. Alright, where's the next thing? 163, gosh. Come on, 163, you're almost there. Honestly, I almost want to go start dropping it again just for the XP rate. The guard keep looks like a keep for bots. I was mentioning that earlier, not the bot thing, though. But honestly, the 500 guard keep, or, you know, the guard keep in general, is probably my least favorite looking keep in the entire game. It looks like the keep that they end up making as, like, the trial keep to, like, test the concept of the keep. Like, you know, a multi-tier cape. And then never bother changing it after it. It looks like the proof of concept for the keeps that they were going to do. But then they never ended up bothering to change guard after that. It was like their first proof of concept, but then they didn't bother changing it to match all the other ones a little bit more. I'm almost guaranteed it was the first keep they ever made. Just to test to see how it would work, the multi-tier cape thingy. But then instead of changing it, just kept it exactly as is. Because that's what that keep looks like to me. Proof of perfection. I do like the multi-tiered capes though. I just feel like guard is one of the few that are kind of meh. Like, it doesn't look bad, but I would definitely never get it. Hey, even if I get 500 guard, I'm not wearing a 500 guard cape. I don't know. I don't mind them being cosmetic. I was mentioning that earlier, though. If they ever do add capes with stats, I hope the transmog system will allow you to change your cape to anything. So you can still transmog to whatever skill cape you like the most as long as you have it bought. Because I really want that if they ever add stats to any cape. Which will also open up the cape slot for actually having stats. Because I feel like the main reason they don't right now is so that they can be the visual kind of aspect. But if they make it so every single cape can be a transmog, you can then start adding special effects or anything to capes and it wouldn't matter as much. The main reason I feel against it right now is because, you know, right now you wear them visually. But once the transmogs come in, as long as you just make all those transmogs, it wouldn't matter. As long as you can transmog your cape into any skill cape you already own. You still need to buy it, of course. But buying it would like auto unlock to transmog to change your cape to that. While keeping the effects of a different cape. I still don't feel like they should get set effects though, necessarily. Wouldn't be against it though. But if they're going to make it so you can transmog all the skill capes, I'd rather see bosses drop various capes. I feel like that'd just be really good reward space for bosses. If pretty much every cape and amulet had a special effect. And you wore them based on that. Or, you know, that'd be like the reward space for bosses if you're not going to add a jewelry making skill. Or a cape making skill in some way. Is to make it reward space for bosses if they're not dropping craftable material. I still prefer them to just drop craftable material though. That you then make into armor, weapons, and stuff. But not the actual drops of the items. I don't know, wait and see. There's a lot of the ways they could do it. Thank you. There's like one of the only few rooms in the game where I'm actually glad when it's crowded. Is the tentacle room. Because the more crowded it is, the easier your path is. Just walk through and skip tiles. Yeah, I really need to get a 200 cape upgrade. We were talking about it earlier. I don't know if we should get the miner cape or the smithing cape. And we're still sticking with the smithing cape, it looks like. That does mean I still need to go get my smithing up. Because getting 200 mining will not get us 200 smithing. However, spamming our iron will. Alright, that reminds me. When can I start using this iron? I never actually checked. Let me go check that real quick. I never checked to see. What level can we start using iron? Via smithing. It'd be at whenever you unlock rapier. Ooh, 193. I need 193 smithing before I have infinite smithing. Or at least 200, technically. Like auto-banked. Or even slightly higher than that. But, yeah, I need 193 smithing. Which means by the time I have like 200 something mining, or, you know, 200 mining, I need to have 193 smithing so I can actually run the iron at 197 mining. And then at that point, our smithing's whatever level we feel like it. Especially if they had queuable actions, we can start just doing the whole room at once. Because we can AFK iron so hard. And we're going to need to for like 20, 30 levels anyways. So it'll work out perfectly. And those are when they get to the solo levels at 200 as well. You keep going between High Scout and Alchemy. What's your Alchemy level at this point? Because honestly, unless you're planning on trading potions, I don't really feel like it's too worth going too much above 200 at the moment. At like 170-ish, I feel like is like a good Alchemy spot for like the max heal pot and all the other things you'd have by then. Like Alchemy is nice to have, but getting it like ultra high isn't worth it unless you plan to do like a ton of trading when trading comes out, assuming potions can even be traded. I do really need to get my Alchemy up at some point. The main most noteworthy level is I want to get my plus 60 pots for Cryonite, which I believe is 77. Because I want to make them all the way to the next big objective and save all of them for combat. So when we go really hard on combat, we'll be able to just obliterate things. Oh, is that what's actually doing gold panning? I don't think I've ever seen that. Someone was actually doing the gold panning activity. They do exist. Gosh, I did all that and it's still not ready. There we go. Yeah, I have heard the knowledge point system after 200 is insane. I haven't really gotten to experience it yet. Even though I have 204 detective for the AFK activity, I can't really do the forensic yet. So I'd have to wait until 209 before I could do it. Which would be my first, like, absurdly good activity. But yeah, I haven't really gotten to see it yet. But I've heard a lot of good things about it. But I need 5 more detective levels before I could do it. Or technically 4.5. I mean, maybe that's a grind we go for at some point. The problem is it's a very AFK grind unless we want to go do the detective thingies. Honestly, maybe that's something we do after this mining grind. Because we're going to have a little bit of extra time at the end of the stream. Maybe one of the things we go do is, because this mining grind is not going to take the whole stream. But maybe one of the things we go do is a little bit of detective work. Like actual detective work. Oh, I forgot you can't cross that way. Keep thinking you can. But we might go do the detective skill some. Like actual detective work one. Like, you know, the detective bounties. Because that's my best XP rate at my current level range. And there's something we haven't done in a while. Speaking of bounties, I keep forgetting to claim the cooking bounties. I should go do that. Because we have to teleport there anyways. Or, you know, we have to teleport somewheres. So we might as well teleport to Hopeport real quick. Let's see if we have any cooking bounty. So we can go get a cooking level this stream. If we get one cooking level a day, we would eventually be level 500. If we took enough bounties on a day, where we just kind of poke up the level, we would eventually hit 500 cooking. Just gotta check the bounty board like a billion times a day. Not really. Yeah, I think at my current level range, I would have to check it about 4 times a day. 4 to 5. And it'd be a cooking level. Doing roughly about 12 contracts. Like 10 to 12. But you can queue up 10 at a time, because you can hold 6 and you can have 4 on the board. The only problem is not all of them are worth doing. Like if you're using 6 and then 4 on the board, it's fine to do it. But when you're stacking the better ones, you generally don't want to. And we go to Hopeport. Oh yeah, technically you could do a 14, yeah. You'd have to know what the timer is though. It's on the hour plus 5 minutes, is it? Is it always like that for everyone? Let me see. I never really paid much attention to it. On the hour plus 5 minutes? Ah, yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? Interesting. Why is that one so much? Yeah, give me that, gosh. I don't understand why sometimes some of them just give you a billion XP. We'll grab this one just in case, though. That one definitely not. Alright, we're out of here. The best ones are any of the 1, 2, 3 item ones that take up like no inventory. As well as the ones for whatever reason give you a billion XP for no reason. I don't understand why. I guess maybe the turn-in location is worse, but that's fine. For how much extra XP it is so worth it. Yeah, Rocky Road is like double. Because it's kind of like Merchant where the distance is like it's basically Merchant but with cooking. But because of that, any of the really far distance ones are absurdly good. Because you really only care about the cooking XP. You really don't care if it's slightly further away. As you get far more cooking XP per hour from taking the really far away ones. Because they're barely even that much further away. And it takes like an extra, like, what, 20 seconds to get there? But it gives double the XP. That is so exceedingly worth it. Oh yeah, you can do a forging run too while you're out there. That does imply that you have to end on it though, rather than teleporting back. Because sometimes I start my run there so I can get an XP pot through all of them. What? I'm not sure what the what is to. What's the what question to? No, not teleporting there, teleporting back. As in starting from there and then teleporting back. As in starting our potion at the spot. And then cycling to all the other locations. Where you drink a potion, turn it in, and then teleport away. And then do the rest of your cycle starting at like the guard place and everything. There's just a lot of turn-ins right by the teleporter. So you can start at the rocky road and then teleport away to hand in at the everyone else at the guard place. That's a lot of effort. I don't feel like it is. I can normally get 4 pretty easily most of the time. It's 5 and 6 that's normally pushing it. Mostly because of inventory space, more so than anything. But a 4 turn-in isn't that bad. It's 5 and 6 that are kind of complicated. I said, hello, P.O. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I assume most people that watch listen as background noise and play while they're doing so. Now they're doing something else as well. But all perfectly fine. I try to say what's visually on screen at any given time, so even if you're not looking at the screen, you can still kind of tell. Or at least try to. Sometimes I don't, but I try to when I can. They're 1,064 total? Nice. Join the 1,000 club. Oh, I keep forgetting to right-click take all. We should also start by taking the ore and then the other things so we can double grab them. Like take all ore and then instantly click on the potion. Like as long as they're adjacent tiles, you can take them both at the same exact time without wasting time. Otherwise you have to take one, then take one. But if they're both adjacent, you can take both simultaneously. So you always want to move to the further away ones that are both adjacent to you. That works out a little bit better. Doesn't save that much time, but hey, you gotta save those tiles where you can. Alright, 2 more levels and we can stop doing these for pretty much forever. Not literally, but for a very, very long time. I'm not sure when they have multi-queuing how we're going to do these, though. Because they're not really AFK. If you have to drop them, that's not AFK. And if you bank them, they're not that AFK. Which means if I skip doing these, I would have to do iron all the way to like 240, 50 or something. Which sounds awful. Like iron only all the way to, like it'd be so AFK with multi, queuing. But we might have to do iron to like 262. If we're gonna skip some of the other ones too. Probably not. I feel like by that point the XP for the other ones would be more worth it. It's just that iron is so precious to us. It's like one of the most important currencies we will ever have on this account. Is tier 5 iron. There's just so much in the game trading wise and equipment wise. Especially if there's full loot PvP. That will require tier 5 iron. I almost caught up to this guy. His pathing was not as good. He didn't... Oh, he went the wrong way. This pathing is really bad now. He's using so many tiles by going the wrong way. How could he? Okay, see how we got them both... Oh, wait, never mind. I didn't do my other action. I was gonna say, see how we got them both in the same action? I didn't actually grab my ore. What are you doing? You still didn't grab the... Stop looking at it. Just grab it. There you go. He looked at it twice. What are you doing? I didn't even know you could cancel grab. I thought it was like instant. I never seen that happen, and we just did it twice in a row on accident. He like looked at the pile, but then didn't grab it. I just realized I should have drank the potion. We're about to hit a knowledge point. And it's going to stall us for a second because it's going to bring up the pop-up. I wish there was like an auto bank. Instead of it asking you, do you want to bank? I wish there's just a setting that's like, yes, I always want to bank. Stop asking me every time. And then bringing up the pop-up every single time when I don't want it to happen. They did one step. They just got to go one step further now. Just auto bank it every time instead of having to choose it. Unless there's a right-click option right now that I'm not aware of. Let me see. We're going to right-click the bank and see. Do we have an auto bank? Probably not. Auto bank? No. Save for later. Alright, anyways. Give me that. Drink. Stonemason. I need 75. Technically I need 79, but 75 lets me do more. Let's see. Did that. Alright. I'm pretty sure you won't be able to trade anywheres. I'm at least 80% certain, if not more, that all trading will take place in the player trading center. Whatever those areas were called around the tower. I am pretty certain you will not be able to trade everywhere. You will only be able to trade in Chapter 4 around the Merchant Tower. You will not be able to trade in any other location. Most likely. No, you can't purchase the Quartermaster thing. The way that you get it is the inheritance quest. They did that like 2 weeks ago or so. But you have to do the Branolf inheritance from Chapter 1. It requires 61 cooking, 50 alchemy, and the ability to cheese a level 55, which you could do at level 30, probably even 20. Like whatever you did that one thief quest at is probably high enough to go do the other quest. So if you're like 25 or higher, you're probably fine. You just have to walk under his corner to get him stuck. And he just goes against the wall. Wait, really? I thought he was attacking it. What happened? Unfortunate. But yeah, if you can trade anywheres, that is very, very bad. That is going to make skilling so broken. If you can trade anywhere. I really hope that's not the case. Because it'll ruin like every XP rate in the entire game. If you don't have at least multiple runners, or at least one runner, if not multiple, for any activity you're doing. Explaining trading to a new player. Could you imagine if it had all that muling? You just see like 5 people constantly trading one person over and over again. Oh, about the 50 hours? Oh, yeah. You got to go all the way to Chapter 4 to do trading. But that's going to be the case regardless of how they do trading. You have to, like, half finish the Chapter 4 quest before you can trade, regardless of where they put it. Did you do a raid density from 18 to 51? Oh, yeah, we did the raid dens all the way from 18 to 51. I did a little bit of detective from 46 to 51 because it's better XP. But beyond that, yeah, it was almost all raid den. I did do a little bit of detective work from 46 to 51. Not the entire way, but like 4 or 5 levels or so. Just to speed it up a little bit. Because those raid dens are very slow at that level range. So in the few times where, I'm getting actually like a little sore from sitting for so long. It's kind of weird because it doesn't normally happen. I think it's because I didn't stretch this morning. It normally happens any day. I don't do a walk in the morning. And I really should not skip it. Because by about like the 8-hour mark, or whatever we're at right now. What are we at right now? Yeah, around the 7-hour mark. Like around the 8-hour mark, I start to get like really sore if I don't do a walk in the morning. Same thing happened last time. What would be the problem with being able to trade anywhere? So you'd be able to increase the XP rate of almost every method in the game. I can't think of a single activity that wouldn't be quicker XP without trading. For all combat, you could have people trading you your gear. So instead of having to bank, you can simply just sell it to them at a lower cost. So they make money and you make money, but you don't ever have to stop doing combat. So you still make money from doing combat, but you never have to leave combat, so you get more combat XP per hour. Cooking, you can have people just literally trade you the ingredients every single time you need them. You don't even need to go back and forth with the thing. You just have someone else do it. You don't even need to go to the thing where you take it out of the bin. You can just trade with them really quickly. Fishing, even though it's really close, there are some locations that are really bad for trying to sell. So you can have someone who keeps running them for you. So that make all fishing XP quicker, because you can just do whatever the best fish is, regardless of profit or anything. And it's way quicker just to trade someone than to throw it to the ground. Foraging, same thing. It wouldn't really help Alchemy. Alchemy would pretty much be the same. Gatherer, same thing as Forager. Woodcutter, same thing as... Basically, every Gatherer skill. You would just end up trading someone and never need to go bank. You would just simply camp your spot the entire time. So every single gathering skill is the same in that regard. Carpenter would not be improved. So Carpenter and Alchemy are the only two that wouldn't be improved so far. You would never need to go and bank whenever you go, or you would never need to go and sell whenever you go do all the processing skills. So Bonewright, Smithing, and Stonemason would all be quicker XP per hour. What else? Detective would be unchanged. And Leatherworker, you could have people run it for you. And merchant would be the most broken skill ever because there'd literally be people trading at the spot where you trade in, and you'd be able to turn in everything just by walking there. Merchant would be broken beyond all belief if you could trade people. Honestly, people might still do that because if you could trade in the trade center, you could just have... Oh gosh, merchant's going to be broken regardless of how they do it. I just realized, even if you can only trade in the trade center, you could still just buy it from people who have them all. I hope all merchant supplies are not tradable ever. Because regardless how they do merchant trade, like regardless where you could trade, you're going to be able to break merchant so much harder than you already can. Like there'll literally be people who could just stock you up and just do a bunch of quick trades and not even need to go to this spots. Oh, that'd be really funny. Merchant's going to be a really funny skill if you could trade them. I really hope none of that's tradable. But yeah, the only skills that would not benefit from being able to trade anywhere are alchemy, carpentry, and detective. Those are the only 3 skills that would be unaffected EXP rate-wise by not being able to trade anywhere. Compared to if you could trade everywhere. But yeah, I hope you can't. But yeah, merchant. I'm not sure what they're going to do about merchant. They got to make it so you can't trade merchant supplies. Because with either trading system, that is so broken. Regardless if you could trade everywhere or only in the town square place, it'll still be so broken for merchant either way. That'd be really funny. I just hope they're not tradable. That'd be the best solution. Because all merchant supplies are not tradable. Because that'd be so broken. You would just have literally people selling each individual item. Ideally in like a line. You would just trade them all very quickly. And then be on your way. You would never need to actually buy them from the merchant stalls. You would just buy them in town square. And if you could trade anywhere, people would literally just stand next to the turn-in point and sell them at the turn-in point. Which will also be equally as broken. If not more so. If you could hold only 24, that wouldn't be profitable. It still would be. Because you'd pay for the running fee. You'd basically trade off all your merchant profit for speed. Instead of paying like 1 silver per item, you'd be paying people like 5 silver per item. But you'd be doing it for how much quicker merchant XP would be. Like if you thought merchant was quick now, because think of how much knowledge points per hour that'd be. That'd probably be over 20 knowledge an hour. Because you're literally paying people to run for you. So you'd pay them like 5 times what they're buying it from the shop. If not closer to 10 times. And depending on your merchant level, you'd still be profiting. Even if you paid them 10 times what their, whatever they bought it for. You'd still profit as the person running the merchant stuff. Assuming you have like 300, 400 plus merchant by that point. Yeah, they'd still have to constantly go back and forth, but that's why you just pay them a ton. Like, people would be making multiple gold an hour doing it. Just by buying one item over and over again from a merchant stall and then selling it. And you would need a pretty low level to partake. You could do it as low as level 0 with soap, or 2 with soap, whatever the soap level is. I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure you could do soap at level 0. Though the other ones would go for a lot better price. Like candles at 80 something, and you know, whatever some of the higher level ones that are good. Like pocket watches would go for a huge amount as well, which I think you need like 100 something for. I don't remember. Well, the people doing merchant would be profiting from it though. If you're doing that at 400 plus merchant, you're definitely profiting. Even 300 plus, you're probably still profiting. It'd be an investment for the future if anyone was actually in a negative. Like, if I did it right now, it would be in a negative. But you'd eventually be at the point where it'd be viable to pay 10 times whatever they're buying it for. Like, literally 10 silver an item. And you'd probably still be making money from merchant. Or even if you are losing slightly, you're getting like 20, 30 knowledge points an hour. So it wouldn't really matter if you're losing a bit. because you're just gaining absurd XP. Yeah, it's my biggest concern now with trading now, that I think about it. They definitely need to make all merchant supplies 100% not tradable, regardless of how they do trading. Because there's no world where that is balanced. It's just going to be a gigantic mess. I don't know, is anyone currently like 250 merchant? Where's, what's his name? Where's Miles ES? Miles ES, how much you making for a merchant run these days? Isn't it like 20 something silver for one turn-in? At your level of like 200 something? And that's only at 200 something. It's gonna be even higher at 400. I was there earlier, not sure if he's still here. But no, there's no way they're gonna let that happen. Because there was a kind of exploit that let you get like 20 something knowledge points per hour with detective, and they patched it, of course. But imagine if you could get like 30 plus through merchant. That's basically what would happen if you could trade merchant supplies. And you had like a whole system going. And at high merchant levels, you'd be able to afford it. Like, you might still be losing a little bit of money, but the XP rate would be so absurd. It'd be the best way to train everything in the game. Yeah, look, at only, let's see, 4th crafting. Yeah, I'm not sure what level they're at right now. I assume like 250-ish. But they're getting 16 to 30 silver a turn-in. So that's easily going to be up to 50 at some point. And if it's at 50, you could basically pay, what is that? Yeah, you can pay almost 10 silver an item. At that point. Like, there's a point at merchant level wise where you could pay 10 silver an item and still profit. Because each turn-in would be 6 items. But even at that price range, even at 5 an item, like let's say you were this merchant range, you could probably easily get away with buying soap and bananas and a few others like that. Maybe not bananas. But like some of the low-level ones, like that'd be so worth paying 5 silver a piece for them. If you just instantly had them whenever you needed them. Instead of having to go all the way out of your way. Like, imagine doing a middle run and you could just trade everyone for all the middle run items. And only pay like 5 silver a piece for all of them. For all your soaps, for all of your, I'm trying to remember everything that's on middle. For all your wines, for all your, well, I can never remember anything that's middle turn-in. For all your pumpkins, for all of your, wow, do I forget literally all of them? I haven't done merchant in a while. Gosh, we gotta go do some merchant. But you know, all the middle turn-ins. Like, imagine you could just buy them, sweep them real quick. And it would only be like 5 silver a piece. It'd be so worth it. Which would be like 30 silver a turn-in. But even if you're losing some at a given range, it'd still be worth it. For the knowledge points per hour. But yeah, that's definitely something they'll need to look into before trading ever comes out. That's like scary broken. Mostly because of how knowledge points work. It would be the best way to train every skill in the entire game. Would be to do trade merchant. Where you trade people for merchant supplies. Like, you wouldn't play any of the game. Everything would just be trade merchant. I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see. But hopefully they're just not tradable and that fixes everything. I assume they won't be, because I don't think you can put them in your storage, right? I'm pretty sure you can't put them in your storage rift. And I'm pretty sure anything you can't put in your storage rift will not be tradable. Especially since it'll likely have bank-to-bank trading. But I'm almost guaranteed anything that can't be put in a storage rift will not be tradable. Even if it's an item you can have in your inventory. If that's the case, that would fix every problem with that. Just make it so anything that isn't already you know, anything that can't go in a storage rift, just make it not tradable. I did it again. Keep clicking one tile too early. That's what happens when you try to cut tiles. Well, the problem with the whole merchant thing is basically the whole game would just be merchant. There'd be no skills, it's just merchant only. It's the only problem with how broken it would be. Like, merchant's already the quickest in the game. It'd be like 5 times quicker if you had trading. If you could just auto-trade every item. Like, the whole game would just be merchant until you 500 everything. Assuming you still get knowledge at 500. I don't think there would be a single skill in the game that would be quicker than trade merchant. But as long as you just don't make it tradable, then it fixes everything. Because then it would just be whatever the XP rate is right now. Which is still strong, but not so broken that it would be the only thing in the game. Oh no, is that actually confirmed yet? Does anyone know? Do you still keep getting XP after 500? I mean, not XP, I mean knowledge points. Do you still keep adding knowledge after 500? Does anyone actually know definitively one way or another? Because I'm actually not sure if you currently do or don't. I said, hello, Greybeard. Welcome, welcome. I know you don't gain EXP after 500, but I'm not sure if you still gain knowledge after 500. Oh, where am I going? Is it coming over here as if I need to mine more? Whoops. Gosh, I keep trying to skip tiles. Honestly, I need to go practice this. Let me go grab my supplies, and the next time I teleport over, I'm gonna practice the true perfect path. I'm pretty sure most people don't normally run it, because if you misclick once, that happens. But I want to go try practicing it. If we're gonna have to run this a billion times if they never make a storage rift here, we might as well know how to do it. The problem is you misclick once, you waste all the time you would have saved. Otherwise, you save like 5 tiles, I think? Like 5 or 6 tiles if you do it true perfectly. Compared to doing like the square method, where you do like straight lines. If you do like zigzaggy, you can get it about 5 tiles quicker. But the problem is one misclick and you, not only is it really click intensive, but if one misclick and you waste all the time you would have saved and some. We're almost at our goal. Our goal is to get 165 mining today. Or 162. So close, yet so far. He's got a huge lag spike first time in game. Oh no! I had a bit of an issue yesterday, but I believe it's my connection. He seemed to only be on my end. Alright, let's go practice real quick. We got a few minutes before our thing despawns. Let's see. Let's try to get this perfectly tiled. So it'd be here, then here, then here, then here, then here, then here, then there, then there. So that's that perfect room. And then this perfectly would be here, then here, then here, here, then here, then here, then here. Alright, let's go practice that. So it'd be here, here, here. No, no, no. We missed a tile. Here. Let's try it again. Let's try it the main way that we normally run it. So it'd be here. Here, 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 here. There we go. Let's practice it one more time. So it'd be here, 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 here. I missed a tile. No! I missed a tile! I'm wasting a tile! I keep wasting a tile. How could I? So you gotta go here. Here, 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 here. No, no, I went the wrong way. That would have been a waste of time. Let's try it again. We'll get this. Here, here, here. No, I did it wrong again. Here, here, here. Alright, I think we got it that time. Let's go it this way. It's gonna go here. Here, 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 here. No, I did it wrong again. I did it too early. Gotta do it vertically there. It's here, 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 then do there, then do there. Alright, anyways. We'll eventually get it. Hopefully next time we can get a perfect run. I want a tile perfect run next time. I want to get it before we finish getting 163 mining. That's my goal now. It's not to get 163 mining. It's before 163 mining. I want to get a perfect run through there. A tile perfect run. With every possible diagonal skip. That's the true agility skill right there. Get every diagonal skip perfectly in the tentacle room. Oh, it wouldn't really be much of a speed run because it'll be the same time every time if you do it perfectly. Because once you do it perfectly, there's nothing more perfect than perfectly. There's nothing that's going to ever make it quicker. $396 is the last alchemy for forging. For the 70 electric juice. Oh, does it go to 70? I always thought it capped at 60. I forgot it kept going. Is that the highest level you can get? I assume so then. Oh no, it goes to plus 80. Oh gosh. I forgot. 60 is not the highest one. Actually goes to 80. You know how expensive those are going to be whenever they come out? I don't think anyone can even make them right now unless they're hidden on leaderboard. I feel like they're going to be a bossing only potion. They're going to be so expensive. Like, you wouldn't use on a generic enemy. Like, you literally have to use on a boss. They're going to be so pricey. Okay, let's see. Tile perfect. Let's go. Clean, clean. Okay, now do the second room. Come on. No, I did it wrong. No, I did it wrong. No, and I skipped it. Oh, gosh, I did so many mistakes there. Luckily, the tentacle on the other side was dead, so I didn't actually get punished for it. Oh, wait, I forgot to go store these away, though. Wait. Wait, get to retry. I forgot to actually store these away. I was so excited to go try the tentacle room. I forgot to actually store these. Wait, we get to retry. I got the first room. I failed the second room pretty hard, though. Alright, we get to retry. No worries, no worries. Round 2. The perfect tentacle run. We'll get to try a billion more times as well. Alright. Gotta go over here, then diagonal, then here, then diagonal, then there, diagonal, then here, diagonal. Alright, room 1 done. Alright, here, diagonal, here... where is it? It's like here, diagonal, and then there, diagonal. It's such a weird spot. I think I have to remember it's by Big Rock. As long as I diagonal before Big Rock, I think that's the way I need to align it. But I got the first room twice in a row. The second room keeps catching me, though. Yeah, we will eventually get it. Okay, since we don't have tile markers, I gotta use the rock as a marker. I keep misaligning it, but I gotta use the rock as our alignment tool. There's like a big rock there, and I got a diagonal right before it. Oh, I did not mean to use that one. That's interesting. That one actually cancels your action. Teleport does not cancel your action. It actually cues your action. That's kind of interesting. I never noticed that. Alright, there we go. Round 3. Perfect tentacle. Alright, room 1 I got down. The problem is this room. Oh wait, did I accidentally not skip though? Oh, I think I cornered the one. Wait, let me watch the replay. No, I didn't skip the corner. It was quick, but I missed one corner skip. So we wasted one tile. No, I didn't cut the corner. But yeah, we got through quickly, but I did it one tile short. That was one tile short of perfect. We'll get it though. We gotta run this thing so many times. We'll have it down pat. We're gonna need to if we ever do this at level 200 something. If they haven't added a storage raft nearby. And even if they don't, we'll still need it just for pathing through there. Because you're always going to have to pass through there anyways to go do the gas refilling. I say just remove gas refilling or something. But you're always going to have to cross that room eventually. Even if not for this mining area. That'll be good to know. Is I like how the stacks on the ground get taller whenever you have more items on them. It's a nice little subtle detail. It's really noticeable when you have different color items too. Like if you're stacking a bunch of weapons on the ground of different rarity. These all have a different color border on them. Alright, round 3 or 4, whatever we're at right now. Let's see if we can get the perfect tentacle run. We will get this. I was one tile off last time. We didn't get caught or anything, but I accidentally forgot to cut one corner. So we wasted one tile. The things we do just to save a fear potion. Oh, that guy died. Oh! 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 We got it! The perfect tentacle run! Now do that every time we ever go through. We got it. We got it. That was the perfect tentacle run. No tile loss. Now we just got to do that every time we ever do that. All 100,000 more times we're ever going to cross there. But that was a tile perfect tentacle run. It saves like 5 tiles, I think. But hey, 5 tiles is 5 tiles. But how many times are going to have to cross there over the course of thousands of hours of gameplay? That's like hours of time saved if you do that perfectly every time. You do have to account for people doing tentacles, though, because sometimes you can take an even quicker path. If you had to watch your friends go 5 tiles ahead of you, you'd lose your mind, though. Cool little party trick to pull in people. Go through the tentacle room 5 tiles quicker. But that will save a lot of time over time. But we do have to still account for people attacking them. Because the 2 quickest ways to actually go through that room is either drink a fear potion, so you don't have to do any pathing. Or have like 1 billion people in the room just attacking the tentacles. In the same server that you're currently in. The problem is people in the room is luck based. And fear potion is not worth it. Let's see, can we get the back-to-back perfect? It's mostly the second room that keeps tripping me up. I haven't messed up the first room yet. I say as we're about to mess it up. First room's definitely easier, though. I feel like I keep getting the weird alignment on the other one. Because there's like a weird double 2-tile thing going on. Like a double sideways thing. Oh yeah, I could've just went straight. I wasted a tile because I could've just moved on him. I didn't account for tentacle. Like right now I can account for tentacle and just diagonal here. But yeah, I also have to account for people who are currently in the room. So even though I did that tile perfectly in the first room, I technically lost a tile or 2. Because I could have cut the tentacle since he was attacking it. Yeah, if someone's retreating, it does immediately attack you. I did notice that when someone was retreating earlier. If you go next to a tentacle where someone's retreating from it, it'll immediately attack you instead. Which is kind of annoying. With like no delay at all. I did notice that earlier. I'm sure if they're going to change that in the future. I know there was a bug related to it in the past. Where we're so immediate that some people's higher level enemies were actually attacking people. Like if someone was running away from a level 200, a level 5 could be attacked by it. I think they fixed that glitch, but they didn't fix the fact that it has like a 0 delay. Like they pretty much immediately attack you. All they did was fix the glitch with higher level ones being able to immediately attack you from someone else's retreat. But it didn't actually fix the fact that it still immediately attacks you. They only made it so the lower level ones, or the, you know, you would, as a lower level, you wouldn't immediately be attacked by the higher level retreat. But you still get immediately attacked by it. It's just your lower level variant instead. Or, you know, whatever one you're currently at, level-wise. But yeah, they like half fixed the issue. It's not that big a deal, though. It's very situational. But there was an issue they patched like a week ago where, like, if you were standing, if someone was attacking a level 200 and retreated, and you were like perfectly adjacent to that 200, and it was auto-aggressive, it would just immediately attack you as a level 200, even if yours was only like level 10 or something. But they fixed that part. But they didn't fix the fact that it immediately attacks whoever's nearby after a retreat. I did it wrong. I lost a tile. I keep forgetting to cut that corner. Because I keep wanting to go too deep, which would go into tentacle. I keep wanting to cut it like one tile. I keep doing it one tile too late. Alright, we're almost there. Honestly, I just want to do this on mining, I think. We got to. It's too enticing. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. We need the XP rate. There we are! Boom! Alright, let me finish this inventory. We got him. Actually, I don't even need to finish this inventory. Wait. I'm right next to where they are. Hold. I don't even need to finish this inventory. Wait. They're right here. Got it. Oh, wait, this is another good auto room. This one also has 8 rocks. Ooh. Shiny. There's nothing on the other side that can distract it either. I'm pretty sure you still have to click on each one. There's gonna be a wide click, though. Hello, Bayo! Welcome. Alright, we do this until 165, and then we could do the better venture in 4 hours and 16 minutes. Perfect. Which will be off stream, of course. Because that is past midnight. But we're at our final tier of rock for today. Oh no, are we going all the way tomorrow? We came this far, honestly. No, I'm not sure if we're doing mining tomorrow, so I say that as we get billion mining. If I do go for mining tomorrow, I'm doing a lot lower of an objective. Like, we're doing like a 180 objective or something. Oh no, do we just go all the way? The main benefit of going all the way on mining right now is it gives us all the smithing XP we need. Because we're also coming up to another smithing rock. You found another bone bot? Oh gosh. I haven't really been in the free-to-play area, so I haven't been seeing as many bots. Because I feel like most of them are over there. Because most of the bots are waiting until, you know, after, trading comes in and everything. Or at least I assume so. There's definitely some people who've been suspiciously somewhat bot-like. But they're hard to tell. I feel like in something like old school RuneScape, it's absurdly obvious when someone's a bot. I feel like in this game, it's a lot more subtle. Like, is that guy a bot? He could be. He probably isn't. But it could be. Like, is this one a bot? It could be, but it's harder to tell. But your end goal right now is 165, but these 2 levels should go pretty quick. That we're getting so much more XP. We're getting over 300 more XP per rock. I mean, not over 300. It's like 270 something. But still, that's a lot more per hit. And banking is also closer here. We don't have to go through Tentacle Field. Yeah, I know they chose nobody in private settings. But generally people that do that are also more suspicious. Just generally speaking. Yeah, I know everyone who's hidden has it deliberately hidden. But you can hide it in your setting thingy. There's a lot of activities that it's hard to distinguish bot from not bot. Like as far as movement and everything. I feel like generally speaking, most areas in chapter 3 and 4 wouldn't be botted though. Because it costs money to bot them. So each bot would have to spend $6, which is probably not something most people are doing. So I still don't think I've determined which way I want to do this. I've done it both ways, and I'm really not sure which one is better. Starting from left to right or go from right to left. I believe both ways are the same amount of tiles, unless I'm missing something. I haven't checked it precisely. But I'm pretty sure it comes out pretty much the same both ways, if not exactly the same. Right to left? Well, that's what I'm currently doing, I believe. Because I think I tested at one point and I ended on right to left. I'm not sure if I just did it out of convenience or because it actually was better. But I am currently doing right to left. Well, you still have to backtrack the same distance, though. Because you have to initially backtrack the distance. So they're both still the same tiles in that regard. It more so comes down to if there's, like, different cutoffs you could do to skip a tile. I'm trying to think if there's any tile skipping or loss in either direction, though. When you go left to right, do you save one tile in this? No, because you still have to move through the cul-de-sac either way. Trying to just see every angle from both sides if either way saves a tile. I don't think so, though. Because this right here, you'd have to do regardless. This like a little L-shaped thing. Regardless which way you go, you're going to have to do all 3 of these tiles. Even if you come from this way, you still have to go around it. Because you can't cut through the rock. If the ore was one over to the left, like over here instead of over there, then no, it still wouldn't matter because then both of them would save a tile, not just one side. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same distance both ways. It doesn't matter. It's just preference, I think. Because unless I'm missing something, it is exactly tile perfect both ways. Or, you know, tiled the same. I don't believe you lose or gain tiles in either direction. But yeah, right to left is just more convenient. Because it has like the mindset of you moving to the bank. So when you're there, you kind of know like, oh yeah, I'm near the end of the run. It just feels clunkier when you're ending all the way far from the bank. Even though they're both the same distance, it just feels clunkier doing left to right. Even though I believe it's exact same tile the whole way through. Because even though you're ending better, you're starting slower. Because if you're doing left to right, you'd start way, way earlier. You'd be starting on this wall right here. I'm just going to walk past. Like, you're going to see me walk past, like, 5 veins are already spawned. Like, 6 or 7 of them. But if you did it the other way around, you'd be able to instantly take them. Like all those over there. But this is where you lose all the time. But it comes out to be even. But you still have to do that walk regardless. It's just we're doing it at the start rather than at the end. Right, 1.5 levels to go. And then, wait, what are we doing then? I know that's my end goal for now. For mining, at least. At least for today. But I don't have the stonemason to go to stonemason. I'd still need 5 knowledge points. I guess we merchant for 5 knowledge? But technically by then, probably 4 or 3 knowledge. I guess I can do a cooking run. That'll give me 76 and probably a knowledge point. I still have to scrap together 2 knowledge points to be able to go back to stonemason, though. Because we need 5. We're going to get about 2 from mining. 1 from cooking. Still got to find 2 more. I guess I could do smithing. Is this pivoting into us just training mining smithing now? With a little bit of stonemason? Because it sure feels like it is. Are we just doing the mines of Matubin's pivot? Like, the last 2 streams sure feel like that's what is happening here. Well, it's because I have a level 30 pickaxe and I want to get my values worth out of it. This feels like a waste if we don't cash out on it in some way. That thing was really expensive. We're going to get our money's worth. I wonder who has the most gold in the entire game invested into all their tools. I would love to know what that number is. Not the most in one tool, but the most across all tools. Like, are we talking like 200 gold? 300? 4? 5? An entire platinum token? Also, I know we're wasting time every time we do that. I'm going to be too paranoid if I don't do the potion every single inventory. I'm wasting like 2 to 3 tiles every time I do that. But for my sanity, I must keep refreshing the potion. Even though there's only like 20 or 30 in this deck. Just to know it won't die. I can't wait till you can wield those. Also, apparently I have 30 left. Though I have like still like 200-300 banked. Then I'm not sure if we're buying anymore. That was all the ones we had from the 59 mining grind, so I barely even had to buy any of them. I had to buy some of the secondary, but beyond that, they were all basically free. So now if I want any more beyond that, I gotta start paying for them. I'm not sure if they're worth it. For knowledge points it is, but for just chugging them, probably not. That's why I'm only using them for knowledge right now. Thanks for me, right now. Because we're running low enough that, yeah, just doing on knowledge point rather than chugging them the whole time. Like 5% XP is nice, but it only goes so far. Have we ever taken top 20 yet? Nope, 21. We're getting there. Let me guess, they're still grinding like crazy. Yep, they are 20 levels above me. Anyways, we're definitely not getting top 20 today. Oddly enough, we had it yesterday, but not today. They just grinded too much since then. That's what we get for sleeping. How could I do such a thing? In all fairness, it's definitely not the greatest XP in the game. It's not the slowest either, but we definitely want to be doing like some merchant or combat if we really want to gain those levels. I know, how dare I sleep? Though our guy did say he was gone for like 12 to 13 hours. Main reason was I was recording some other video earlier this morning. And grabbing a quick bite to eat for once so I wouldn't be hungry during the stream. So I didn't log in until like a few hours later than I normally would have. As I yawned. Now we're still gonna go for about 3 more hours. I'm a little bit hungry though. Which is kind of ironic. Because I feel like eating earlier made me even hungrier now. Because my body like expects food now because I gave it some. But only some. So now it's like, now I need more. If I don't give it any, it's like, okay, yeah, I'm just not gonna have any, that's fine. But now that it has food, it expects more food. It's being greedy for more. It's kind of like when you take a nap, but you're more tired than if you didn't take the nap at all. That's how food is right now. Like, because I had food, my body expects more food. I'll catch you later, land back. Have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. But I think that's the angle from here. We get 165 so we could do the next venture, which would be our main venture for quite a while because that's not going to be improved anytime soon. Beyond that, we then probably go smithing a bunch. Because I basically have to smith until we have 75 stonemason. And at some point during that, I will also go get our cooking level. I keep forgetting to go grab the cooking contracts. I meant to do like at least a few more sets than I did. But I think every single day we're going to poke like one cooking level off of contracts. Just in case cooking is ever viable, we're already going to have like level like 200 by then. Plus at some point I need base 200s anyway, so might as well get cooking for free off of contracts slowly over time. Something I probably should be doing more. I did it a lot the first few days, but then kind of stopped. But we do need to be doing our cooking contracts here and there. We're eventually going to need 200 anyways, regardless how good or bad cooking is in the future. I'm still not sure why I'm dropping my pile over there if I'm starting all the way over here. It makes sense to have it over here. I guess I just keep doing it that way because that's where our end area is. It's just really weird because the area difference is so long. Whereas with the other area, it was only one room. Well, here's one room too, but it's like one room but way longer. Like the other room is one room but like 5 tiles, if that. This is one room, but it's close to like 10 tiles, if not further. Like the start point compared to the end point. Alright, 4 more of those, and we can go back to stonemason at some point. Get their slightly cooler shield, which we will then immediately just sell. Yeah, we're almost there. One more mining level. And then that will be our venture for a very, very, very long time, unless we go really crazy for mining in like an entire week. I'm probably not going that crazy on it. Tomorrow's what, Saturday? Is that going to be our goal this weekend? I've already done so much mining. It might be, though. Is the goal to get 200 mining by this weekend? This weekend, it might be. Though, you know what would be even spicier? 200 mining and 200 smithing. Ooh. I'm tempted. I'm so tempted, to be honest. It's a grind I've been meaning to do for forever and a half. I think we finally do it. I know it's probably not the most engaging thing ever. Doing like 10 hours straight of mining smithing. But it's one of those things on the long list of grinds we should have done ages ago, but keep putting off category. Same as 205 merchant and 200 leather maker. That should have been done ages ago. Luckily, we're almost all the way there. Like, we're closer to it than we are away from it. Wait, why did I do that? I have no clue why I just did that. Why did I move them? Anyways. Losing it. Yes, do it. Honestly, I really should. Mostly because of the 200 smithing. 200 smithing is too important to not have, especially when we have a 200 combat like this. Because even though the whole reason I did mining was because my smithing was falling behind, now I have the inverse issue. My smithing is falling way too behind my combat. Like, way, way too far behind my combat. Like, I'm literally using a level 137 4-star in chapter... at 203 combat right now. Because I can't make better. Because that's stronger than if I made a 151 that I had earlier to stream. Or, you know, 151 smithing. Like a 151 4-star was weaker than a what's it called? Whatever we had earlier. A 137 4-star. Which means I'm still just using a 137 4-star in chapter 4. Which is so bad. It's also be a great time to get Stonemason caught up as well. It is not counting the knowledge. I need a gap between all the what we mined. We have probably like 70% of 200 banked by the time we hit 200 mining. Like 70-80% of what we need to go get at max is already banked. I just realized they could be doing 2 blues and 4 granite. Is that worth it though? Probably not. I keep forgetting. I could be doing that. Might actually start doing that. How much XP is a granite? 891? Eh, it's not awful. I might do that. 2 sets of blue into 4 granite. It just works out a little bit better. We're so close to 61 cooking? Nice. You can taste it? Nice puns. That's funny. What are you currently cooking? Stews or are you doing contracts? Oh, so I just realized something about this grind. I'm going to reach 165 and I'm actually not going to be able to do the venture immediately. Because I can't do it for another 4 hours, which will be off stream later. Like, I can do it. I'll be doing it tonight, and we'll be claiming it tomorrow. I just realized I might be even claiming it off stream, though. Because if I do it then... Oh, no, we'd probably still be on stream. Never mind. Yeah, I'd be able to claim it first thing on stream tomorrow. Maybe not first thing, but pretty early on. Because, yeah, at that rate, we'd get it at, what would I even be? We would end up getting it at, oh, let's see, 4 hours from now. Yeah, we'd be able to do it at like 12:30 to 1 tomorrow. Like pretty much right after noon. So I won't be able to do it right at the start of stream, but yeah, we'd be able to do it on stream tomorrow. Okay, that'll work out perfectly then. Nice. Not like it matters too much, but hey, we did all this effort to get there today. We have to have this satisfying ending of actually getting our venture turning in. Because I'll activate it tonight off stream, but then it'll come in early tomorrow stream. All of our effort leading to that moment. Just have to grind even further. Honestly, that'll be our venture for quite a while, so hopefully it's a good XP drop. Because we don't get another upgrade until, like, never. Like 200 something. 231 is the next upgrade after that. But yeah, I'm going to start doing 20 of these into 4 granite. Not sure why I wasn't already doing this. The granite's not as good, but the pathing for it is free. I don't have to keep juggling the other stuff on the ground, which is the main reason I want to go do it. Plus, I might need this for when we get our stonemason up anyways. Yeah, I need to start doing that with that. Just so I don't have to keep doing the juggling thing. Hey, there's Miss Legend. We see him again. He's currently getting his mind fighter up. Wonder if he's going for the quest. The good old Lost and Found. Which Lost and Found is a nightmare to grind. I did enjoy the grind though, I do have to say. Lost and Found was actually pretty fun. Like the grind for it. These days we have like 5 times as much XP as you would need for it, or the levels. But it was a fun grind. I did enjoy it. It also sets you up to be able to make level 54 stars pretty much immediately after you finish the quest. Which is great for when special attacks come out soon. Though I say soon, it could be like another month. Though he's supposed to drop a video sometime this week. Not sure what that video is. Because I think he wanted community feedback on special attacks before he fully finished fleshing it out. You can't be bothered to go do the quest. It's not that bad. I would say the only thing that's kind of annoying is needing to do 60 smithing. If you're anything but a Crown Knight. That's the only thing that's kind of out there. He's particularly higher than the other two. His 59 Mindfighter is also a bit annoying. Yeah, it's also the worst for Guardian. Because you gotta get a lot of mining levels, most likely, that you don't really care about. Assuming you're getting your own supplies and not just buying it from shops. Even though mining's not required for the quest, it helps a lot in training smithing and stonemason. You're only at 2020, you've literally ignored them. Yeah, you do need all 4 for the quest. All 3, I mean. Well, 4 is in everything but mining. I just realized I should do that from the other side, otherwise I'll waste a tile. So how many tiles do we use here if I go there? Alright, so this is 2 tiles. How many is it the other way? Do you also use 2 tiles? You do, but you backtrack a tile, so you have to use 3 tiles. So yeah, this one's not worth it. This rock is a trap. It looks close, but it wastes an extra tile because of where it is. So it's a trap. Don't take it. Don't do it. Don't do it. It wastes 1 tile. Don't do it. Was that granite is still there, by the way? I dropped earlier. But yeah, and I believe you save 1 tile. Let me go check something. I believe you save 1 tile by mining this from the top rather than the side. Because you're going to be coming in through here. So you'd want to mine it right here. If you mine it here, you waste a tile. Because you have to do an extra tile that you wouldn't have stepped on. So we got to make sure to do the top and don't ever take that left one. Or the far right one. The far left and far right are both bad. Because they both waste tiles. But also that 1 tile you want to take from the north side. Because if you just click on it, the second you get into the room, you waste 1 tile. Hey, half a level to go. We're so close. It's still so far. No, it's not that bad. Maybe I got like what, 4 more inventories, 5 more? And then we stop mining for a while. Just so we can go do some smithing. Actually, what level of smithing do I need for this anyways? I need to get myself to 167. Now, did I bank enough of the other ore to get to 167? Otherwise, we're going to have a very awkward situation where I am actually going to need to go and use knowledge points on smithing again. Oh no, I messed it up. No. I wasted so many tiles. All the tiles are gone. The granite is still there, by the way. Gosh, 10 minutes is a while. The granite has still not died yet. From when I was testing to see how much XP they would drop. Which is an adequate amount. Enough that I'm definitely clicking on them every time I go by. Oh, wait. I just realized something. Wait, can I save even more tiles? Wait, does this granite respawn by the time I get here? No, it doesn't. Oh, it barely does. It's not worth waiting for, though. Oh, if only that thing respawned like 1 second quicker. It would respawn in time for the cycle. Unfortunately, it currently doesn't. So why am I keep picking this up here? Let me do that at the beginning of the cycle. It's driving me crazy that I'm not dropping it at the start. I'm dropping in like the middle of the cycle, which is so weird. It's like if you dropped it in the top room in the other place we were in rather than the bottom. I'm gonna keep it like right over here. Because that keeps bothering me to no end. Let's see, how many more thousands of levels are they above us now? Oh, they didn't gain any? We're still not going to pass them, though. Unless I literally did nothing but merchant the rest of today. And or combat. I'm waiting until we have better stuff for combat. It's a little bit sad that special attacks might not come until early next year. Everything on the roadmap for his next few objectives are probably going to take him at least a few weeks. He's going to add transmogs before the Christmas. He's likely going to be adding a Christmas event as well. So that would also be included. He's also going to be doing queuable actions, which there's no way he's going to code that quickly. That's at least a week-long thing, if not longer, to get a bare-bones system of that in the game. And then he's going to finish developing trading, which could easily in itself take another 2 weeks. Just to make sure that's right. Because it's exceedingly important. Otherwise, you're going to break the entire economy of the game and need a rollback like instantly. That's my biggest concern with the day trading comes out. Is there's going to be like a 12-hour rollback on trading day. Because some exploit will be figured out later in the day involving trading. And they're going to have to roll back everything. So like before trading even was out. Like, I just expect that day trading come out, that we will lose all progress of the day. Chapter 5 in February? I feel like February and March is probably right. We don't really know. But it feels right. Could be way later than that, though. Trading is very likely before the end of the year. Everything we're likely getting before 2025 is trading, transmogs, likely a December event, you know, Christmas event kind of thing. As well as queuable actions. So you'll be able to queue a bunch of actions just by clicking stuff. Like shift clicking or whatever he's going to do with it. So for example, in this next room, I could just mine all 8 rocks with 8 clicks. But instead of having to wait till it's done, I could just queue them all up and it just does all of them. But yeah, those features should be in by the end of the year, plus whatever quality of life he ends up adding in that time. But it does mean specifically we will not have special attacks likely within that time. Unless he really starts developing it quickly. Who knows? We're supposed to get a video on them this week, so maybe in that video he'll say around when. I'm pretty sure he's just doing the video to gauge feedback on the mechanics. And then change them accordingly if based on feedback. Hey, that's a pretty big thing. Special attacks are going to be like probably 60% of the game's combat system. If not 70 to 80%. They're a relatively important mechanic to get right. Ooh, the extra 5% makes it go over 1,600. Nice, nice. Keep them coming. You feel Chapter 5 will add bridges in Chapter 3 because they're builder? I'm not sure if they're going to go like that, but I would love a bridge across this river, that's for sure. It would make banking that one thing so much less annoying. I'm not sure if they're going to go cross-chapter like that, though. You never know. Am I putting this into mining? No. Stonemason. As tempting as it is, psst, I need the smithing XP from this ore. It's pretty important. Ugh. That's weird. Depending on where you click, it forces your character to skip a tile. Or not skip a tile, I mean. You actually waste a tile if you click too deep. On that one intersection over there. That's interesting. I was wondering what happened the previous run, but then I did it again, and it's like, oh yeah. It wastes an entire tile depending on where you click. Because it cuts the corner sharply. But in doing so, it's wasting an entire tile to do the corner. It's just like hugging against the corner. Instead of cutting around. Well, the storage bank is for the AFK activity, though. It's not for a bridge. It's for the bone right AFK. And same reason for the other one. The other storage is for the merchant ventures. There are very specific locations where you get building material for Chapter 5. The one in Chapter 3 is right next to where you get cement from bone right. And the other one in Chapter 4 is next to where the two ventures for merchant are. Those two don't work currently, though. The bone right one does. It's what I'm AFKing tonight. Until we get to like 88 bone right. But the other one doesn't work currently. The one's for bricks and tiles. But the one for the AFK activity for builder does work. We don't know what levels it'll be used for AFK-wise, but at least 20, obviously. Exactly which level we don't actually know yet, though. So I'll be able to AFK some builder while I go and get 200. Is this my plan for the bone meal? Or for the cement? Is assuming it's used for the AFK activity for that area. Which it likely is based on how it stacks. Because it has that weird decimal stacking like all AFK activities have. But, my plan for that is to use it to get builder up while we get 200 armor. So that we can AFK builder to, you know, as our AFK during that time. Because I don't want to do it on combat. I probably don't want to do it on the gathering one. So I'm probably just going to be using it on builder. And that'll be our AFK activity when Chapter 5 comes out. We used to just put all of our knowledge points in the builder. Not all of our knowledge points as far as our XP, but you know, the knowledge points for the AFK activities, I mean. Because we're going to actively be training armor with knowledge and supplies. That's so weird. I have to manually click for it to not skip a tile. I mean, for it to not waste a tile. If you don't manually click it, it'll keep having in a way that will waste a tile every time. I always thought it tried moving you to the closest path. But apparently not. If you don't do that manual click, it'll actually path you one tile worse than you would be able to otherwise. Which is kind of weird. I haven't really seen too many movement areas in the game where that happens. Like, when you click on a resource, it makes sense that you lose tiles constantly, but it's kind of weird for an actual path. Because it paths you separately both times. Like, here it makes sense because you're bottlenecked to have to go this way. Yeah, let me check. You are wasting a tile, right? 1, 2... Well, let's do it from here. Right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it keeps wasting a tile. Look at that. I'm not going crazy. Depending on how wide you do it or where you go, it likes to like cut the corner there. Yeah, look at that. Like if I click here, if I click like right over here, notice it doesn't waste a tile. It goes wide. But if I click like right over here to go into the room, like let's say right here, it's going to waste a tile every time. I haven't seen too many instances like that in the game, where simply just walking from location to location will burn you a tile. Normally it's when you're clicking on a resource node because it moves you east-west instead of north-south. It's one of the few situations I've seen where it doesn't auto-path you the correct way. When just simply walking. Yeah, depending on where you click, it wastes one tile. So you have to always manually click it for that one little intersection. I see we've gone into efficiency mode after a month, apparently. We played casual the first few weeks. It's like, nope, it's not anymore. We'll get it down to the tile. We must save every last tile. Alright, next inventory, I believe, is our last trip. And then we have hit our objective. Then we can go do some smithing. I'll actually do some cooking real quick. I want to get that level. And then we could go do some smithing. But yeah, I think that's our goal this weekend. I guess we're going all in on the mining pivot. But I think 200 mining, 200 smithing. And stonemason a little higher. Doesn't have to be that high, though. At least the size of my bone rate. Which by that point would do the AFK activity would be around 80 or 90 or so. Probably like 87, 88 or so, yeah. So at least 90 stonemason, 200 blacksmith, 200 miner. I think is our goal this weekend. A few other things we'll get along the way too. It's not going to be just that. That's going to be like the main goal. Yeah, one more trip. And that will be the last rock we got to get today. And then we could do the new venture in 3.5 hours, which we'll be able to claim first thing tomorrow. You got our first like half an hour to hour to stream. Also, the dynamite from that one I am going to have to sell. I'm not going to be using it. It's not worth it. Once we can start getting the higher tier stuff. Too bad we didn't get to claim it early, though. Because I actually had to buy 12 because I had a weird number of it. Yeah, let me go grab the EXP pot. Before I forget it here. Before I teleport away and just leave it on the ground. It should be our last trip. Also, I really wish there was a storage rift in Hopeport in the town square. Or somewhere near that area. Because one thing that's really annoying is anytime I want to go to Hopeport, I can never just teleport there. Because the only storage rift in the entire area is a mile away. So whenever you want to go to Hopeport after doing a bunch of stuff, you always have to make sure you go to a storage rift before you go there. I really wish there was just one in the town. Nearby. Because there is one there, just in the middle of absolute nowhere, so far away from where you would normally be. There we go, 165. We got the new AFK activity. The Nacreous Brimstone. For, I believe, the 4th tier explosive or something. Hey, don't forget your ventures. Actually, I really need to get my venture set up on old accounts. The problem is there aren't really any easy ones to get if you're trying to AFK towards them. I guess our best bet would be Merchant because it's so quick. Getting that to 21. But the problem is the grapes aren't really that useful. Like, they are and they aren't. I guess the two technically easiest would be, I might just have to make them do that one Mind of Matubin quest. The 3-star one. The only problem with that is I'd have to get them a lot of Mind Fighter. I wouldn't have otherwise gotten them. Maybe that's the levels I get them. Hold up. Maybe I don't worry about Bone Right or anything else and just get them those levels. That might be the play. Because you need 20 mining anyways to finish out the quest. And for that other quest, you need 29 mining, 35 smithing. And then the rest would be Mind Fighter. Because they're going to need like 20, 30-ish Mind Fighter to take out that one boss. And that could be all the 60 levels they need for that chapter, or however many you need. Or 70, or whatever it was. Wasn't that one of the weird chapters in E70, I think? Pretty sure it was. It's like some kind of weird number. Alright, back to Hopeport. Heading home. Technically home is Chronopolis, but heading to the other home. Alright, so, yeah, see what's on our bounty board. And then go on a shopping spree. Which one am I here? Yeah, we'll wait till we get all of our orders. Hey, I found legs. His arms also in here? Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Oh no, we're on a short timer here. Well, let me take all the good ones. All 0 of them. But yeah, rip those two. Unless I could turn in like seconds, but it's not worth trying to rush it. I got all the random supplies for this. Let me get the fish first. It's in the middle of nowhere. No, don't talk to them. Alright, so I need 4 oyster, 4 of whatever the other thing is called, and like 1 billion omelets. Nope, I did not mean to regret 12. I forgot that button's there. Oh, 12 oysters, I guess. I guess I got 12 lemon. Whoops. Forgot they put the auto button there. Alright, I'm not sure why I went back in there, but there we go. Now, what else do we still need? How many omelets is that? That is 13, 10. Alright, 13, 10. That should be everything, unless I miscounted. Oh, except for the pie. The leek thing. How much time do we have on the thingy? I can't quite get it. Let me go deposit this. Let me go grab my potion. I think it's still on the ground, right? Kind of just threw it there. I almost forgot about it. I'll go grab it real quick. Grab our leek supplies. I do have to say, despite like the slightly smaller player base compared to launch, I feel like every area is so crowded. Where's the leek? Crowded in a good way, though. Alright, what are we baking here? I did Thieves' Den, Rocky Century, James Newtap is east, Cohen is west. Ew, Cohen's annoying. I may not do Cohen here. Sneaky Brian is also there. So Sneaky Brian wants the omelets. That's 8. And then Double Century is 7. And New Tap is also 7. 14. 8. Yeah, I could do everything but Cohen then. I could do a full sweep but Cohen. Cohen's just too far out of the way. Starting with Century and doing the rounds. I think I have exact inventory if I counted that right. Do we? That's actually pretty nice if so. I feel like I miscounted something somewheres. 10. No, wait. What? 7. 14. 8. 22, 23. Yeah, we have enough. Not sure what I'm being thrown off by. Anyways, let me just build everything. So what's the one I'm not doing? I'm not doing the 6 omelets. So let me get everything I need then. Wait, what? Oh. I didn't combine the other thing yet, I see. I see the problem here. But yeah, I can get I can get the omelets. I just need to combine the other thing first. I forgot to do that. Too many steps. Honestly, I do actually like cooking skill in this game. Every skill in this chapter is actually really good. It's just their overall viability is just bad. I'm just hoping cooking is really good in the future. Plus maybe 200 eventually anyways, and it's a good way to get 200 slowly over time. Used to do it slowly over time rather than all at once. I learned my lesson after doing the Branolf inheritance. To never try to do all cooking all at once. It is so slow if you don't take it over time. So I've learned my lesson from that quest, and now I'm slowly doing cooking every day. Doing just some contracts here and there. Because it's so absurdly slow otherwise. Alright, how many omelets do I need again? 7. And it should be a 5-way turn-in. Because I got to start it all the way in top left. But it should be a 5-way turn-in. I just got to start at the furthest location. And skip Cohen because there's no way to... For one, he's all the way out of route. Plus he's, I don't have enough room. Oh yeah, the lobster was pretty fun. Also, what's that barrel? I never used that barrel yet. 102? Ooh. Never seen anyone use that barrel. Looks like rice barrel? Or it looks like he was getting rice from it. Oh, there's Rat Splat. I haven't actually seen him in game. I was mentioning it earlier, now I have. There he is. Not sure why he's cooking, but here we are. Apparently at least 100 plus cooking based on that. Looks like he's making some fish thing. In a deep fryer. Deep fried fish. See, it's not just bones that you deep fry. Look, he's making fish and chips. Quite literally. For sure you're not supposed to fry them together, but sure. Is that actually what the item is called in this game too? Is it actually called fish and chips? Let me see. Yeah, cod and chips. Which is literally fish and chips. It is! He's literally fish and chips! Except it's called cod and fish because it uses cod. But obviously cod is a fish. It's literally fish and chips! That's funny. Why are you frying them together though? But that's really funny. But yeah, it actually is fish and chips. It says cod and chips, but you know, same thing. Alright, so what's the order that we're doing here? What on earth is this madness? So we're going to go and turn in double sentry, double thief, and then hopefully have enough time to make it back to James Newtap. What is our turn in order though? Alright, let's just take it one at a time. I need oyster stew right now. Then after that, we're gonna need an omelet pie. But oyster stew is the important part. And it should get a 76 cooking, which will be nice. And a little extra. Alright, there we go. Alright, next. We gotta go to the Thieves' Den. And do a, which one is this? This is an omelet pie. And after that, I gotta get very quickly to the other guy. To ideally turn in his, stew. I'll do the omelet pie first. Just because it's a double turn in. Unfortunately, it's a little wide how far we need to do to get there, but we should be able to make it. My only concern is a thief is going to attack us and stall us enough that we can't get to Newport in time. Or Newtap, I mean. James Newtap. Guess you got double stalled. Alright, moment of truth. Does a thief stop us? I've got 30 seconds. Is a thief enough to stop us here? Fear potion, go. Yay, all the low-level players attacking thieves. Good job, thank you. Oh, I found So as well. They tried to add me multiple times. Not sure if we should add them back. Let's see. Alright, what are we doing? What can I put this in real quick? I don't have a boost potion for it, but because I'm still putting in a stonemason. I don't need a boost for it, I guess. I don't know, do I bother? I guess I will. I got a billion of them, might as well go drink one just for that. Ugh. That or actually, no, I could bank it for later. Duh. And wait until I get back in the area. I keep forgetting the new mechanic they added. I should probably use it some. Yeah, I can literally just save it until I'm done with my cooking run. Because I still gotta go get the other 4 tasks, plus do this one. The omelet for Colin. Which I already have banked. But I don't have whatever's on this message board banked, so whatever's here I need to go get. With the exception of the oysters accidentally pre-bought. So hopefully one of them is oyster. Of course it's not. Why would it be? Alright, we're just gonna do all of these. I'll do all of them, but the, that one, I guess. The Thieves' Den one with the, Gurand. Just because it requires too many items. I don't know, is it worth it? Probably not. Let's see. Can we resupply with everything right here? I just need 8 omelets. Wait, what do you need for the sausage and mash? Is it literally just sausage and a potato? Pretty sure it is. How'd you forget? Isn't it just normal sausage with a potato? Alright. Let's see. 8. And then the rest is omelet, which I need 8 of. Problem. I have exact inventory. And I have a potion on me. Hey, how are we doing this? I need to drink that, but it's in the wrong room. That's a problem. Oh, I should have delayed it. Gosh, the fact that the potion isn't in this room is kind of annoying. Because I'm going to have to do these 8 actions without any XP. All of the wasted XP, no! Because I want to do this first because I got to clear my inventory for the other eggs. Because I have 6 of them in the bank I need. So I got to do this first. But it makes sense to drink your potion after doing this 8 prep. Because you always want to do the non-XP prep, then drink your pot. And then do your actions. But because it's not in the room, I wasn't able to do that. You just drop your potatoes in front of the storage unit? That's funny. Wait, how many steps is this? That's not the finished product yet. I forgot this one takes so long. This potion's about to do literally nothing at this rate. Forgot it was the 3-stepper. Our first time XP bonus, though. And there it goes. Hey, that guy's called Burnt Shrimp. That's funny. Someone has called our name. People like the cryonite trim. So much XP waste. I haven't used these. Let's see. There we go. Alright, let's go get more eggs. I think I need 6 more. Then we can do our run. Yep, give me all that. And the other ones were just what I accidentally misclicked. Accidentally bought like 8 oysters. There we go. Gotta run. Though I spelled it wrong. I spelled it with 2 A's instead of 2 T's. Alright. Where are we heading? Oh, let's see. Ooh, this is a weird one. I think I have to do Sentry and then do the roundabout. Wait, where's Robin? Oh, Robin's in that annoying location. Oh, there's no way we cycle all these. Ooh. I think I do everyone but Cohen. Cohen is just in such an annoying location for not getting more points. I don't know why he's worth nothing. He's probably one of the worst located people out of anyone, and he gives you like 0 points for doing it. I just did it because it's only 6 omelets. But he probably has one of the worst values because the game sees that it's close, so it's like, oh, we're going to reward like almost no points. But he's close in the middle of nowhere. When on earth do you path west? He's the only thing west. You never go there. It's like the furthest location from anything. Because it's pathed in a location you would never go. So you always have to telly or backtrack whenever you go to him. Kind of like how this one you always have to telly. But at least this one it gives you like double the points for the other ones. Yeah, Cohen is such a bad task. Like honestly, I just need to just stop taking any Cohen task ever. I'll turn this one in because I already cooked it, but... Unless he's asking for only like 1 item, it's not worth it. Like if he's asking for 5 or less, maybe. But it's so not worth it. Yeah, honestly, taking all of them is technically really good XP. I just hate doing the really low value ones like that. Especially when they ask you for like 10. Alright, let's go do a run. I think I could only get a triple turn in though. And I don't see any way I can get back to Cohen in time. So it's going to be a mash into the other one. A double mash. I don't know. Can I do Cohen in time? I feel like the answer is no. I'd rather turn in the more valuable ones. I just don't see any way I can go all the way west, then all the way east, and then back down there. What, Cohen's like double for you? Is it really? At least my Cohen right now gives me nothing. Like, at least Sneaky Brine, he's in an annoying location, but he's in an annoying location on route to other locations. Kind of like the ship we need to go to is just straight south from here. Or a lot of other turn-ins are just north from here. Now, let's see. Hopefully there's a bunch of low-level players doing these sleeves, or anyone for that matter. Let's see. And, of course, there's no one here. Luckily, it didn't get me. Oh yeah, that's where I trained in early game. I remember that spot. That was our day 1 spot. In like the first hour of the game. Good times, good times. Yeah, there's definitely no way we were going to make it to Cohen. I could barely even make it this guy, gosh. Let alone also putting Cohen in the mix. That's good turn in Cohen. And that's all the cooking for today. But hey, we gained like a whole level from that. We went from 75 and nearly a full bar to 76 with nearly a full bar. But every day we got to take like a cycle or 2 of cooking contracts. And as long as we do, we would eventually have 200 cooking. Oh, there he is. Alright, we're out of here. Let me go get my pots, and we are out of here. Back to the mines. Gotta get Stonemason to 75, and do a bunch of smithing. And evil chicken. Cooking contracts are kind of like dailies, except we want to do it more than a daily. They're kind of like ventures, but you gotta keep checking on them. Because we gotta check it at least twice to get 1 run going. That should be enough. We don't need that many. Alright, so, current plan. I guess we do smithing until I have 75 stonemason, then do stonemason. Sounds like a plan. What ore am I doing first? 154. Do I have any carbonus banked? Yes. We banked a ton of it earlier. So let me go get it. Because I started banking them because I need the XP. Now is the exact moment when I need the XP. Time to cash them out. Not sure how many I have in there, but it should be several hundred? Couple hundred? Definitely some number that is a 3-digit number. Oh, look at that guy's armor. With the gold trim and everything. I think it's the same as mine, but it has yellow trim. Like that golden yellow. How much gas do I have left? Oh, plenty. There's more for like, that's honestly enough probably for the whole weekend. We have 770. No wonder why we had so much of that. We did the same cycle where we weren't initially banking it, and then it's like, yeah, we need to go bank it all, and it's, yep, same thing happened. That's funny. Well, hopefully this gets us to our goal. Oh yeah, I should probably use the XP pot first. Let me go put this in the stonemason. I need 3 knowledge points. We basically already have 2 queued up. And a lot of the rest of these I'll just process off stream. No worries. At least I'll try to anyways. Because we're going to get even more tomorrow. But I just need to do this until we get 75 stonemason. Which is basically 116% more knowledge. We get 3% per dunk. Or whatever this we'd call this. And a nice chunk of XP. I forget when we can use our next thingy though. Let me double check. Problem is I'm not sure the first tool that you get access to is the problem. I know longsword is definitely blue. So definitely by 167. I think that shield might also be blue. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's 167. At 167, we can use blue. Which means I actually need 13 smithing levels. I'm not sure if all this ore gets me 13. We might actually have to knowledge smithing for once. That or use our bars to actually make stuff, but I want to save it mostly for armor and weapons. I guess I could make a weapon out of it, but for what? It'd be too weak for chapter 4. And I'm not leveled anywhere else where I could really do it at the moment. Oh no. Our smithing's gonna fall behind for once. For the first time in ever? Ever. It feels weird. Because I forgot that's something that can actually happen. But my smithing level is actually going to need more knowledge to catch up to my mining now. Because if I just dunk all of them in this, that is definitely not going to be enough for 167. I'd be lucky if that even gets us to 160. So we'd have to knowledge all the rest all the way up in there if we want to save the bars. Or I could just use them, but I'm not sure. We'll see. Nothing else. Maybe I go for all the first time bonuses. I have a lot of them I haven't claimed. See how far that brings us. Not what I meant to do. Hey, let me go do some calculation real quick. What is our current, because honestly, that might be the title for tomorrow. We still got a little ways to go before we get all the way there. But what is my current, current 4-star weapon level? 154 plus 74 plus 85 divided by 3. I can currently make a level 104 shield or weapon as a 4-star. We're getting there. We're not quite there yet, but we are indeed getting there. There are 104 out of 200. I'm not sure if we're trying to get all the way there right now, though. But getting higher is nice, for sure. I have no intention to get all the way up there without Gatherer, though. I don't plan to get Bone Right any higher than it is right now, other than to 88 with the 8th key cement. I don't plan to get it any higher than that until we do Gatherer. But to do Gatherer, I need money. But to get money, I need to actually do an activity that generates money and not just stagnates. We've been at under 1 gold this entire stream. So first we'd have to actually go do something that makes money. And not just EXP and resources like this. Because it doesn't actually make us money unless we go sell it all out and everything. And right now I'm only doing that with Stonemason pretty much. Like all my smithing stuff I'm just hoarding. It's like half this stuff is just not going anywhere. It's not generating any money. We're just hoarding a giant pile. A lot of people AFK and smithing. Interesting. I'm not sure if that's worth it, though. You don't want to spend your gold? Oh, I keep spending it constantly. The highest we ever had was 25, but that's just because we AFK'd for like a week. If it wasn't for that, I think the highest gold I ever would have had, like, where there's like 3 or 4 before I reinvested it immediately. And of course, we dumped all the gold that we did during leagues for old school RuneScape into mining. That's why we have the mining tool. It's why we've been doing so much mining. Aside from needing it for a bunch of stuff. It's because we invested so heavily into this tool, we might as well get our money's worth. But yeah, I really need to go back to the merchant leatherworker angle. I can't get bone right higher if I don't get gatherer. And I'm not going to do gather unless I have a level 25 tool. So the whole list of things I need to go do once we go finish our 200 mining, 200 smithing grind is I got to go do merchant so I can do leatherworker so that I could buy a tool for gatherer so that I could do gatherer so that I can then do bone right. Yes. Yes, plan. But yeah, that's the set. I'm still not sure what I'm doing about the logs though. I'm pretty sure I'm just knowledging the rest. I'm dunking the bones, but knowledging the rest, probably. Because I'm not getting woodcutter and carpentry up with that. I might get 50 woodcutter, just so it's 50-50. But, yeah, I don't plan to do carpenter woodcutter. I'm also do woodcutter just to 50, just to finish it off. For when we eventually finish off base 50s. Because at that point, the only thing left would be combats and fishing, forager, and that's it. Combats, fishing, forager. There'd only be 4 skills left after that. But forager, I want some upgraded tools, and fisher, I want some upgraded tools, and the 2 combats, I want special attacks and or armor. Mostly special attacks. For that low of a level range, we only need special attacks. If I make a 31 spec weapon and a 33 spec weapon, that should last all the way till 50 for both. Ideally 3 spec weapons, depending on how viable it is. Depends what the meta is. I missed one, so they can make 4 stars. Well, I need all 3 of them. But stonemason's going to get up naturally through mining. Now, counting the knowledge for the gaps, I probably already have like 160 stonemason banked. Like something pretty close to that. There's just a lot of gaps where I might need a little bit of knowledge into it. But beyond that, aside from like a few dozen knowledge points or however many I might need to close whatever gaps, we should have pretty close to 160 stonemason banked right now. Maybe a bit lower than that, actually. I'm not sure how much knowledge I have to put into the gaps, mainly because of Deathstone. Deathstone's the really weird one. That makes stonemason weirder terrain. You don't naturally get that much Deathstone when doing mining. Just because you're a limited supply to explosions or based on how much time has gone by. Or we're playing too much for too much time to go by. So whenever we get to like the main solution to that is get more granite. Is normally the fix for that. Get more granite and it makes up for your lack of Deathstone. Which is why I started, also just because of the pathing. But it's also why I started throwing the 4 granite every time we do a cycle of the blue one. Because we kind of need to. Just make sure we have enough granite for, to make up for the lack of Deathstone. But I still do want to go for base 50s by the end of the year. Even if special attacks aren't out, I might still go for it. Just for the sake of it. It'd be very inefficient to do, though. I'm also considering doing fishing with no upgraded tool. Which sounds even worse. Or if I do, like, very minimally. Because I'd rather put its value into Forager. That or just make the money for it. This is a lot of money. I might need to calculate it out. But I think if I want to finish every gathering skill right now, I need like 60 gold. And then I think, why don't I just upgrade my pickaxe if I'm doing that already? I could almost rather just have all that in my pickaxe, I think. I'm not sure. You just start getting like so little XP beyond a certain point. Apparently chests can give brood bones. Did you actually find one? That's funny. Yeah, there's some really weird loot in chests. I haven't really found chests being worth ever looting, though. Their gimmick is kind of funny, but they're kind of pointless. They have such a very small chance of actually giving you something. But their drop table is like some of the most random stuff ever. I think the biggest issue with chests is you don't get any XP for them. There's no thieving skill or something similar to fill XP into. Like, if you're actually making progress to a skill, then I could see it being like, oh, this is kind of interesting thing. But the fact that they're kind of just there doesn't really seem worth it. I just realized. Huh. Chronopolis is right over there. We're almost touching the zombies in Chronopolis. I wonder, is that actually that close? I guess it might be. Because if that's the case, we're only like 7 tiles away from the zombies in Chronopolis. You can't see them through the void, though. I wonder if the instant system in this game makes it so that they're actually there or not. Because I actually have no clue. Because you can't see that far. But I wonder if the zombies actually are, like, literally right there right now. Because that's less than 7 tiles away. And by the zombies, I mean the room. Obviously, the zombies are diluted. I mean the room itself that the zombies are in. I just know them as the zombie room. Really? You canceled the deposit? There you go. A little bit more carbonies. If chess gave 2% knowledge, could you imagine? Honestly, even if chess gave 1% knowledge. You know how quickly you can cycle some chess in some areas? That'd be so much XP. It still wouldn't be worth doing. But it would be slightly more worth doing. Wait, I just put in 5 instead of 6? How? I did that earlier too. Where I did like a really weird number. I can't wait till they have auto queue. Need it so badly. Auto queue wouldn't make that mistake. I really hope you can auto queue. Imagine just shift clicking this 12 times and it just does your whole inventory. It'd be even better if you just click once and it did your whole inventory. But I'll take 12 clicks over 12 clicks. 12 clicks is way better than 12 clicks. But, you know, 12 clicks that automatically do themselves is better than having to keep doing it over and over again and timing them correctly. I feel like the auto queue thing would wait for the door to close, though, instead of immediately moving. Is that how long it takes for the door to close? It's like a whole second or two later. But even with that, it's probably still worth using. That is one instance where I wouldn't mind it losing time. Just because of how much more AFK this would be. As soon as we get that next knowledge point, we move over to Stonemason then. And then I can start knowledging Stonemason. Because right now I'm knowledging... well, it's Stonemason. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. That's kind of funny. Yeah, the reason I need a 75 is the ore or the stone that I have gets a way better EXP rate at 75. I could have used that 71 or 72 or whatever it was. But the EXP rate per rock is almost like 50 higher for just waiting for 4 levels. So it's definitely worth it. Although I think I only have a couple hundred rocks, but still worth it. How many more of these do we have to do? I think 2 more sets then. We should be out of here. I'll try to process the rest off stream later. Which should move us pretty close to 167 smithing. And the reason I want to do them off stream is we're going to get even more ore tomorrow. Particularly the green ore. Isn't that our next step? Yeah, we got better granite. Then we have minecart, and then we have green. Oh, so I'm not actually going to get that much smithing supply tomorrow then. Because my goal is just to get to 170 and mine some of it. So I'm actually going to get very, very little smithing supply tomorrow. It's almost entirely stonemason supplies of a level range I can't currently even use. Interesting. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, we get very minimal smithing. I mean, yeah, smithing supplies tomorrow. He's almost entirely stonemason or mining XP. Because my end goal was 180, but 180 is when we start getting smithing XP again. So honestly, all of tomorrow, I get no smithing XP then. Actually, that's not true. The 163. I still need to get that to 168 from 165. So we got to do 3 levels where we're still gaining smithing XP. But beyond that, yeah, that's it. 3 levels. And maybe 1 level if I do 180 to 181. Just to grab some of it. There will only be 4 levels tomorrow would be gaining any smithing XP from mining. Despite doing something like almost like 15 levels or 16. Of them, only 4 will be for smithing. The other, what is that? 3/4 will be entirely either stonemason or just mine XP by doing mine carts for 5 levels. Which I wonder if that method is any good. The minecart method then. I'll do it for the 5 levels, but once we get to that green ore, I'm definitely taking it for the smithing XP. I need it. Because we definitely need to be at iron. And I believe we established we needed 192 smithing for iron. So I need to make sure I get all the green ore banked. So that we can 100% make sure we get 192 for it. Very important. Also, I might even just smith it as we go. Because green ore, I'm pretty sure I could smith here. It definitely does. And because of that, also I should go get more gas in his chamber for tomorrow. I might run out if we do that much smithing. But, yeah, when I do mine it, I might just immediately smith it. Because it saves having to, like, get it from the thing again. Every single time. Like, not process the bar, but, you know, smith the bar itself. Like we're doing right now. Yeah, most of the bars I have been saving, oddly enough. Mostly for making weapons, shields, or armor in the future. Particularly for armor maker. I want to be, like, ready. You don't know how much we're going to power grind armor maker when it comes out. Like, the first day, we'll play to see everything in the game. Like, the first day or two, depends how much content there is. And then immediately after, we are just going straight into armor maker. We won't be the first 200. For sure we won't. But we will easily be like top 5, top 10 probably for how much we're going to be rushing that thing. It's just day 1 I'll be doing everything. So it won't be getting armor maker up specifically day 1. But I'm going to have so much excess supplies ahead of time. The only thing I kind of have been doing is selling leatherworker a bit more though. So I might be low on leather and might have to get some. But as far as the bars we need for our armor, we should be set for a long while. As every single one I have like several hundred spears of. Or at least a couple hundred. Except for maybe like the super low tier ones, but those aren't too hard to go get more of later. And maybe there's even a shop in next chapter where you could buy them. That'd actually be kind of broken if so. I highly doubt that would be the case. But assuming armor maker needs bones, or, you know, dunked bones, smith bars, and stonemason, or, you know, etched stones, I don't think there would be a shop that would sell those supplies outright. That would seem kind of broken if you could. Because I would skip needing mining, or gatherer, or carpenter. I guess maybe not carpenter, but, you know. It would skip gatherer and miner, basically. Which I don't know, maybe there will be a shop like that. A shop would be a little broken, though. But you never know. I feel like that shop wouldn't exist. But it'd definitely be, like, one of the strongest shops in the game. Like, that's one of the things I feel like if you built with Builder, would be one of the things you would unlock. Like, if you had to go build, like, the establishments in town. I feel like that's one that would be blocked behind something like 200 plus Builder in order to make. Because that shop sounds super broken. A shop that sells dunked bones, smith bars, and etched stones. Though the price that they would cost probably wouldn't be worth it though. Unless you just needed some in a pinch. Similar to how if they had a fully tanned hide, it'd probably be way too much to buy. Because not only would you not have the merchant discount, but it would also be more than that. Because not only would you not have any merchant discount, but it would also be more than whatever the full price it would be there. Because it's fully processed rather than its initial state. Anything new added in the game? The knowledge thing from a couple days ago. Other than that, he's currently working on transmogs for the holiday. To add whatever festive things he's going to be adding. And probably an event for Christmas as well. Beyond that, the things after that is player-to-player trading. As well as queuable actions. Which will make a lot of things way more AFK. Because you'll be able to queue multiple things at once. Almost like The Sims. That's the first thing that comes to mind. You'll be able to queue like... actually, we don't know what the limit is. The queue limit. But you'll be able to queue several actions together. So you'll be able to cut like every tree in an instance, or maybe every ore in an instance, and similar things. So why did I come to Hopeport? This is not where I meant to teleport. I meant to teleport to, actually, where did I mean to teleport to? Mine southwest. There we go. Alright, what do we need? What are we even doing here? What level is this? 107. I think I was doing my granite. My lowest tier granite. This is probably too high. Yeah. But this one over here should be my level. This one. Yeah, there we go. The 69 one. That's the one. Alright, and I believe we do shields out of this. There we go. 5 each time. Perfect. So I can keep my potion on me. Alright, let's go make a ton of shields. Let's go do all of our granite. And then dump it all into knowledge, into stonemason. Because I need 79 for the next rock, I believe. The only problem is it's death stone, but I do have some. Some guy got Torag and picked Hammer Mage. That's funny. That is a great Hammer Mage name. That's the guy that wields hammer in the other RuneScape. Or, you know, the other game that Andrew Gower made. Will you actually be able to climb the leaderboard this weekend then? Wait, why? Do you have off? We haven't really been trying to climb too much. I know Title says trying to reclaim top 20. Well, we tried. It'd be possible if we would stop gaining levels. If you could go to sleep at some point. He's max, but Inferno gave it a host score, is he? I wish his shield thing was closer to this thing. He's like a mile away. Could be worse. It could be whatever that is, the two-handed weapon. Lester said only 2K players right now. Yeah, the numbers have dropped off a lot. I'm not sure why. I'm still having just as much fun. I feel like old school RuneScape leagues definitely hit into that number some. I guess people just kind of burning out on the game a little. I mentioned it quite a few times though. I could easily play this game for like 2 years with how much content is in the game right now though. Or, you know, the current gameplay loop and everything. I do feel like it would slow down a little after base 200s, but I don't know, it'd still be fun to play. It just takes 4 times longer to do anything. What's hardcore Iron Man? Oh, It's a game mode in old school RuneScape where you basically only have one life. It's completely self-sufficient like we are right now with no trading or anything. But you also only ever have one life. So if you die, you just lose your status. You don't lose the account. But when you die, you lose status. But it has never died yet. After maxing, getting multiple boss 25, top 25s, and a couple other things. I haven't done too much dangerous stuff on it, though. I've done a few, but nothing like too out there. Do you lose all your stats? No, you just lose your status. You don't actually lose any stats. Instead of a red helm, you now have a useless white helm. But no, Iron Man are still, I don't know, the problem with normal Iron Man mode is, they've had so much quality of life to Iron Man mode that it's not really special anymore to have, like, a normal Iron Man, in a sense. Because they're basically the same as a main at this point, with how much quality of life they've added to Iron Man mode in that game. Like, nearly every update they've done in the last, like, several years has been for that game mode. It's one of the reasons I even made a hardcore when I came back for the 10-year anniversary last year. I was just looking at some of the content they added, and every single thing seemed to be focused on Iron Man, so I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm making one. And basically, everyone in Brighter Shores is currently an Iron Man. All it really is no trading, and you can't get loot that you, like, other people helped you. Like, if it's like a multi-combat area or something. So you basically have to be completely self-sufficient. But current Brighter Shores is literally just Iron Man mode. The entirety of Brighter Shores, since there's no trading yet. It's not coming until like a couple weeks or whenever he's adding it. Or early next year, whenever he's going to get it in. But, yeah, Brighter Shores right now is quite literally just that game mode right now. Though it won't be anymore once trading drops. The only different with hardcore is you only ever have one life. Oh, so we still have not gotten a single epic shield yet. It's in there somewheres. Also, I can't wait till queuable actions for something like this. You know how AFK this would be? If you could just queue your whole inventory? I'm not sure if it would let you for something like this, but I sure hope you can. Because it needs it badly. I don't even care about gathering having it. This is what truly needs it. The make all function. Which hopefully queuable actions will be able to do. Is the game still in beta? Oh yeah, Brighter Shores is still in beta. Some people have even been mentioning it's an alpha. Whatever it is, it's early access. But yeah, it's not being fully released until basically Chapter 5. Like Chapter 5, special attacks, PvP, trading. I forget what other feature was going to add that was like really major before then. But yeah, it's probably not until like March or April, based on current progression. Like anywhere from February to like April is probably when it's going to be launching. And she's going to wait till the summer to get even more stuff in before then. But the earliest it could possibly be is like February or March. Well, probably even later than that. Because as far as this month, by the end of this month, the only thing from the checklist of things he's going to be doing before launch, like of his mega checklist, is trading. Trading's going to be added before the end of this month, most likely. We also should be getting a video soon on how special attacks are going to work. Probably because he wants community feedback. He's probably posting it sometime this weekend. Whenever he does, we'll go over it. Because I'm really curious how that's going to work. There's so many angles he could go. It's going to be so much fun too, because that's basically going to be like the entirety of combat. Or, you know, not the entirety, but like the main thing that spices it up. At least in the short term. Down the line, obviously, there might be more other mechanics and other things. But at least in the short term, it's going to be like the main thing that kind of changes up combat. Co-op enemies? Yeah, there's currently no group bossing or anything. The furthest we have is co-op fishing and co-op woodcutting. Neither of which are really worth the amount of effort it requires to do properly. The co-op fishing is slightly better than co-op woodcutting. It's easier to align timing-wise. But it only takes one other person in the entire lobby to crash you, though, with how it currently works, because it doesn't auto-prioritize your friend. I'll just do it with the first person that tries to engage with it. Which will then get you out of sync, and it's just a whole mess. It's definitely something they gotta rework. Yeah, co-op fishing is worth it. Co-op woodcutting, not so much. But co-op fishing is 100% worth it. You just need someone to be really coordinated with you for, like, hours on end. It's not that much extra XP, though. I think it's like 15% extra. Same as woodcutting. But you're always losing some amount of time. But the amount of time that you lose for fishing is way, way, way less compared to woodcutting. Like, even though it's like 15% more XP, I think it's effectively still only like 5 to 10% more XP when you do co-op fishing. Whereas for woodcutting, it's about 15% extra XP, but it's more like negative amount to 5%, depending on how well you do. Like, it'd actually be less per hour than just doing it normally. So no one really bothers with it. Like, obviously it makes sense they don't want to make it so good that you feel like you have to do it. But for the most part, it's like so bad, at least for woodcutting, that it's just no one does it. Not sure if they're going to change that in the future or what. They're definitely going to do something to change how co-op works in the game. But yeah, group bossing would be fun. I just hope they have it kind of balanced how like the current co-op stuff is, though. Or you don't feel like you have to need to do it. It's still a nice option to have. But first I need like actual bosses in the game before we get like co-op content like that. Though in his last MMO, the first few bosses he ever added were all co-op bosses. King Black Dragon and Kalphite Queen, while absurdly weak in current standards, were intended to be group bosses. Where you need at least 2+ people to go kill. Particularly the Kalphite Queen. Like the Kalphite Queen, you almost needed like a whole team of like 5+ people to kill. Back in the gear that you had when it first came out. Unless you had like absurdly high stats, like 99s. A lot of people back then didn't have stats that high. I am curious to see if he's going to do 6 tiers of every boss, though. Kind of like how every other enemy is. And would the drops also be 6-tiered? Because I'm kind of hoping the answer is yes. Because that means you can get entry-level bosses in at like level 40 to 70. But still have that same boss be like level 400 to 500 in late game. Or end game. And maybe it gets more mechanics as it gets higher. Like tier 1 has like barely any mechanic to no mechanic. Then tier 2 starts to add one and then another and then another. Until tier 6 is every mechanic. It'd be a fun way of doing it. It would also slowly teach you the boss rather than just throwing you in. to like the tier 6 one that just has every mechanic at once. It would like teach you one mechanic at a time until it has all 6 at tier 6. Or technically all 5 if the tier 1 doesn't have any mechanics, depending on how they do it. But I do hope bosses are tiered. I hope that when they do start adding bosses, it's not like a static level. Like it's just like a static level 200 in an area. Because that would basically make it so in early game you can't touch it at all. Like let's say there was a 200 boss in Hopeport right now. You know how long it would take me? Even playing 12 hours a day to get to the point I could kill that thing? It'd probably take me like 5 days. Maybe even the whole week. Of playing like every single day just to get to the point where we could kill it. But if it had the 6 tiers, I could get to the first tier within like a day. Because the first tier would be around like level 40, 70, 80, somewhere around there. And I could easily get geared for that within a day or two for a guard or any area. But then the end game one would be like, you know, 400 plus. Which would take a very long time to reach, but you know, something to eventually get to. Bosses likely will drop 5 stars. We don't really know how that's going to work currently, though. But 5-star gears are going to be, like, the gear to have. Basically, gear in Brighter Shores is 1 star is useless. 2 stars is basically also useless. 3 stars is used to make 4 stars. 4 stars is going to be standard equipment. And 5 stars is, like, the real equipment. 4 stars is what you use to hold you over until you get your 5-star stuff. But basically, anything under 3 stars is completely pointless. They're rarities that almost might as well not even exist. With that being said, we're currently in full 1-star armor. But it's mostly because of the lack of armor making skill. And also because rarity falls off a cliff after 200. Wouldn't 5-star make 4-star redundant? It'd likely be rare enough that it wouldn't. Mostly because of how level ranges work. Because even in the current state of the game, you're not going to be making 4-star equipment a lot of times. Maybe your weapons, but not armor. The main reason being is they'll get outpaced really quickly. For example, a 3-star, I believe like 30 levels after a 4-star is already better than it when it comes to armor. So you'd have to replace your stuff too often, and it wouldn't be worth it. Because you don't just need 1 5-star, you need a lot of 5 stars. Unless they add some kind of weird level scaling to it, where like auto level scales. But assuming it's a static level like everything else, like you're not going to need 1 5-star piece of equipment. You're going to need like 20 for 1 chapter. For 1 body slot. Because let's say you wanted 5-star, let's just say any 5-star weapon for any chapter. Doesn't matter which. You would need it like almost every 40, 50 levels. Let's say 50 levels. You would need 10 of them. You would need a level 50, you would need 100, you would need 150, you need 200, you need 250, 300, 350, 400, 450, and eventually 500. That is 10 weapons for 1 chapter. Just 1. So you're not going to be using 5-star for much. Like with the rarity relative to how many you need. Like you're mostly using 4-star for most things. What you'll use 5-star for is not really known. Like I guess PvP if you really want a high risk. Or, like if there's bosses that just really require you to have them down the line. But 5-star for most content is going to be super overkill and really unrealistic to go full 5-star for anything. Especially with the rarity drop-off rate after level 200. But no, you're very rarely ever going to use 5-star stuff. Due to its combination of rarity and how many pieces you would ultimately need of it. What am I doing this in? I guess stonemason. Right? Is this a stonemason angle? I feel like this is a stonemason angle. I need 79 to be able to use the next thing, so let's keep going. Yeah, really high level 2-star can be higher than an epic. But the whole thing is, once Armor Maker comes out, everything's like max level then. Like, you just get your Armor Maker up to whatever your combat is. So if your combat like 200 something, you get Armor Maker 200 something. And then boom, you have 3-star for all your armor. Kind of like how weapons are right now. If I get 203 smithing, boom, we got a 203 weapon for watch person as a 3-star. Which would be better than my current 4-star I have made there. But yeah, 2-stars can be good if it's like, if the rest of your gear is really low leveled. But Armor Maker and, you know, the weapon making skills kind of fix that. As long as you keep them maintained with your combat. Oh, you know what? I should probably save one of these shields. Or maybe even 2 of them. I was considering making a really low level, what you call it, for the other 2 chapters. Like, just to have. I didn't sell the other one yet, so I still can. I want to do some math. What is 19 plus 19 plus 76? Let's have a second 75 one. Let me see. Deposit backpack. I can do some math real quick. Gotta figure something out. I might go use these shields. Oh, it's 112? Okay, perfect. Math. 112 divided by 3. 114? That's a different number. Let's see, 75 plus 19 plus 19 divided by 3. It'd be level 37. That's close enough. And I could also lower it a little bit if I wanted to. I'm not sure if I want to make a good shield for both of them or not. A 37 4-star shield. Just in case we get bad armor drops. In case we want to do anything in the 2 chapters. I was just thinking, if I'm going to go and actually get them to 50 combat for base 50s, these might be the shields I might want to use for them. Just so we don't have to come back and make this shield later. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to go get base 50s yet. I really want to wait for special attacks, but at this point it seems like it could be like early next month. With everything else he's going to do first. And that'd be a long time to hold some useless weapons there. Well, I guess I could attune them to the chapter. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Do I already have a 4-star? Oh, perfect. Oh. Oh yeah, I am going to do that then. Because all I need to go do is get 2 guardian shields real quick. Duh, I already have a 4-star made for both of them. I just upgrade that. Alright, now to do some other math. What is 26 plus? Alright. Deposit all. Oh, it's already filled. Okay, that's fine. We need other stuff then. Alright, let's do some other math then. 26 plus 76. Or do 26 plus 75, because I'll do the other way around. 26 plus 75, because I could do the inverse for the shields. Plus, well, this is divided by 3. I could do a 0 shield. Yeah, I can get it as low as 33. Perfect. Okay, I can do that right now then. I just need 2 level 0 guardian shields. I can make 2 level 33 upgrades. Because I already have the other component. I make this component literally right now. I could just not sell it. And then that'd be 2 33 shields for both chapters to get to 50 with. Because I highly doubt I'd get an upgrade between 33 and 50. Yeah, that'll be the plan then. Bit of a weird item to make, but it makes it so if we don't get armor drops, they'll still both be fine. It'll cover the gap of our armor. I assume we're using a one-handed weapon, though. That's the only weird thing about shields. So we got a lot of shields to go sell. This remote storage, or whatever you call this, the expansion orb thing is so nice. From the Brainoff inheritance. Whatever you say his name. The Brainoff inheritance. We've gotten so much value out of it the last few days. Definitely worth getting. It was quite the grind, but it's still worth it. Do people not have to opt into chat? No, they do. It's an opt-in chat system. Do they not see emotes? I'm not sure if they can or can't see emotes. Because I just opt in immediately, so I'm not sure exactly how it works. So I'm not sure if they can or can't. Alright, we're out of here. Let's go grab all our stuff. Alright, to keep the shields or not to keep the shields? That is the question. I do have enough 75s to do both. Unless I want that 176 or something. I feel like it would be not worth it. Because we might not even be able to... We might not even be using a one-hand. Or, you know, yeah, you know, be able to even use our shield. It's always the weird thing about shields. Is if you're going to go for them, you're not even sure if you're going to have a one-hand or a two-hand at a time. To even be able to get value from it. I was going to sell them. Alright, there we go. Is that all of them? Yep. Alright, we're out of here. Let's go process whatever's left and see what it brings us. Not that way. Wrong way. Hey, we finally have over a gold piece again. Barely, though, but we're getting there. Definitely not the best money, but hey, money's money. Yeah, how much granite do I have left? That's my high tier granite, right? Yeah. So yeah, all this is left, all we have left. Well, we'll use it up. Hopefully get us a stonemason level. And I just have to knowledge point the other two. Because I need 79 before I can use my next stone, which is Death Stone, which means we're going to get like 0 XP from it. Yay! Gosh, there's such a gap between granite and flint. If you don't have that much Death Stone. And even with doing some Death Stone mining, it's still not enough. You need so much Death Stone relative to how much you actually get while mining. That's something I haven't been paying attention to. How's our Mind to Matubin rank doing? We're at 40. I wonder, what is the bottom of top? Ooh. We might accidentally reach the bottom of top of Mind to Matubin. With our current goals. If we had all those levels right now, magically, we would be on it. If we had every level that we set to get out by the end of this weekend, hopefully. Not sure if I'll actually reach it, but we'll sure try. Because 100% want to have 200 mining this weekend. And ideally 200 smithing, though I'm not sure if I'll be able to finish it all the way. If nothing else, definitely by Monday we should be able to. Monday's a bit of a shorter stream, but it should be, we should be able to wrap it up for 200. And then we can actually start doing combat again if we wanted to. These sounds are so satisfying, by the way. Not sure how high I have it on this stream. But they work so well. They're mesmerizing. We're going insane. I mentioned it earlier, too. I'm not sure how or why. But I actually have more stonemason done than smithing and bone rate combined. I know it doesn't look like it based on the level. But, I've actually done more stonemason than both these combined as far as the actual activity. The only reason the other two are higher is because knowledge points exist. Also because I've done most of my smithing other than knowledge points through bars. Not actually making product. But at this point, I've actually made more stonemason items than the other two combined. Mostly because bone rate has like 0, so when I'm saying that, I'm mostly meaning more than smithing. Because I'm pretty sure I've made like 20, 30 items with bone rate. I mean, maybe a little more than that. Very minimal. And most of it was on the 40 grind. before we're really like going knowledge point heavy. Ooh, 2 4-star or 2 3-star shields in the same inventory. It's tempting me to go make it. I really don't feel like it's worth it though. I wish 4-star shields had like a special effect. After they had special attacks, they should really consider something different for 4-star armor and shield. Like some kind of extra thing that makes them actually worth using. Because once 4-star weapons have special attacks, why would you ever make any piece of armor ever that is 4-star? It's just not needed. You would go 3 4-star weapons and 3-star armor. The only exception I could maybe think of in the current state of the game would be bosses. Which, you know, current state of the game, that doesn't exist, but you know what I mean. Like in the short term. And I guess maybe PvP? Alright, we're almost out. What should we do then? I still want to go for about another hour or so. By this point, we would have depleted every goal. Oh, time to do more mining! No. I want to do something that's not in mind to Matubin if I can help it. Though I do need to process more bars, so... The mines, they beckon. Even though we're already here, they beckon deeper. We gotta go to the deep mine. Alright, we could do like, what, 2 more inventories? Do you think they will make a skill or a way to mod weapons or armor? Like change the element? I don't think they're ever going to change the element due to how special attacks work. I wouldn't be surprised if there's certain modifiers you could eventually do on them though. But I don't think you're ever going to be able to change an element of any weapon. Otherwise, they would have to change the special attack or something. Because they're likely going to make, like, let's say an ice weapon have, like, some kind of ice effect. But then if it had, like, 5 other elements, you'd have to, you know, change that every single time. Did they show special attacks yet? No. There's no video on it yet. But one of the main reasons why they're all locked to an element is the special attacks are likely to use the effect. It'd be kind of weird if you had like a, you know, fiery effect on an ice weapon or something. Unless they recode it differently for each one. That's a lot more work. So it's very unlikely that anytime soon weapons would ever be able to change element, if ever. But I could definitely see modifiers on weapons and armor and stuff. For other various bonuses. Like regen bonus on armor or something similar. Honestly, that's what 4-star stuff really needs. Current regen rate is only 3 every, like, 3 seconds. or something. It is so bad. Their regen rate, even at, like, 1,000 plus HP, is still, like, 1 a second. Or, you know, but it does it in 3 intervals. It is so bad. It doesn't scale at all in the current state of the game. Like your regen rate at like level 0 combat is the same regen rate you have at 500 in the current state of the game. It is so horrifically bad. Like at lower level ranges, obviously it's very useful. At a higher level range, it is horrific. As it's near non-existent right now. It only doesn't feel that way quite yet because at lower level range you don't feel it as hard. It is really beneficial at low level. Yeah, we're almost there. 79, we can move on to the next stone. We're definitely not going to reach that right now though. At least progress. The worst part is, what number do I need after 79? I know people mentioned earlier 79 for the hammer thingy, which is where we're at. Let's see. If it's 4 items, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it 95 then? Or 91? I think it's 91. Ouch. That means I'd have to go from like 80 or 81 all the way to 91. Which likely means knowledge points. Which likely means like 40 knowledge points. Oh gosh. Yeah, we gotta dump like over a day's worth of knowledge just to go get it to where it needs to be. Just to be able to use flint. Luckily after that point, we should have a lot of bank supplies to go use on it. At least from flint to granite, it works out really well. It's just the death stone gap that's really bad. But I should have a lot of flint and a lot of basalt. Which will get it to like 120, 130-ish really quickly from there. Like, it's almost going to be harder to get to 91 than it will to be to get to 120 from 91. Actually, I'm going to go check. What level do we need for tier 3 flint? I'll check on this next bank. But I really hope they show the special attack video soon. I'm really curious what they're going to do with that. Oh no, the XP bonus! It's actually impossible to use it for 4 builds. Each one of these take 30 seconds. So any amount of downtime at all would make it impossible. And there will always be some amount of downtime. So the most 3 potions can... Or the most 1 potion can ever do is 3 shields. Or 3 whatever you build. And then I go check something. What level is... I'm pretty sure this is 91. Just want to double check. 87! Okay, not as bad. I'd have to get 10 levels from where we are right now. That's not as bad. That's still bad, but it's not as bad. Yeah, 10 stonemason levels that we can start using real stones again. And we'll be past the death stone gap. I just realized, did I never make the one-time bonus of the other item? I think I saw it and decided to never even make it. But I don't even think I utilized the 1-star. I'm gonna do that real quick. Range weapon. 2-handed, 1-handed melee. Where's the 1-handed range? Wait. Oh, right over there. Wait, I'm even more confused. Is it 2-handed? What? Okay. Guess that makes sense. Wait, what? Oh, no. There it is. I'll eventually find it. Gosh, why can't it be like smithing where you just do everything on one single tile? Got like 1,000 production thingies in here. That's probably our last batch. Whatever we could do with that is what we're going to end on, as far as stonemason is concerned. Then we gotta go find one other activity to go do for a little bit. Honestly, I'm almost considering just getting that woodcutting level. Like finishing that woodcutting and carpentry level. Just because I feel like they're teasing us with how close they are. The reward EXP is what moved them so far over. I wouldn't have left them like that otherwise. But, oh no, they're kind of close. I already have the carpentry banked. And woodcutting is just click on a couple trees. Yeah, now we're at like 77 and almost a half. So we need 1.5 for Deathstone. And 10 for, well, technically 9.5 for the real stones again. Still gotta put all my knowledge points onto it though. These bone rart's gonna get up through AFK cement. Smithing through mining. Stonemason kind of through mining, but also it is like a mile behind. And I can put away our one rock again. Same thing happened last time. We had like one spare rock randomly. Let's go sell everything. Nope, not there. You opted back in the leaderboard? Nice. What's your merchant level right now? Archer, what even is your highest level right now? Isn't it merchant? I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Have a look at leatherworker. Oh gosh, do you get like 400? Is over 300? I know it's gonna be some kind of absurd number. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do this. I'm not sure how I'm trying to organize this right now, but there we go. Alright, moment of truth. Do I want to upgrade to shields or not? Probably not. I don't think it's worth it. I could, though. We could, though. So I get the pricing. Interesting. I have 3 shields that need an upgrade. We could do it. The problem is that we need to go make 3 guardian shields real quick, which sounds like a horrible, horrible thing to go do. I might do it though. I'm not sure why I feel tempted to. It's because I have it. Also because I need a side goal right now. I think it's shield upgrading time. And let me go put these away. Alright, now for the next problem. What on earth is the cheapest guardian shield? It doesn't matter what it is. Deposit all backpack. Yeah, there's that. I'm gonna go to Central. I want to look it up through the wiki. Because I don't want to have to walk all the way there to check. Because I'm pretty sure it's ash planks and something. There's probably ram bones, and we're gonna need to go get some from the shop thingy. Oops, I'm like clicking as if I can click on that. There we go. Let me go check something. Wiki. Bone right. Bone right. Bone right. Bone right. Can you stop trying to die to whatever's hitting you? Interesting. If you walk into a door, it'll auto move for you. The auto retreat thingy. Interesting. Bone right, bone right. I'm looking for anything that looks like a shield. Hello, shields. Basic wood and round shield. 3 and 3. Sounds good to me. Yeah, crooked goat horn and just ash planks. And that's why we're here. I would like my ash planks, please. Might just buy them. Oh yeah, I forgot to get rid of this potion. I want to check how many I have banked. Let me go do it over here, actually. I got rugged ash. I don't have that much normal ash, though. Let's buy one inventory and hope it's enough. But yeah, the only problem is with shields, you have to make a shield to count as a shield. You can't substitute it like a few other things. It's only shield to shield. Alright, give me these, please. All of them, thank you. Alright, let me go put this potion away so it can stop being in my inventory. And then I'll just go get some bones from the bone person. That does mean I gotta go deep fry these bones, though. I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough, but we'll see. Lower rarity stuff has higher chance, so I'm just gonna make a bunch of 19 shields, upgrade them all, and go from there. And then I'll have an upgraded shield for every chapter. The only one I might want to look into is the Mines of Matubin one. Because I think I might be making it a little bit too low of a level. But the other ones are going to be slightly too high of a level. But that's all fine. It's mostly the Mines of Matubin one I want to make sure isn't like too out of whack. So which one was this again? The goat horn? Crooked goat horn is what I'm looking for. And you go buy it from her and deep fry them. Crooked goat horn. You look like a crooked one to me. I probably should check to see if I had any banked. Probably do, but very minimal. Regardless, we definitely need more than however many's in there, probably. Gosh, that XP drop is like 0, though. That is painful. Yeah, I got 9 already deep fried. And I'll try our luck with what we have and see if we get lucky. This is super low rarity, so we might have a chance. Because we're only making them at level 19. Oh no, is it doing an XP penalty? I don't think it is. Is it? Is the EXP that we'd be getting from this penalty or not is like 0. I'm pretty sure it doesn't have a penalty. It's also still giving me the full amount of knowledge. I'm still getting 3% per dunk. But I don't think this is an EXP penalty. This is just, they already give 0. This is like the lowest tier bone there is. Like, look at that, level 0 right over there. The only reason I'm doing this is to make some quick 19s, so we have a higher rarity chance. Yeah, it does for combat. I don't think it does for most skilling. I don't believe skilling has diminishing return like that. It's mostly just for combat, just to make sure you don't see completely steamroll low enemies for a good rate. Alright, so what I need, like 12 and 12 then, because I think it's even split. That'll be enough for 4 shields. And we'll test our luck and just keep trying with however many we have. One-handed melee shield. I gotta make sure you did the right level. 19. This should give us a higher rarity chance. Hopefully we get lucky very quickly. We need 3 of these to be 3-star. Good old purple ones. Come on. And then we'll have a shield upgrade for every chapter if we ever go back to do combat in them. With a shield. Allow us to do higher combat if we want, if we go do rapier with it. We missed. Oh, we missed. Alright, we'll try again. Nice. 1 of 3. Gosh, I wish all rarity was this easy. I forgot how free 3 stars are at, like, under level 19. I like this mechanic. It makes crafting stuff like this so much easier. It's also made the most 4 stars I ever make in one day. Because the last time I used this mechanic, I made 2. This will be the first time we actually make 3. Yeah, you have to upgrade every, like, 30-ish levels. Or 20-ish, or 10-ish. Depends what you're doing. If you're upgrading from a 3-star to a 3-star, it's probably every, like, 10 to 20. If you're doing a 4-star to a 4-star, it's probably every, like, 30-ish. Maybe even 40-ish. Alright, come on. 2 more shields. But the main reason I'm making these is for the 50-50 grind, for base 50s. I just figured we upgrade the other ones since we already have the material. But I might not if we don't get a 3rd one. Because if I get a 2nd one in this inventory but don't get a 3rd, I'm probably just going to make the 2 for chapter 1 and 2. I just ignore chapter 3. And just sell out the other shield. If I really want to make a good one later, we can just make a good one later. I just figured since we already had the other shield made, I might as well make the ones for the 2 chapters we're going to get base 50 on in a little bit. Before the end of the year. Okay, come on, luck. Come on, you got 2 more tries. 2 more tries and we make 3 instead of 2. Come on. I just don't think I want to go dunk a whole nother set of them just to go make one single shield, upgrade one single thing that we're barely going to use. Because the other 2 are way more important. We already got them. Come on, one more 3-star. Come on. You're into that drop table somewheres. Feels weird not seeing 1-stars. It's like 2, 3, 2, 2, 2. 1-stars can still occur. But I think it might actually be rarer than a 2-star at this level range. Like, the combined rarity of 2 and 3-star is definitely higher than a 1-star when under 19. No! I'm just gonna make the other 2. It's fine. Boo. I'm not gonna dunk a bunch of bone just for that 1 shield. I don't think it's worth it. Let me see. What level would it be? Let me just calc it out real quick. What's 37? Let me go find the calculator. Where is it? What is 37 plus 19 plus 76, I believe it was? Divided by 3. Yeah, it's not even worth it. It would only be a 44 when I can wield a 59. I'll just make a better one later. So yeah, let me sell the other shield then. I was combine the other 2 with the 76s then. So we'll draw you, and you. Alright, and then we'll just combine it with the other thing we had in both chapters and we should be fine. Alright, let's go do it. Teleport to Hopeport. Oh, we haven't made a 4-star in a very long time. Gosh, honestly, we haven't done it since the day we basically did the quest. It just really isn't worth making 4-stars in the current state of the game. I just figured since I already had the shield, I might as well just get the last shield we needed. I won't even be able to wield these shields immediately either. They're slightly too high a level, but we'll get to them. Not too big a deal. Alright. Get rid of that. Boom. Alright, let's go make some 4-star. Alright. Oh, where's my thing? Where's my quartermaster thing? Quartermaster. Grab all of our junk. So I need you. You and you. And I'll go to chapter 2 and do the same thing. Because we gotta do it at the attunement tower thingy. I'd like to fuse items. Thank you. Yep. Upgrade the shield. A level 40. Oh, I did the math wrong. Oh, that's a bit higher than I thought it would be. Wait, what? Oh! I calculated if I would make a level 0 shield. I don't know. Do we want to do it this way? That's a little beefy. I would need to get 9 levels. I guess it's fine. I forgot. The number I did earlier was based on if I did a 0 shield, not a 19. I just had an instincts was like, ooh, must go for highest value. That's fine. A level 40 shield. I'll still go from 40 to 50. So I'll still use it. Infuse. That means the other one's also going to be that level range, but that's fine. It's even closer to 40. Alright, let's go to the other place. Teleport. Hope Forest. Central. Hey, there we go. 4-star shield. Obviously can't quite use it yet, but you will soon. He'll get there soon. I just figured since we already had 2 out of 3, it wouldn't hurt to just get the final component real quick. Been a long while since we actually made something like this. So might as well. Oh yeah, I need to actually go grab the other material, don't I? Let me go use immune. They're good to find it on their own. Let's see. I'm gonna use immunity. This might sound weird to do before anything has actually attacked me. But it gives me protection for a little bit. I think that's the first time I've ever used immunity that way. Let's see. Deposit all. Now let me go grab the other one. Yeah, I don't think I've ever preemptively cast immunity ever. But it's something you can actually do, oddly enough. You don't have to wait till something attacks you. Yep, and another 40 shield. Perfect. Oh, there we go. 40 shield for when we do the 50 grind on both of them. In case we want to fight something a little bit higher in any of those two ranges. Yeah, there we go. Nice. They're even matching perfectly. Alright. Now just to fix the weapon situation later, but that's a later issue. We don't worry about that now. We ignore that for now. Anyways, we're out here. Okay, what's our objective now then? I still want to go for about another half an hour. Just want to figure out what we want to go do. Honestly, we're already here. I think we go get that wood cutting in carpentry level. What's my wood cutting tree I could do right now? I could do juniper. Let's just do some juniper. I don't think juniper is efficient, but we get a first time bonus. I don't need that much XP. Worst comes to worst, we'll have some junipers for later. I believe juniper is just south from here. Yeah, there's some juniper over there. That's like the best place to do them. Pine, pine, juniper. Are those the only two tiles you could do them on? It's not a lot of area. Let me go check. Where's the map? Or not the map, the wood cutting guide. How's that spider still alive? Did we kill that thing? Or trap it or something? Oh, juniper. Why are they so weirdly placed? I sure the best place to do juniper though. Where are we currently? Right here. Okay, so we're right next to where junipers are. Oh wait, it's a pine tree. Here are the junipers. Yeah, I don't think it's worth doing this one. Let's see. It's not in this area. Oh, we just got cutscened. Those are fake junipers. They're decorative junipers. I've been lied to. They're fakes. Oh wait, this room actually doesn't look too bad for it though. Wait. Wait, there's a storage rift here. Oh. Wait, this is the place. Yeah, I thought that was just for the quest. I didn't think it actually stayed here. Like, I knew that happened during the quest. But I didn't realize it actually stayed here for some reason. I'm not sure why I thought it would disappear. But, yeah, this is great. Oh, so why is rainbow water level 0? It doesn't require any skill. I'm confused why it says level 0 next to it. What does the rainbow water do? It lets you color your armor in Chapter 2. It's not as cool as the color you get in Chapter 4. But I believe free-to-play has access to them. I think. So it gives you some colors, but it's not that many. It's not as good as Chapter 4 colors. But you do get a couple of them. It's like a few dozen or something. Like almost 2 dozen in that one shop. That you can do for free. But I'm pretty sure free-to-play has access to them. It's just the cooler looking ones, like the cryonite color like we're using, you can't do in there. They're a lot paler, the colors that you get from it. Almost like they're watered down. There also isn't as wide of a color selection. Yeah, because we'll just do this until we get a woodcutting level then. And then we'll go get one single carpentry level. Which honestly, I might just do on these junipers. Because that'll be that right there, I believe. Oh, unless we have the other two, but I don't believe I do due to woodcutting level. But I do have access to that 35 juniper right there. That's what we're cutting right now, I'm pretty sure. And then we'll go carpentry them. And you know what? I might even bank them. In case we need it for something weird down the line. Though honestly, I feel like I need the planks the most. For shield upgrades. Well, no, what is the other thing you kind of use? I guess this Wavi tree. Because that's what I need whenever I do a guardian weapon. But I already have like 1 billion of those bones ready to go. That's actually one thing that was really good about the gathering route I did. Is I think I have like 800 bone spikes. And every 4 of them makes a weapon that I'll need. Or whenever we make a 4-star weapon. So it might have seemed somewhat inefficient to do like 25 to 830 gathering, doing an 18 bone. But that 18 bone I'll be using for all my 19 weapons. Whenever I need a guardian weapon to make a 4-star for my own stuff. I'm going to be using that stack of bone spikes. If you're wondering why I grabbed so many of them. It was literally just for making, well, aside from getting 30 gatherer. Even though it was a bit slower than some other methods, it was also because I was trying to stock up because of 4-star weapons. Because that's the main material I'm going to be using. I just haven't dunked them yet. But they are stored there. Almost 1,000 of them. Man, this place is pretty chill. We even got a little rainbow lake here. Actually, I like this area. Oh, a knowledge point? I think this one's stonemason. I don't have a pot on me, but that's fine. Don't always have to do it for every knowledge point. I almost got our woodcutting level. Then we'll go get our carpentry level. And if we still have time, we got to figure out what on earth we're doing. Honestly, since we upgraded the thing, I almost want to go upgrade the weapons for chapter 1 and 2. However, I do need to make sure that they're actually wieldable, though. It is very important that those are actually wieldable immediately. The shield doesn't matter as much, but the weapon sure does. Alright, let me go teleport back. Actually, it's better to walk. It would be better to walk there. So what is that creature? I don't think I've seen that around because I never like walked down here. Other than that for that one quest thingy. Never paid attention to them. There's a bunch of sage over there as well. In the middle of nowhere. With no rift in sight. Because I wanted to get 12 so we could do 12 for the thingy. Alright, back to our favorite skill, carpentry. Hey, Sassy's here. Why on earth is Sassy doing carpentry? was taking a lot of total levels recently. Last I saw them, they were under 1,000. That was mostly because they did 500 guard for like a month. Or at least a few weeks. Oh, this is a one-step thing. I forgot. I think I store these in case I need them later. They're used for bone rate at level 58. And oh yeah, I forgot. This is the tier 2 one. I'll still do it. Apparently up to 135. So one of the weapons might go pretty high. So in case I need a 100-something weapon at some point. Alright, let's see what else we have banked. The rest of them I might sell. I might bank them, I'm not sure. I feel like I have so little bone rate supplies banked. Mostly in the lumber department, as well as the everything department. Kind of in the everything department, to be honest. And that will level out our levels from the quest we end up doing. We did that on Thanksgiving. The final quest, the Forgotten Things. Well, not the final, but you know, the final we did. And it gave us so much XP. We gained 3.5 guard levels. 1.5 woodcutter and 1.5 carpenter. And right now I'm just cleaning out the 2 that got leveled up. But I might as well bank these. I feel like I really need some supplies. In case we ever just randomly feel like, hey, let's go build a carpenter, or let's go to upgrade a weapon. Because right now, whenever, you do know the main thing that's kind of keeping me from making 4 stars right now? Is in the back of my head, I'm like, oh, I gotta go do carpentry. That's what I'm thinking every time. I guess I could technically buy them, but still. Like, yeah, we could buy them, but they'll probably start getting pricey eventually. I do want to mostly ignore woodcutting and carpentry, though. I do want 3 more woodcutting levels at some point just to get base 50. But Gatherer is the one that's actually going to hit like 200 or something. It's like the only thing in Hope Forest that will be trained. Just so I can get my bones. Need them bones. So we can go deep fry them. Because we're probably going to need it for Guardian armor. We also don't know if you're actually going to be forced to train all 3. To train the skill. Assumably you could train any one of them. It's just a little bit weird since all 3 are kind of combined. I'm pretty sure you could trade any one and it will still count. But in case we ever want to make 4-star stuff, I'll still need the other supplies. Not carpentry supplies, but you know, the bones. Carpentry supplies is just for weapons. Like what I'm doing right now is if I ever want to make a 4-star weapon, we're good to go. Because we have a 58 to 135 range, whatever that can end up doing. So if we need, like, let's say, like, you know, 150 weapon or 120 or anything else, this will be good for that. Honestly, anything from, like, a range of, like, 60 to, or anything from a range from, like, 75 to 150, this would be good for. Because obviously the other 2 would be higher, so we could bring up these numbers. And that's going to be something that we'll need to do on our grind to 200, 200, 200 at some point for the other 3 chapters. And by then, hopefully, special attacks will be out, so it's actually worth doing instead of just for fun. Well, preemptive, just so we don't have to do it later. We'll be glad when we see like 50 of them just sitting in the bank later down the line. So while I'm here, I kind of want to buy some more ash planks in case we need them later for shields. Because those are going to be our main way to make shields for low level range, or even any range. Just because of how high the other ones will be. Give me like an inventory real quick. I'm gonna have some spears. They're basically free. That was like, what, 300 bronze each? And it makes up to like a 600 or 60 something shield. I know this is 75, but I don't think the shield goes that high. Which I can tell you exactly how high the shield goes. The shield goes to... wooden round shield. The shield goes to 75. Oh wait, that actually is correct then. Alright, that's one of the rare exceptions. Yeah, that actually is correct. It does go to 75. Just because it says that doesn't mean it's the one. Because there's like 4 different things you can make per thing. Or 3 to 4. So whenever it says that number, it means the highest one in that tier. But this one just happens to be the highest one in that tier. So it's saying 75 is actually right for once. It's not always the case though. One of the few exceptions where it actually is. Yeah, we can make up to a 75 shield with that, which sounds really good, honestly. That will last us so long for every category. I'll do one more inventory and then do a symmetrical carpentry again. Oh, birdie. Yeah, well, log is the highest tier in here that I haven't processed. I will do that to 52. I assume it's hickory. Let me check them all just in case. Definitely not you. 30. 18. Misclick. 22. Yeah, the 30. The 30 hickories. And what is this one used for? I believe this is the one for stonemason or whatever. So this one's probably irrelevant for us to bank. It's mostly the bone right stuff I really need to bank. Because stonemason I can make through stone. Obviously smithing ones I can make through my bars. So the only ones that really matter is anything that is exclusively for bone right. Anything else from carpentry that isn't that, we can just sell straight to the shop. But the only exception being our special attack weapons down the line. But currently we don't know which ones are viable, so no point in stocking up, I guess. We'll just do that after the fact. Like, we don't know if our mace, for example, that needs like a hickory pole or whatever pole it needs might actually be good or something. But we'll find out. But for now, I will be selling anything that isn't a bone right material. But if it is bone right, I might consider keeping half, if not all of it, going forward. Just to have it for basic crafting supplies. This is the most annoying one to source and upgrade for, by far. Yeah, this one's the smithing stonemason one. This one's useless. We must sell them all. Hey, quicker carpentry XP at least. But, actually, at this rate, we might even gain our levels so quick. Oh, quicker. Yeah, these are pretty useless to us. So what are all the ones that are used for bonerite then? It's ash, oak. Is there a third? I guess technically the hickory pole. I mean not hickory, the but everyone just did Jupiter. Or there's only 3? Ash, oak, and Jupiter? I'm pretty sure those are the 3 for bonerite. Because I believe you and hickory are for the other 2. I think. Hickory definitely is. I should probably know this by like 52 carpentry, but... In all fairness, most of that is knowledge points. We've tried avoiding this skill as much as we humanly possibly could. Till the game forces us back. Now we can just sell these. Well, that's the case. Let me go run the oaks real quick then. Where's the oak? Because I believe this is actually bonerite material. And I'll actually bank this. Even though it's slightly worse carpentry XP. So it should still be enough for the level. And then after that, we just got to find one other thing to go do. I guess we'll go end with like one chill cooking contract kind of thing. It should be ready by now. Do I have any? No, I don't have any. Well, I'll do whatever's on the message board, I guess. Even if it's a bad one. I'll do one whole cooking run because that should get us to 77 cooking, hopefully. Oh yeah, let me go to the dye area real quick. Some people were talking about that earlier. I never actually tried any of the dyes in that area. Maybe I'll go try them all on to see what they look like. Just gotta remember to re-dye them later. Or who knows, maybe if I want to go for that rustic green, we try some of them. I was still gonna do that on my legs and boots at some point. Maybe I do it now. It'll look a bit off. I kind of want to. Just to see what it looks like again. But also just to test the colors out a little. How are they different? Yeah, there's different colors there compared to the other shop. They're a lot more washed out. Is the best way I could really describe it. But I can go show them real quick. I'll show them on my legs, I guess. Let's go do them all in one piece. Because I did it for all the other colors, but I never actually checked all the colors in the chapter 2 location. I've seen them, but I've never seen them on armor. Yeah, I filled the shop up with dye. Apparently, you only need 1 dye. I brought like 50 with me. Like a whole inventory. I brought like 20-something dyes. Think you'd need to fill up every pool. But no, that's not how it works. You just bring 1 and she's like, okay, thank you. But yeah, I brought her like 22 of them or something. I had like almost full inventory. I think I had like 2 other things just randomly in my inventory or something. I brought her like 21 to 23 rainbow water, but apparently you only need 1. Because I assumed you needed 1 per vat, but apparently you just need 1 total. But yeah, we got to get it in our exhilarating carpentry content for today. Alright, there we go. Carpentry has been completed. I don't think we need to touch a skill in a very, very, very long time unless 4-star equipment forces me to. Even then, I can just buy from the shop. So let's see. We got storm gray, slate gray, mist gray, clay red, dark brown, walnut brown, rust red, neutral. Doesn't like that neutral. tawny brown, forest red, I saw this at currant red, currant red, brick red, rosewood red, and then we got some greens and yellows. But all the cooler colors like this blue and stuff aren't in until the final chapter. But yo, actually, you know what? Let's test it on. Yeah, we'll do it on our pants. I think we'll do it on pants. Where are they? Or even is it in all this mess? There we go. Yeah, we'll dye the pants in every color. Just see what it looks like. This will be a lot easier if I do it like this. Alright, there's the green. Maybe I should do it on the body. Let's do it on the body. I need something more profound, so we can actually see it a bit better. Alright, there's the green. Mossy green. Might go for that one. If we were to do a green like that. Now we're starting to get really bright with the green. Not as bright as the one in chapter 4 though. Honestly, the one in chapter 4 is way too bright. That has an interesting color combination on the blade there. Yes, I am going to be testing every single one of these for science. Must know what they look like for future reference. Future cosmetic upgrades will require this. Alright, that one's pretty lame. Alright, more of a subtle yellow if you don't want like a really fierce yellow like in chapter 4. Because the one in chapter 4 like really pops. It looks like gold trim. That's a lot more of a subtle yellow, same as these other two. You don't want something as poppy as the other one. Yeah, same as that one. Alright, this one is probably my favorite of these yellows. If I wasn't to go the gold trim that's in chapter 4. That one does probably work out the best. Let's go check out these gray ones. Because I personally feel like the gray or black color that was in chapter 5 wasn't that good. I mean chapter 4, I mean. Alright, not bad. I feel like all the blacks aren't black enough though. Now let's try slate gray. Almost looks like normal. Except with like a little bit more trim around the edges. That one's that's honestly not bad. I prefer probably the like pure white that I think is in like chapter 4. I can still see this being good on some things depending on what we want. Honestly, that's probably my favorite one so far. Miss Gray. Miss Gray is not bad. It's a nice silvery color. Works really good with armor. Now, which one is this? Clay Red. Yeah, it doesn't really do much. Gosh, we got like a whole array of red-brown here. Yeah, pretty much the same. Not much of a difference compared to the other one. Honestly, I feel like these 6 almost all are identical. This one's a bit darker though. The other one's a bit more orange as well. Honestly, that one's not as bad. I can see that working with some things. The walnut brown. Now we're down to rust red. I kind of want to go for that rustic mossy one on the other color. Let's see. Does this one do that? No. Rust red doesn't look that rusty. This looks red. Alright, this one is literally called neutral. Oh, it does match the cape a little, though. It does kind of match the cape, though. But it's not as good as the burnt orange. If I wanted orange, I'm going back to burnt orange. Yeah, a lot of these on this side would definitely look better with leather. This is definitely like the leather coloring side. These are all pretty good leathery colors. Still wanted to try them all though. Because I never actually looked at all these colors yet. I did it in the other shop. I never did it on the chapter 2 one. Alright, this one I kind of like. It's like an in-between of red and orange. Chapter 4 doesn't have an option like this. If you want like an in-between. It is like very vibrant red and very vibrant orange, but it doesn't quite have the in-between color like that. The farce red. It's just this nerfed chapter 4 red right here. So I might go for a palette swap when I go back. Instead of going cryonite color. Just for a change of pace. I don't know, what color you guys think we should do in chapter 4? Because I'm not doing any of these. I just kind of want to see what they all look like. Because I kind of want it to match the cape for when we get our 200 smithing cape. Or maybe we should wait for the 200 smithing cape before we switch. Oh, this one's actually not too bad. Rosewood red. Alright, my favorites are definitely mist gray, walnut brown, and rosewood red, I think. And oddly enough, like pine green or moss green, one of these two. So let me go see these two again. Kinda wanna see it compared to the one in next chapter. I just realized those go so high, those leggings. I wonder if I could barely see the legs. Yeah, I think it was this middle one. Moss green. I was kind of going for that moss aesthetic earlier. When I was mentioning the thing with the legs and boots. I want to see something real quick. Let's see. No, I'm probably not sticking with this color. I just want to see what it looks like. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not staying with it, but not bad. Alright, anyways, let's go to the real colors. Anyways, to the real coloring. I want to change a pace out of Cryonite. Ooh, look at him. He did the burnt orange as well. Oh, look at it. Wait, is that 500? No, that's 200. No, that's 200, right? Let me go check. Yeah, that's the color I was considering. That's the 200 keep, right? Yeah. Ooh, so flashy. Well, I'm here. Hello, message board. You never have anything good. Yeah, Clockwork. I don't want to go for it at the moment, though. I mostly just wanted to see his cape. But yeah, burnt orange with it. Not too bad. Oh, no, burnt orange I kind of grew out of, though. It's just too poppy for me to constantly keep looking at. Though I kind of want a different color than, like, Cryonite bright color. At least for a little bit. Just a little change of scenery. Pink? Could you imagine? What does royal purple look like? Or deep purple? No, that one's royal purple. No. No. He's gold trimming. Honestly, should we go gold trim? Is it the gold trim era? Is it the gold trim pivot? Ooh. It's not bad. Just out of curiosity, I want to see the whole set. No, not like that. I meant to unequip. I meant to put in dunk. I'm sure there's a dunk all button. I don't see a dunk all button. You gotta dunk them one at a time. Okay, let's see what happens if we gold trim everything. Because I haven't tried gold trim yet. I normally do like the burnt orange when I do it with this cape. Not bad. Got scarlet red, dark red. Got the green from earlier. Yeah, this is like the really bright green I was talking about earlier. I guess it technically has an in-between, but it's not as good. I'm not sure what I want. Too many colors. I kind of want to mix and match. Oh no, did we go orange? I felt like orange. Oh no, let's try it with this armor. I feel like orange kind of tired on me after a little while with the cape. It just seemed like too overly orange. Is I kind of just want it as an accent color if we do it. Like just part the body. Oh, does that work? Too mix matchy. I don't know. The orange. I don't know. Something about the orange just doesn't work for me. I know it matches the cape, but I don't know. It just doesn't work for me. Going back to crying that color. I still feel like I want an accent color or something though. Maybe I make the gloves and feet pink again. Just to have the teal and pink thing going on. Because I need some kind of accent color. Oh no, standard cryo color just looks too clean. Yeah, it goes too hard to not change it. Yeah, I might just be sticking with this. But just for fun. Let's see if we accent color these two. Just for the fun of it. Oh, the problem is it has too much more accent on it compared to before. Does that look off? Let's see. What if I did it in orange? Wait, maybe that's enough. Let me see. Maybe I did both of these in orange. Just to match the cape. Oh no, I don't think anything's beating just pure cryonite color. Like, I keep wanting to do something different, but it's just a nerf to how good the other one looks. It's just too hard to beat. Yeah. Let's go back to the other thing. Yeah, we could try one of the other blues. I don't know, Mist Blue? Mist Blue versus the other blue. Oh no, we could try it real quick. Let me make everything Mist Blue. I think Mist Blue, the problem is it looks too watered down compared to Reserve Blue, I believe. We could try it real quick though. They're both really good. Main thing I think I had a problem with was Mist Blue. It just looks slightly watered down. Yeah, I think I prefer the other one more. It does look good. But I don't think anything is beating this. The Azure Blue. It's gonna be hard to match. Let's make sure that other one's Azure Blue just in case it isn't. Pretty sure it is. Yeah, already was. Just making sure. What are the armor tiers? They're pretty random. There's no specific number range. Well, they have a specific number range, but it's not consistent. But generally, tier 1's like 0 to 60-ish. Tier 2 is like 60-ish to like 100-ish or whatever. It's hard to know. They're all quite different. But, like tier 4 for most things start at like 180-ish, 190-ish. Admiral Blue looks so nad. Do you mean bad? I haven't actually tried it. Because this one looks too cryonite-y to not go for it. The only problem with this armor is I don't know which ones I colored the other blue or not. So I gotta go through them all again just in case. Because I can't actually tell which ones I haven't done. Because they look so similar in the thumbnail until they're actually on. Once they're on, you can tell the difference pretty easily. I don't know. Is Admiral Blue that bad? I don't think I've ever tried it. It definitely doesn't look cryonite-y, that's for sure. Like, these two are the cryonite colors, but this one is way cleaner. Azure Blue. Yeah, how bad is the other blue? I never even tried it. Because it doesn't look cryonite-y enough. Oh yeah, that's horrible. Wow. Like, any other color that might get us? Let me try white. I remember white trim looking not horrible. Like, it was actually pretty good. Ooh. Ooh. Nothing beats this, though. That's the problem. This color is too overpowered. They need to nerf this color or something. It's cosmetically too strong compared to every other option. That at least no other option is available. I just can't not wear this color as a cryonite. Like, you're legally obligated to wear this color. At a certain level range. Anyways, this is our color. We've changed nothing. After like 20 minutes of pondering every color, we are back at square one. After trying every color in chapter 2 and 4. Yeah, white is pretty good. I wouldn't mind switching to it if I had like watch person. Like if I had 500 watch person cape, I would maybe go full white and try it out. Because that would look pretty clean. But, yeah, for now, we gotta go cryonite color. It's way too overpowered of a color currently. So we're just gonna stick with it. Anyways, I guess we're gonna end it here now. Let me just go get my guy to the AFK activity. Any other questions, anything, let me know. Otherwise, I think we're going for now. But we'll be back around noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Gosh, it's almost midnight already. It's like 20 minutes for midnight. Gosh, where's all the time gone? Tomorrow, and honestly, this whole weekend goal, 200 mining. And as close to 200 smithing as we can. Ideally all the way, though I'm not sure if we'll be able to. That's probably our main goal. Beyond that, we'll probably do a little bit of stonemason. And beyond that, I have no clue. Oh yeah, we get to do our perfect path. Oh no, I already messed up. No! I learned nothing. I learned nothing from all the tile cutting we tried doing earlier. Oh. Anyways, let's go to our other AFK activity thing. But yeah, this color is just too strong for cryonite to not use it. There's definitely a good handful of colors that are really good. But this is just like the cryonite color. You can't not wear. I forgot the material. Oh, never mind. It's in here. What am I saying? There we go. Oh, we only have 11.5 left. That's fine, though. This should last all night. Maybe we should get a little bit more. Yeah, it should last all night. We'll be fine. But anyways, guys, we'll be back tomorrow around noon Eastern Standard Time. And yeah, we'll go from there. Main goal is still to hit 200 mining and get our smithing up along the way. So we can also get 200 smithing and go from there. Tomorrow will be our first turn-in of the venture, which I'll do after I grab a bite to eat. I'll come back in like 42 minutes to go grab our ventures, and yeah, we'll get our first turn in for the 185, which is what we worked up to today. So one thing we'll be able to do soon into tomorrow's stream will be actually claiming that venture. And then continuing our grind to probably at least 180 tomorrow. So we can get to our next ore. And then from there, we should be able to get a lot of smithy XP. Because after that, we also get iron pretty soon after. Well, soon. It depends what you define as soon. Quote unquote soon. At 197. Soon relative to the totality of the grind. But anyways, that's pretty much the game plan. Hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And yeah, we'll be back in about 12 hours from now at noon Eastern Standard Time. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend. I'll catch you guys later. Bye, everyone. And thanks for watching.